Section 29 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 19. Cases rated AI IQ 150 to 160. Part 1. George Berkeley, 1685 to 1753, an English philosopher. AI IQ 150, AIIQ 175. 1. Family standing. Berkeley's grandfather was collector of the port of Belfast. The father is reported to have been an officer of customs, a cornet, and a captain of horse. The family were not wealthy, but appear to have been recognized as members of the gentry. Berkeley's mother is said to have been a great aunt of General Wolfe, of Quebec fame. She was probably of Irish descent. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Berkeley reports that his interest in philosophical speculation developed at the age of 8. As evidence of his enthusiasm for experimentation, it is related that he determined the sensations of hanging through a trial on himself. 2. Education. Berkeley entered the excellent free school of Kilkenny, the Eton of Ireland. At the age of 11, and remained in attendance a little more than 3 years. Just before his 15th birthday, he entered Trinity College, Dublin, where the atmosphere was already charged with reaction against traditional scholasticism in physics and metaphysics. 3. School standing and progress. Among the 73 boys who had attended Kilkenny School up to the time of his entrance, and among those who attended afterward, up to the close of this century, not one other besides George Berkeley entered the second class as young as he, aged 11. An intimate friend, Prior, entered the third class at 15 and left the second class for the university at 17. Contarini, who distinguished himself by his intelligence, entered college at 18, but young Berkeley left the first class of the Kilkenny School and entered the University of Dublin at the age of 14 years and 9 months. In the first years of his college course, Berkeley pursued his studies, full of simplicity and enthusiasm. His associates regard him as either the greatest genius or the greatest dunce in college. Others jeered at him because of his eccentricities, and casual acquaintances thought him a fool, but his intimates rated him a prodigy of learning and goodness of heart. 4. Friends and associates. At Kilkenny, Berkeley began his long intimacy with Prior, later a writer of some consequence. Fellow students at Trinity College were, besides Prior, Samuel Madden, later, with Prior, a founder of the Royal Irish Society, Edward Bunge, afterward Bishop, and Contarini, Goldsmith's uncle. 5. Reading, no specific record. 6. Production and achievement, no specific record, C23. 7. Evidences of precocity. Berkeley wrote, I was distrustful at 8 years old and consequently by nature disposed for these new philosophical doctrines. AI IQ 150, relative coastal data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Berkeley was made a scholar of Trinity College, and 2 years later he obtained his BA degree there. 2 Latin tracts, both on mathematical subjects, appeared from his pen at about the time of his graduation, but they did not reach publication until 3 years later. Berkeley, aged 20, joined with 7 others in founding a society to promote investigations in the new philosophy of Boyle, Newton, and Locke, and during the undergraduate period, he carried on independent study, the first fruits of which, in his notebooks, indicate that he had, at that time, already laid the foundation for a new philosophical system. At the age of 22, he obtained the MA degree, and after passing an arduous examination with unprecedented applause, was admitted to a fellowship. At 23, he was engaged on a psychological essay and a book of metaphysics. In the following year, his essay toward a new theory of vision appeared. At the age of 25, Berkeley issued his treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, in which he expounded his metaphysical dualism. This work contained the leading thought and method of all his later philosophy. AIIQ 175, relative coastal data 0.75. Christian Karl Jonas Bunsen, 1791 to 1860, a distinguished German scholar and diplomatist. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. The Bunsens were originally agriculturalists, but Christian's grandfather was an advocate and his father served the Dutch as a professional soldier in the Waldeck Regiment. The latter was a man of considerable mental power, characterized by a strong sense of justice and truth. He was a great reader, accustomed to devote to study as much time as his scanty leisure permitted. Bunsen's mother had been for 15 years the worthy and valued governess of the young nobles of Waldeck. Her negative personality made very little impression, however, upon her son. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. From his earliest childhood, Bunsen loved sunshine and out-of-door life. He was fond of swimming and sometimes played ball. He never succeeded in learning singing or dancing, but he became a skillful, even frequent player of chess and piquet. Although he and his parents early decided that he should become a pastor, a passionate love of books later caused him to elect languages as his chief study at the university. 2. Education. At the age of 6, having learned reading and writing from his parents, he began to receive private lessons from a student. From 7 to 17, he attended the gymnasium. In his 14th or 15th year, he learned English from a village pastor who discussed various important topics with his aspiring pupil. At about the same time, Christian became a member of the pre-confirmation class, receiving so-called religious instruction, which, however, as he himself recognized, lacked the essential characteristics of his father's vital Christianity. The regard in which the youth was held is shown by the fact that one of his masters gave him a valuable course of instruction gratis. 3. School standing and progress. When at the age of 7, Bunsen entered the gymnasium, he was placed at once in a class above the usual grade for beginners. Quick to learn, he accomplished his tasks with power and certainty, and often assisted the other boys in their labours. In French, he stood at the head of his class. Throughout his school career, his classmates admired him as a genius. In knowledge and comprehension, no individual could measure with him in any degree, and his laboriousness cast all the rest into shade. His memory was a matter of astonishment, and on one occasion he memorized Schiller's Bell in a day, afterward reciting it before a commissioner who was examining the school. He was respectful to all his teachers, even when he doubted the authority of the weaker head. Bunsen's last 3 years at the gymnasium were triumphant. Twice a year he was chosen to deliver the customary school address at the end of the term. In the estimation of his teachers, Bunsen was ready for the university at 15 and a half, but on account of his youth, he was kept in the lower school another year, to which a further half year was added because of the difficulty of securing a stipend during the French occupation. 4. Friends and associates. Bunsen was popular with his teachers and with his schoolfellows. 2 classmates became his intimate friends. His half-sister, 18 years his senior, was his confidant and advisor. 5. Reading. At 13 or 14, Bunsen used all his small savings to purchase books or to subscribe to the circulating library of Quarterback, a collection made up chiefly of novels, but containing also a translation of Shakespeare which was read with avidity. The boy read all the books he could find, whether in his father's small library or from the bookshelves of the neighbours. With the pastor who taught him English, he read Glover's Leonidas. At 14, Bunsen was described as never otherwise unoccupied, full of zeal and earnestness over his books. 6. Production and achievement. A schoolmate writes, "The execution of an essay of 41 pages, set as a task, in 1 week, was unheard of except in his case, and the 60 pages of fair transcript accomplished in 1 Sunday for the procrastinating advocate to help his overtasked father might well astonish those aware of the fact." An essay on hope, written by young Bunsen at the age of 16, was sufficiently well thought of to be sent to the Göttingen faculty by Christian's patroness, the Countess of Bergheim, as a recommendation of her protégé. 7. Evidences of precocity. At 6 and a half, the little lad read the morning prayer at the family devotions out of the collection of Schmalk. See also 2, 3, 5, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 17, Bunsen spent a happy year studying theology at the University of Marburg, but at the end of that time, believing that his health unfitted him for the calling of a pastor, he decided to relinquish his stipend and enter upon another course. The next 4 years, aged 18 to 22, he spent at Göttingen, studying philosophy, classics, and ancient law, while maintaining himself by teaching at the gymnasium, and later by tutoring. Beginning his travels in his 23rd year, he visited Italy, Holland, Denmark, and Sweden, as well as various centers of learning in Germany. At the same time, he developed his knowledge of Persian and the Oriental languages, and later of the Scandinavian. He planned a scheme of research into the religion, laws, language, and literature of the Teutonic races. At 24, he made a very favourable impression on the historian Niebuhr, whom he met in Berlin. Born 26, Bunsen went to Rome and there devoted himself while carrying on necessary teaching to the study of philology and historical research. AII IQ 165, relative quotient data 0.82. George Gordon, Lord Byron, 1788 to 1824, a celebrated English poet. AII IQ 150, AII IQ 170. 1. Family standing. A. Byron accompanied William the Conqueror from France, and thereafter he and many of his descendants held a notable and distinguished place in the history of England. Byron's grandfather was the celebrated Admiral John Byron. His son, the poet's father, was the profligate Mad Jack Byron, who after an excellent early education gave himself up to a dissolute life. The mother came of illustrious Scottish stock, being descended from James I. She was as proud as Lucifer of her descent from the Stuarts. A slave to the most violent tempers, she was not a bad woman, but she was not a good mother. If Byron owed anything to his parents, it was a plea for pardon. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Perhaps because of the consciousness of his physical defect, young Byron was much more anxious to distinguish himself by prowess in athletics than in learning. At Harrow his social gifts appeared. From being a shy and most unpopular boy before his public school days, he rose at the age of 13 to be a leader in all sports, schemes, and mischief of the school. Because of his fluency, turbulence, voice, copiousness of declamation and action, his headmaster even then prophesied that he would become an orator. Byron was said to be always more ready to give a blow than to take one, and he was proud of the fact that at school he lost but one battle out of 7, and that one evidently not fairly fought. He says his pursuits at school were cricketing, rebelling, rowing, and mischief. Love of the beautiful nature was an early passion, and although fond of the whirl of life, Byron was always given to silent and solitary reflection, and would often withdraw to a tomb in the churchyard for quiet thought. He early experienced amorous passions. His first affair, in his 8th year, was a violent attachment. His second at 12 afforded inspiration for his first poetry, and his third at 15 was serious enough to cause him grievous disappointment when it ended. 2. Education. Before he was 5, Byron was taught by his nurse to repeat a number of psalms. At his first school he learned to repeat by rote with such fluency that it was only after some time discovered that he could not read a single word. He attended school in Scotland until he was 10 years old. Then he was placed under the care of a tutor and a quack doctor at Nottingham for a year. From 11 to 13 he attended a school at Dulwich, and from 13 to 17 attended a school at Harrow. 3. School standing and progress. Under a clever teacher, Byron made rapid progress, and when he was 10 his proficiency in Latin was said by his tutor to be considerable for his age. According to the master of the school, Byron was a successful and eager student during the 2 years in Dulwich. He entered Harrow recommended as a boy of some cleverness, but one whose education had been neglected. His intellectual capacity could be hidden neither from the masters nor from the pupils, but although he was remarkable for the extent of his general information, in other respects he was idle, being capable of great exertions, but a few continuous drudgeries. He was a radical and martial rather than poetical, and his first declamation startled the headmaster into some unwanted and sudden compliments. By the time he had reached his 16th year, Byron's inquisitive and excursive mind had made remarkable progress in accumulating that general and miscellaneous knowledge which left plodding competitors far behind. 4. Friends and associates. Among Harrow fellow students were such celebrities as the Duke of Dorset, Lord Clare, Lord Delaware, John Wingfield, Cecil Tattersall, Edward Noah Long Wildman, afterward Proprietary of Newstead, and Sir Robert Peel. Byron himself was playful and good-humoured, beloved of his companions and his schoolmates. My school friendships, he says, were with me passions, for I was always violent. On one occasion Byron is said to have taken half the blows intended for Peel, and on another to have defended a lame boy from a bully. He fought battles for George Sinclair, the prodigy of the school, and in turn Sinclair wrote his exercises. Byron would follow none, but an opportunity for leadership would always win his co-cooperation in any cause. 5. Reading. From the moment he could read, his great passion was history. He was particularly delighted with the account in Roman history of the battle near Lake Regillus. He had read the Old Testament before he was 8 years old, and he had soon gained an intimate acquaintance with the historical parts of the Bible, about which he liked to talk with his schoolmaster. Byron's schoolmaster at Dulwich, finding the boy, aged 11 to 13, beyond the standard for his age in both history and poetry, allowed him access to his study. Here the youth found many books to please his tastes and gratify his curiosity, among others, a set of our poets from Chaucer to Churchill, which his master believed he read in entirety more than once. According to his own statement, Byron had Harrow read eating, read in bed, read when no one else read, and had read all sorts of readings since he was 5 years old. When he was 18, so wide was his familiarity with books, and so great his store of information, that his associates believed his knowledge could have been acquired only from digests and reviews, whereas, as a matter of fact, up to that age, he had read sources only. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 10, Byron composed some clever doggerel verse, perhaps his first production. A translation from Aeschylus written at Harrow was received coolly enough, but poems from his 15th year, including the epitaph and the first 3 pieces printed in Hours of Idleness, are remarkable productions of a youth of his age. Delivering on one occasion a declamation at Harrow, Byron surprised his schoolmaster by deviating with boldness and rapidity from the text of his composition without losing the thread of his discourse. The occurrence was more striking, as his extemporaneous expression was more effective and colourful than his original written discourse. 7. Evidences of precocity. At a very early age, he was perhaps no more than 5, Byron was taken by his nurse to see The Taming of the Shrew. In the midst of the acting, the hot-headed little lad cried out passionately, supporting Catharine in an argument with Petruchio. As a child, he was particularly inquisitive about religion. Mrs. Byron was sure that her son was to be a great man, and this idea she transferred to him. His pride of ancestry and position were perhaps also derived from her. The response at the age of 9 to a remark about a future career in Parliament is characteristic. If you read any speeches of mine, it will be in the House of Lords. At the age of 10, Byron was under the care of a doctor, a charlatan, whose linguistic pretensions he very soon fathomed. Having prepared some nonsense which he gravely offered to his master, he was delighted to have the man walk into his trap and say, as the boy had hoped, and in answer to his suggestion, that it was Italian. See also 2, 3, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From the age of 17 to 20, Byron attended Trinity College, Cambridge, where he became notorious for his eccentric behaviour. He indulged freely in drink and talked much with a group of friends. At 19 he published his Hours of Idleness, a group of poems, and then, stung by adverse criticism in the Edinburgh Review, he published his bitter retort, English, Bards and Scotch Reviewers. On attaining his majority, Byron took his seat in the House of Lords. But very shortly he left England for a continental tour which provided the background for Childe Harold, published on his return, aged 24. So great was the impression produced by his poem that he awoke one morning and found himself famous. He resumed his parliamentary connection a little later, but continued his literary activity also, and the next year, aged 25, published The Gaoler and The Bride of Abydos. AIIQ 170, relative quotient data 0.82. George Canning, 1770 to 1827, a distinguished English statesman, orator, and wit. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 155. 1. Family standing. Canning was descended on the paternal side from early English settlers in Ulster. His father had been, in his youth, attached to civil and religious liberty and to a young lady of whom his parents disapproved, and for these two ardent attachments he was disinherited. Something of a poet and a political controversialist, the elder Canning, by profession a lawyer, was by nature sociable, generous, and careless. He fell deeply into debt, attempted to extricate himself by setting up as a wine merchant, and then died a year after his son's birth. The mother, who could trace her ancestry to early Irish kings and many later peers, was a woman of strong character and mental energy. After her husband's death, she found a means of supporting herself by going on the stage. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Canning recollected learning the rudiments of English at the age of 6. He also remembered spinning cockchafers on corking pins and longing for bread and butter. As a public school boy, he was devoted to study and took little or no part in games. Wilberforce, a fellow student, noted in his diary that Canning was quite a man, fond of acting, decent and moral. 2. Education. When George was scarcely more than an infant, his mother married an actor of no great pretensions, the member of a strong troupe, and so, from the age of 4 to 8, the child led a hand-to-mouth bohemian existence, following the strolling players. At the age of 8, he was reported by one of the actors to be on the road to the gallows, as a result of his stepfather's influence, and so shortly afterward, his grandfather having been induced to grant a small annuity for his support, the lad was sent by his uncle to a private school. At 13, he went on to Eton, where he remained 4 years. On reaching the age of 16, he received an inheritance sufficient to provide for his every need. 3. School standing and progress. At his first school, Canning was an admirer and would-be imitator of the heroes of the head class in all their tricks and pranks. But he also won fame for his graceful verses, and at 13 stood third in his class for scholarship. At Eton, Canning's classical and literary attainments ranked him among the foremost of the boys. Within the limited range of subjects offered, he studied hard and carried off many prizes. The other boys often solicited and deferred to his opinion, and he was called by Sir Spencer Walpole perhaps the most distinguished boy ever known at Eton. 4. Friends and associates. At Eton he had many friends who were led high in diplomatic circles, and on holidays he met, at his uncle's house, men like Sheridan and Fox, the Whig statesman. 5. Reading, no specific record. 6. Production and achievement. In his 10th year, Canning composed a poem on Greece, at which his uncle and aunt marvelled. It was published with limited alterations a few years later. He wrote other poems from time to time, and when he was 16 or 17, contributed by far the largest share of the articles included in a journal called Microcosm, edited by a small group of Etonians. Poems, parodies, classical commentary, and criticism, and some clever essays were among his contributions, and in these the subtle humour and boisterous fun are already discernible. The youthful journalists criticise, in marked, Addisonian style, Etonian modes of life, and then extended their comment to the habits of the world at large. 7. Evidences of precocity. At the age of 4 or 5, Canning surprised his relatives by his manner of justifying himself when reproved for some trivial fault. The precocity of the boy's talents was noticed in his 9th year by the actor Moody, who then induced the boy's uncle, Stafford Canning, the merchant, to take sole charge of his hopeful nephew. AIIQ 150, relative kosher data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Canning spent 3 years in Oxford, having decided on the law as his future profession because he believed it the only path to the only desirable thing in this world, the gratification of ambition. While at the university he was studious, he formed many lasting friendships, and instituted a debating society. He was also awarded the Chancellor's Medal for Latin verse of high merit. After graduation, Canning studied law at Lincoln's Inn. A year later, the French Revolution had caused him, aged 22, to become a Tory in politics, although he retained Fox and Sheridan among his personal friends. In 1793, at the age of 23, Canning entered Parliament. His previous reputation as a debating club orator had come to the notice of Pitt, and the older debater was instrumental in securing the young politician's election. The new member's maiden speech, a year later, disappointed most of his friends, but he had shown his power to hold the attention of the House. At 25, in seconding the King's address, he made a speech which, in Pitt's estimation, gave evidence of even greater ability than fame had hitherto recognised. AIIQ 155, relative kosher data 0.82. Lazare Nicolas Margaret Carnot, 1753 to 1823, a celebrated French statesman, strategist and scientist. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 150. 1. Family standing. Carnot was descended from one of the oldest and most distinguished families in France. His father, a provincial lawyer and notary, was a man of strong understanding, wide-reading, and of great local repute. His mother was religious in temperament and devoted to her husband and family. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Carnot's interests were from the first directed almost entirely to his studies. At the age of 10, his preoccupation with military science was shown by his behaviour during the progress of a play to which his mother had taken him. The enthusiastic boy went so far as to interrupt the action of the piece, criticising the disposition which the stage officer has made of his artillery. Eagerness to learn made Carnot anxious to travel, and while still a child, he begged to be allowed to accompany an uncle on a long trip, a request which was, however, refused. 2. Education. Carnot's early education was supervised by his father. Later he was sent to the College of Autun, where, with his brother, he pursued a classical course of instruction. Thereafter the Carnot boys attended a small seminary in the same town, where they followed a course in philosophy. On leaving this seminary, Lazare, aged 16, went to Paris to study mathematics. 3. School standing and progress. At the seminary of Autun, Carnot showed that he was endowed with a keen and original type of intelligence, always ready to discover new methods and daunted by no obstacle. His character was even then marked by unusual strength, and he had great faith in his own ability. 4. Friends and associates. None are mentioned beside his father and his brother. 5. Reading. It is noted that at 16 he read with eagerness the works of contemporary philosophers, but see also 2, 1, 2, and 7. 6. Production and achievement. At the conclusion of his course at the seminary of Autun, young Carnot made the customary public presentation in defence of his thesis, but, contrary to custom, he refused professional aid in the debate. His presentation was none the less brilliantly successful. 7. Evidences of precocity. As a child, Carnot was especially studious and reflective, and is recorded that he used to be seen for hours at a time reading or walking meditatively on the terraces before his home. See also 2, 1, 3, and 6. After going to Paris at 16, he attracted the attention of D'Alembert, who found in him one whose intellect overcame all difficulties and who seemed actually to enjoy meeting them. D'Alembert chose Carnot as an assistant in several of his experiments, and evinced great satisfaction at the promptness with which the young mathematician responded to his questions. He predicted for him a brilliant career. AI IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 18, Carnot sat for the entrance examinations of the engineering school at Mézières, and won the 3rd place on the list. He attracted the attention of Monge, and then began a friendship between the two scientists that lasted throughout life. Under his famous professor, Carnot went rapidly through all the branches of natural science. Higher mathematics and mechanics especially attracted him. On leaving the engineering school at the age of 20, Carnot was given the rank of first lieutenant, and for the next 10 years lived and worked at various garrisons. Practically nothing is known of this period of his life, and all Carnot himself would say was, "I lived from day to day like so many young men who follow a military career." AII IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.53. Camillo Benso, Count di Cavour, 1810 to 1861, a celebrated Italian statesman. AI IQ 150, AII IQ 150. 1. Family standing. The Bensos were an aristocratic family of long distinction, who in every generation contributed many efficient leaders to the public service. The father was endowed with an acute and active mind, and possessed practical knowledge of the world and of business. His ambition was said to be curbed only by a respect for authority. The mother belonged to an ancient and excellent family of Huguenot refugees. She was a woman of attractive gifts and charming personality. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Camillo was fond of country life and pleasures. In a school play he took part on one occasion as the little spirit or genius of Italy. Always active, young Camillo was from his earliest childhood engaged in defending the cause of justice. He began to talk about constitutional Italy at 14, and at 15 was too outspokenly Republican to be an acceptable prince's page. 2. Education. At 4, Cavour was taught by his mother to read, but although he soon learned to read and write with ease, the passion for study did not appear until later. In the following years, both his mother and his grandmother gave him lessons, and before he was 10 he received excellent instruction from a tutor also. Lessons in German and botany were given by a special teacher. From the age of 10 to 16, Camillo attended the Military Academy of Turin, a school patronized by the upper class, where the instruction was good in mathematics, but deficient in the humanities. Just before his 16th birthday, he passed his final examination and received his commission as Sub-Lieutenant of Engineers. 3. School standing and progress. At school, Cavour, aged 10 to 16, easily led his class whenever he cared to apply himself. He is said to receive certain punishments at school, those reported having been for arrogance to a teacher and for having books without permission. The eminent Professor Plana, after explaining a very difficult lesson with Camillo, alone of all the pupils, was able to follow with ease, advised his gifted pupil to become a celebrated mathematician like Lagrange. Cavour replied that his generation had need to study political science rather than mathematics, and added that he hoped to see Italy one day with a constitution, and himself perhaps a minister. Cavour never seemed to study, but when the examination came round, he grasped what he was required to learn without an effort, and surpassed his competitors with ease. He led his class at the finish, an honour which entitled him to choose the branch of the service he preferred to enter. His unusual proficiency in mathematics led him to select the engineering corps. He had so far excited the admiration of his examiners that his request was granted, although according to the regulation, a candidate could not enter that division of the army before the age of 20. Cavour was only 16 at the time. 4. Friends and associates. No specific record. Teachers and schoolmates unmentioned, and with these he appears to have been a favourite. 5. Reading. While attending school, Cavour, aged 12 to 16, always looked forward to the visits of his brother, for on these occasions he heard the newspapers read aloud, to which he otherwise had no access. In addition to school requirements, Cavour read works of history and political economy. He read English and French as well as Italian. He read Lingard's history, and the harp pleased him greatly. He was always reading, not works of fiction, but rather papers, political treatises, and histories. 6. Production and achievement. A note addressed to the lady of his affections was written by Cavour at the age of 6. Letters from the school period reflect a solid, straightforward, manly fellow who despised vanity and was enthusiastic for the heroes who fought for Greek independence. At 15, Cavour was appointed page to the Prince of Carignano. Although his post was one of distinction and carried a small salary, the young Republican risked and almost lost it through his too outspoken liberalism. At 16, C.2.3, he was assigned to less conspicuous duty in the department of the engineering corps at Turin. 7. Evidences of precocity. At 3, Camillo was a romping little fellow, always ready for fun. It was told that, at the age of 6, he arranged an interview with the town mayor to complain of certain incivilities his party had experienced in travel. Apparently he succeeded on this occasion in bringing about the dismissal of an offending officer. See also 2, 3, and 6. AIIQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Cavour entered the Corps of Engineers at 16 and was sent 2 years later to the French frontier to supervise the construction of fortifications. He enjoyed the work but found the life narrow and dull. During his stay, he lessened the monotony by reading English books on liberty and government. At 19 and a half, he was ordered to Genoa. Here he fell in love, and spurned on by the lady of his devotions, he plunged more deeply into liberal thought and discussion, thereby gradually incurring public suspicion. When a year later he was recalled to Turin, he had become a more confirmed liberal than ever, longing to see Italy free from foreign domination. He spent 8 months in virtual imprisonment in a fort, a little later, but he said, "I am happy in my solitude," and it was not long until he was granted his discharge from the army. His family regarded Cavour's career thus far as a disgrace to them, and it was with pleasure on both sides that at 21, after his retirement, he took charge of the family farm. Although the estate was in poor condition, Cavour succeeded through care and study in making a success of his undertaking, and he continued his agricultural pursuits, interrupted only by occasional visits to France and England, until he was 37. During all this time, he found abundant leisure for study, especially along the lines of government. AII IQ 150, relative cultural data 0.82. Francois René de Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1848, a celebrated French author and statesman. AII IQ 150, AII IQ 150. 1. Family standing. Chateaubriand was the son of a noble house in Brittany, one of the most illustrious in France, although at the time of his birth the family fortunes were somewhat depleted. His father was stern, dry, unsociable, and dominated by one passion, his pride of race. The mother was a little, plain, restless woman who loved politics, confusion, and society. She petted one son and was indifferent to her other children, including Francois René. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Chateaubriand, through neglect, a dirty, ragged boy, really loved cleanliness and finery. Denied pock and muddy, he kept away from the crowds on festival days and spent his time on the beach watching the birds, gathering shells and listening to the sound of the waves. At school he was fond of languages and mathematics. He loved literature, beginning with a fondness for poetry and later passing on to prose. His versatility of mind was also apparent in lesser things. He was clever at checkers, billiards, drawing, singing, hunting, and the management of arms. Although he was apt to tire of anything quickly, his patience and obstinacy made him stick to something worth doing until it was finished. Between 15 and 18, in a state of mystic rapture and practical indecision, he first began to write poetry. 2. Education. Chateaubriand and his youngest sister, neglected by their mother, were cared for by the servants. When the boy was between 3 and 7, the two children were sent daily to 2 old maids who taught them to read. At this time, both brother and sister read badly enough, and in consequence the teacher scolded and the boy scratched. Francois René began to pass for a scapegrace, a rebel, a drone, and finally a dunce. At home his father nagged and his mother groaned but extolled her eldest. A visit at the home of his kindly and intellectual grandmother was the only happy memory of Chateaubriand's childhood. Because the boy was destined for the Marines, scholastic training was not emphasized, and for the most part he was allowed, at 7 to 10, to run idle. His mother, secretly hoping that his son might enter the church, persuaded her husband to send him at 10 to the College of Dole, where he could learn mathematics, drawing, military tactics, and the English language, as well as the classics. At 13, after receiving with great ecstasy his first communion, he was sent to Rennes for 2 years of further preparation in mathematics, and there he continued the study of languages also. At 15, Chateaubriand went to Brest to take the naval examination, but his credentials were delayed, and during the enforced period of waiting, having exhausted his interest in fencing, drawing, and mathematics, he decided that he had no desire to be a Marine, and so returned home. As a means of gaining time for decision, he next declared his intention of entering the church, and was sent to Dinan to complete the humanities. Thereafter he spent 2 years at home trying to decide on his future career. 3. School standing and progress. Between 10 and 13, at the College of Dole, Chateaubriand's abilities began to be manifest. His capacity for work was remarkable, and his memory was extraordinary. It cost him nothing to learn the rudiments of any subject. In mathematics he displayed a charity of perception that astonished his teacher, and he showed a decided taste for languages. In spite of his success in mathematics, he looked forward with a sort of impatience to the Latin class as a happy relaxation from the figures and numbers of geometry. At Rennes his talent in mathematics developed to a high point. At Dinan he knew more Latin than the masters, and there he began the study of Hebrew. 4. Friends and associates. Neglected by his parents, Chateaubriand ran the streets during the early years with the town ragamuffins, his dear little playmates, looking and acting like one of them. A friendship for a certain spoiled child, Gesrid, who was always getting into some scrape, resulted in an evil reputation, continual trouble, and once, almost in serious injury from neighbours, enraged at a foolish prank. At the age of 9, Francois René was withdrawn by his parents from his influence, and the following year was sent to school. Here he was an independent spirit, neither a leader nor a follower. In vacations he joined the military society at home. At Rennes, aged 13 to 15, he met Gesril again. Among other friends of this period were Moreau, Letter General, and Lemoulian, who invented the famous infernal machine. 5. Reading. Chateaubriand, at 13, read Horace and a collection of confessions, Malfates, which opened a new world to him. A little later he was charmed with the Aeneid and Telemach, and he translated a voluptuous passage from Lucretius with such feeling that the teacher snatched the book from him. Tibullus and Masulin were never out of his possession, and, although oppressed the whole by a guilty conscience, he stole candle ends from the chapel so that at night he could read these seductive descriptions of the disorders of the soul. See 2.3. 6. Production and achievement. Chateaubriand displayed a remarkable memory by his ability to repeat, almost word for word, the several pages of a sermon he had heard, but to which he had not paid close attention, and also by the extraordinary feat of learning by heart his table of logarithms. Between 10 and 13 he acquired the name of Eloqueg, because in making Latin translations he fell so naturally into pentameter. He began seriously to write poetry between 15 and 18. 7. Evidences of precocity, see 2, 3, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From 16 to 18, Chateaubriand remained at home, unable to decide on a career. His indecision was finally ended by the gift of an army commission, which he held thereafter for 4 years. Chateaubriand's life in the army was not without its pleasures. The young officer was popular with his regiment. He was presented at court, and he met many literary men. At 14, after witnessing the destruction of the Bastille, and filled with loathing by the repeated massacres, he contemplated emigration. The following year his regiment went over to the revolutionists, whereupon he retired from the army. Chateaubriand's interests and tastes were literary and artistic. In politics he was neutral, and this, he says, pleased no one. It seemed advisable to withdraw for a time from the centre of activities, and so he went forth for America, bearing letters of introduction to President Washington. His first intention was to discover the Northwest Passage, but gradually relinquishing this idea, he returned home to Brittany at 23. France was still in a turbulent state, and so for his safety, and although he had little desire for the arrangement, Chateaubriand was married to a young heiress. Shortly after, he joined the French emigrants in Brussels, became incorporated in the army, was wounded, sick. Finally he reached England, where he remained several years, aged 24 to 32. During this time he did much of his best writing. AI IQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, a celebrated French philosopher, founder of positivism. AI IQ 150, AI IQ 170. 1. Family standing. Comte's father was a district tax receiver. No other record is preserved of the ancestry or family. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. None other than scholastic are reported. 2. Education. Auguste's devout Catholic mother directed his early studies. At 9 he was sent to the local college, and at 15 he passed the examination for entrance to the Paris Polytechnic School. 3. School standing and progress. On entering the college, Auguste was at once distinguished for his intelligence and industry. He was tractable with the professors, who were fond and proud of their clever pupil, and he did such brilliant work that he was given first place in the application for membership to the Polytechnic School in Paris. At the Polytechnic, Comte was distinguished as a student of intellectual power. His ability was recognized not only by the professors, but by the students as well. At the end of the first year he was ranked 9th in his class, the ranking depending partially on deportment, in which he stood low with all except the head professors. 4. Friends and associates, no specific record. 5. Reading. By the time he was 16 or 18, Comte had read through the numerous important philosophical works of France, England, and Germany. 6. Production and achievement. After passing the entrance examination for the Paris school at 15, 1 year in advance of the age at which entrance was allowed, Comte was appointed by the faculty of his own school to occupy the interval of waiting for his 16th birthday by giving mathematics courses in their institution. 7. Evidences of precocity. He was a nervous child, impatient, very intelligent, very eager for instruction, with an extraordinary precocious mind. See also 2.3. AI IQ 150, relative kosher data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From 16 to 18, Comte studied at the Polytechnic School in Paris. A great worker, he was devoted to reading and delighted especially in philosophical writings. When he was 18, a mutinous demonstration on the part of the pupils against one of the masters, in which he too was included, broke up the school. Much to the parents' dissatisfaction, the youth resolved to remain in Paris and earn his living there by giving lessons in mathematics. While seeking a position, he received an invitation to become a teacher of analytics in a proposed school in America. The plan never materialized, but in the meantime, Comte had been appointed tutor at a good salary in the house of a wealthy banker. The duties here were too miscellaneous, and the youth, aged 19, restless under restraint, gave up the post after 3 weeks' trial. A year later, chancing to come in contact with Saint Simon, Comte fell under the spell of the great theorist, and for 6 years he was proud to sign himself pupil of Saint Simon. At the age of 24, Comte was so completely in harmony with his master's views that he was able to prepare the philosophical introduction to the Contrat Social. This is not his first attempt at essay writing, for he had already published 2 essays. The first when he was 21, the second one of his best at 22. The preface to the Contrat Social shows that Comte had already developed a definite philosophical scheme, and that he had outlined plans for his later life work. In bringing out the essay at a later date, Saint Simon accompanied it with a patronizing notice, and when Comte, aged 26, objected to publication at this time, a breach occurred, personal dislike matured into a quarrel, and the two philosophers separated. AIII IQ 170, relative kosher data 0.75. Jean Leronde d'Alembert, 1717 to 1783, a celebrated French mathematician, philosopher, and author. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. Although d'Alembert was an illegitimate child, both his parents were members of the aristocracy. His father, the Chevalier d'Estouches, was Commissioner of French Artillery and later Controller General of German Artillery. His mother was Madame de Tenkin, a famous woman of the salons, and author of novels which achieved praise and popularity in their time. An uncle was a popular dramatist of the day and a member of the Academy. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. None are recorded aside from his studies. 2. Education. At an early date, d'Alembert's father assumed responsibility for the boy's education. He directed d'Alembert's course of training as long as he could, and at his death left him an annual income of 1,200 livres and a recommendation to the future care of the family. At the age of 4, d'Alembert was placed in a boarding school in the suburb of Saint-Antoine, where his master, Berry, was delighted with his intelligence. The boy made such progress in his studies that when he was 10, his master said that he could teach him no more, and recommended that he be sent to college. Because of the boy's health, the recommendation was not then carried out, and d'Alembert remained at school for 2 years more. At the age of 12, he entered the Mazarin College, conducted by the Jansenists, where he remained for 5 years and received, at the end of that time, the degree of Master of Arts. 3. School standing and progress. At the Jansenist College, d'Alembert made such a brilliant success in his studies that the memory of it survived a long time in the school. His interest in literature was so animated, particularly in Latin poetry, to which he devoted all his spare time, that one of his Jansenist masters remonstrated, warning him that poetry would destroy the heart. The admonition, however, passed unheeded. D'Alembert's last 2 years at college were devoted to study of philosophy. He stated afterward that, owing to the fanaticism of his masters, he received no benefit from his labours except in mathematics, which he had studied incidentally. See also 2.1. 4. Friends and associates. While still an infant, d'Alembert was confided by his father to the care of Madame Rousseau, the wife of a grazier, and to this excellent woman he remained devoted all his life, supporting her in old age. Up to the time of his death, d'Estouches came often to see his son, and was delighted on these occasions with the lad's intelligence and spirit. Aside from these 2 persons and these various teachers, No other early friends or associates are noted. 5. Reading. See 2.3. 6. Production and achievement. At the end of his first year of philosophy, D'Alembert, aged 16, wrote a commentary on Paul's epistle to the Romans. 7. Evidences of precocity. No further records. See 2, 2 and 4. AI IQ 150, relative kosher data 0.53. 3. Development from 17 to 26. After receiving his MA degree, D'Alembert spent 2 years ostensibly in the study of law, but all his spare time was devoted to mathematics. Without books, friend or master, he progressed as best he might by reading at the public library. D'Alembert became disgusted with the Jansenists, who still tried to convert him, and finally gave them up altogether. Acting on the advice of friends, he, aged 21, took up the study of medicine, and to avoid a temptation he could not otherwise resist, he removed all his mathematical books to the house of a friend. His precautions were in vain. At the end of the year, he had abandoned medicine and returned to his beloved mathematics. During the year he read to the Academy of Sciences a Memoire sur le calcul intégral, and some months later, Memoire sur les refractions des courbes solides. His ability was recognized, and he was admitted to membership in the Academy at the age of 23. At 25, he published his Traité de dynamique, in which is developed the principle that has since been called by his name. AIIQ 165, relative kosher data 0.60. Humphrey Davy, 1778 to 1829, a celebrated English chemist. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 175. 1. Family standing. The Davies were Norfolk yeomen in fairly comfortable circumstances, who, for many generations, had received a lettered education. Humphrey's grandfather was a builder, a man of local repute. The father, a woodcarver, possessed some talent, but through shiftless habits and unsuccessful experiments in farming and the like, he dissipated the property he had inherited, and when he died, at 48, left his family in very straitened circumstances. The mother's forebears were originally wealthy and aristocratic. The mother herself was practical and energetic. After her husband's death, she opened a milliner's shop, reared and educated her children, and paid off her husband's old debts. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Young Humphrey led an active life. From early childhood he was fond of nature and of outdoor sports, especially fishing and hunting. A taste for natural history appeared early. Humphrey had a little garden of his own, and he liked to collect birds and fishes, and to copy them with pen or brush. In drawing and painting he showed some originality. A series of notebooks, begun when the boy was 16, showed the ardour of his intellectual interests. During his 17th year, he limited himself chiefly to the metaphysical branches, although the complete plan of study he had outlined included theology, ethics, logic, geography, botany, pharmacy, anatomy, surgery, chemistry, 4 modern foreign languages, and 3 ancient ones, physics, mechanics, rhetoric and oratory, history and mathematics. 2. Education. C. 2.7. In his 6th year, Davy attended an elementary school where reading and writing were taught. A year later, he entered the grammar school under a master who was, by turns, indulgent and severe, leaving his pupils for the most part to their own resources in planning their studies. In his 15th year, and at his last school, Davy acquired a considerable knowledge of Latin and Greek. The next year he spent in desultory study, in sport and in occasional dissipation. He studied French with a refugee to such good purpose that he learned to read it with facility and to speak it fluently. At 16 he was apprenticed for 3 years to M. Boulez, a Penzance surgeon and apothecary of recognized ability. 3. School standing and progress. Davy made such rapid progress in the elementary grades that his teacher advised transferring him to the grammar school. At Truro School, Davy, aged 14, was regular in the performance of his duties and in his conduct. He was thought a clever boy, but not a prodigy. His translations from the classics into English verse, his best school exercises, were well thought of by his master. Davy was more distinguished out of school and in the eyes of his comrades than for any great advance in learning. Within school the stimulus to exertion was wanting, for he could take and maintain and lead in his class without special effort. Perhaps, too, he was disgusted with the form in which classical knowledge was offered. During his apprenticeship to M. Boulez, Davy applied himself with earnest zeal to his professional studies and duties. 4. Friends and associates. Davy's good humour won the favour of his schoolfellows, although he appears to have become intimate with none of them. His mother's foster father had as great an influence upon his career as anyone, for he virtually adopted the fatherless boy and made possible the continuation of his education. 5. Reading. Aesop's Fables and Pilgrim's Progress were Humphrey's earliest favourites. A little later he began to read history, particularly English history. During his apprenticeship to the surgeon, he read widely in medical works. 6. Production and achievement. Because of his facility in composing Latin and English verse, Davy's assistance was often requested by the other boys, and in the emergencies of boyish loves he was resorted to for valentines and the like. A ready storyteller, he was always popular for his tales of wonder and terror, whose sources, obscured somewhat by plentiful embellishments, were the Arabian Nights and the tales of Grandmother Davy. In written expression he was equally ready, as attested by exercises preserved from his 17th year. A composition written when he was 14 also shows considerable ability in handling a trite subject. The Sons of Genius, 32 stanzas, published in 1799, was conceived and perhaps written in Park when the young poet was 16. 7. Evidences of precocity. Davy was a strong, healthy, active child, in every respect forward. At just 9 months of age he walked off, and before he was 2 years old he could speak fluently. Before he had learned his letters, he could recite little prayers and stories which had been repeated to him. Before he had regularly learned to write, he amused himself by copying the figures in Aesop's fables, contriving to reproduce in great letters the names of his subjects, as well as the artist's outline. And it is reported that he could recite a great part of Pilgrim's Progress even before he could well read it. When scarcely 5 years old, he began to make rhymes, and these he was called upon to recite in the Christmas Gambols. A wit and a wag, he was remembered for his unusual originality of mind. AI IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. During his 3-year apprenticeship with Boulez, the physician, Davy learned the technique of surgery and carried on extensive studies in related fields. At 18 or 19 he began the study of chemistry, and soon he was examining critically the views of Lavoisier, and was devising and carrying out experiments to test these and his own ideas on the same subjects. From 19 to 22, the youthful scientist was employed at Clifton, where opportunities occurred for more advanced research. At 20 he published 2 scientific papers. Later he regretted their publication because of their premature views on the subject. At 22, his discovery of nitrous oxide and its effect on man resulted in his appointment to a lectureship at the Royal Institution, London. For that time until he was 25, he was busily engaged in investigations on tanning, electrochemistry, and agricultural chemistry. His achievements were recognized, and at 23 he was promoted to a professorship. AIIQ 175, relative quotient of data 0.82. René Descartes, 1596 to 1650, a French philosopher and mathematician. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Descartes came of an old and respected family. His father, a country gentleman in easy circumstances, became a councillor of the Parliament of Brittany. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Descartes' youthful pursuits included fencing and dancing as well as study, but his love for learning was always paramount. It appeared in earliest childhood and persisted at school, although he came to prefer meditation to much reading. René was determined, even before his 16th year, to search only for truth, and in mathematics began at about this time. He believed he had found the goal he was seeking. 2. Education. A course of early home training, purposely simplified in order to spare the little lad's frail body, was followed by 8 years' residence, aged 8 to 16, in an excellent Jesuit college where the regular course of study included classics, mathematics, and philosophy. Here René entered in a student body of about 1,200, as one of 24 specially privileged gentlemen commoners. He devoted to meditation in the morning hours, when on account of his physical weakness he was permitted to lie in bed. 3. School standing and progress. Descartes' ambition was to surpass all his schoolfellows, especially those who had previously excelled, and in this he was largely successful, for he was excellent in deportment and in the class studies. Because of his ability and the excellence of his achievement, he was released from regular class attendance and from the assigned exercises. He was considered at least the equal of the best students in the school, those who were later to take the places of their instructors. At 16, this happiest part of his life came to an end, and overwhelmed by the blessings and praises of his teachers, Descartes returned home. Far from being puffed up by his own knowledge, he perceived only his ignorance and was humbled by it. 4. Friends and associates. Descartes made few friendships, and these only with people much older than himself, including several of his teachers, but they were lasting. 5. Reading. From his 9th year, Descartes was happiest when alone with his books or in silent meditation. Apparently, although he loved the classics and poetry, he shunned fiction. He cared for logic and rhetoric. Not content to limit himself to the regular assignment for study, he read all of the books that fell into his hands, especially those dealing with the most curious and rare subjects. 6. Production and achievement. At the Jesuit school, the writing of poems was a regular part of the course. Unfortunately, no examples of Descartes' work are preserved. A single biographer, without stating his evidence, asserts that Descartes' great mathematical discovery, the application of algebra to the problems of geometry, was made before the young scientist reached his 18th year. 7. Evidences of precocity. Before he was 8 years old, René was called by his father the little philosopher, because of his questions about reasons and causes. Although his parent, fearing to overtax the boy's delicate health, tried to refrain altogether from training him in his earliest years, so strong was the boy's desire to learn and to study that he at length overcame the parental objection. AIIQ 150, relative quotient data 0.53. 3. Development from 17 to 26. On leaving college, Descartes spent a year at home, and then at 18 went to Paris, where after a period of relaxation he resumed his studies, continuing them thereafter until his 22nd year. Then, although despising war and warfare, he enlisted under the Prince of Nassau as a means of fulfilling a desire to travel. The years of his military service were devoted largely to self-directed study. The fruits of this period, 5 or 6 works published in his 22nd and 23rd years, remarkable for their originality, contained the basis of the author's later philosophical discussions. For many years, Descartes travelled throughout Central and Western Europe, serving as a volunteer under several princes and participating in battle with philosophic detachment. His one aim was to find truth by experience in the world and association with its people. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.60. Denis Diderot, 1713 to 1784, a celebrated French philosopher and writer. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 145. 1. Family standing. Diderot's family had been engaged in the manufacture of cutlery for at least 2 centuries. Denis's father was a master of his craft, a much respected and respect-worthy man. The mother was a loving-hearted, just woman. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. No interests are recorded aside from studies, but Denis was not wholly serious, for as a boy he was fond of sport and mischief. At one time, he tired of school and decided to follow his father's trade, but 4 or 5 days in the shop cured him of the whim, and he willingly returned to his studies. 2. Education. At the age of 8, young Diderot was placed in the Jesuit school in his native town, and here he remained until his 20th year. 3. School standing and progress. The progress of young Diderot was rapid. He acquitted himself in the humanities in a brilliant manner, which early showed the unusual capacity which distinguished him throughout life. On one occasion, at least, is recorded that he was awarded prizes of all sorts for composition, for poetry, for memory. 4. Friends and associates, no further record. 5. Reading, no further record. 6. Production and achievement, no further record. 7. Evidences of precocity, no further record. AIIQ 150, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. On the completion of his course at the lower school, Diderot, aged 19 or 20, entered the Jesuit college de Harcourt, where he remained 2 years. Thereafter, his parents offered him a choice between the professions of medicine and law, but Diderot refused both. He wished to continue his studies, but his father would not support him in this course, so young Denis, insistent on the pursuit of letters, became a literary hack. Occasionally he earned money by teaching, but the mechanical toil was unpalatable, and he preferred the freedom of the garret. He once said to an employer, "I am making men of your children, but each day I am becoming a child with them. What I want is not to live better, but to avoid dying." He received monetary assistance from time to time from his old friends. In this way, poor but free, Diderot passed the next 10 years of his life. AIIIQ 145, relative quotient data 0.60. Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, a celebrated French philosopher, physicist, and astronomer. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Gassendi's parents were modest working people, remarkable neither for birth nor for fortune. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. None recorded apart from his studies. 2. Education. At a very early age, Gassendi was sent to the College of Digne. 3. School standing and progress. He showed particular aptitude for languages and mathematics, and at 16 he was invited to lecture in rhetoric at the college he had attended. 4. Friends and associates, no further record. 5. Reading, no further record. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 13, the little doctor, as Gassendi was called, composed minor dramas in prose and poetry, and with his playmates presented them in the homes of the leading families of the city. 7. Evidences of precocity. From his earliest years, Gassendi showed unmistakable marks of genius. When scarcely 4, he preached little sermons. At 7, he showed his learning towards astronomy by giving his comrades ingenious explanations of the movements of the moon. At 10, he arraigned the Bishop of Digne in Latin, and that worthy predicted for him a brilliant future. See also 2, 3, and 6. AIIQ 150, relative quotient data 0.43. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Gassendi went to Aix to study Greek, Hebrew, and theology, and then to Avignon, where he took the degree of doctor. A little later, he obtained a small benefice at Digne. At the age of 21, at Avignon, having been offered a choice of the chairs of theology or philosophy, he chose the former. 3 years later, he was given to the chair of philosophy and addition. At the age of 25, he took holy orders, but continued teaching 5 years longer. AIIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.53. George William Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831, a celebrated German philosopher. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 145. 1. Family standing. Hegel's paternal ancestors were members of the middle class, teachers, preachers, officials, and tradesmen. Friedrich's father was an officer in the fiscal service. His mother was a woman of considerable education and intelligence. Of her family we have no report. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Hegel at the age of 6 was fond of physical activity, but his dancing teacher found him awkward and ungainly. From his 6th year until he left the university, the boy's scholastic activities and interests demanded more than the usual amount of time and energy. He found it difficult to satisfy his naturally inquisitive mind. Of other than academic interests, it is reported only that he had, at the age of 15, made a collection of insects. 2. Education. The children's education was the most important concern of the household. The mother began instructing her son, Frederick, in his 5th year, and she was tender to him because he learned so well. Before he was 6, the boy was sent to a Latin school. At 10, a course of study under excellent private tutors was planned by his father in order to advance the boy more rapidly than his regular school work would do. The special studies in which he received private instruction included Latin, Greek, and mathematics, both pure and applied, with practical surveying. Parts of Fides Christiade were learned by heart. In his 14th year, Hebrew was added. 3. School standing and progress. Before he was 9 years old, Hegel had begun to show intellectual curiosity and the power to reflect and generalize. At the age of 12, he was familiar with the definitions of the idea clara. At 14 3/4, he was familiar with the principles of Wolff's logic. and at 15 he began to have his own ideas on the interpretation of history. At this age he was carrying heavy courses in classics and mathematics in addition to his regular school work. An out-of-school task was a translation of Longinus on the Sublime. Hegel had the unusual taste to prefer the harder Greek to the easier Latin. 4. Friends and associates. Although happy as a child among children, Hegel began at an early age to seek the companionship of older persons. His teacher, Loeffler, and his confessor, the prelate Graininger, and other men of parts began to interest themselves in his progress when he was no more than 8 or 9 years of age. In his teens he met the antiquarian Betulius, who became his friend. 5. Reading. When Hegel was 8 years old, he was presented by his teacher, Loeffler, with a copy of Wieland's Shakespeare. The donor's comment was this: "You don't understand it yet, but you soon will." The first play read by the boy himself was The Merry Wives of Windsor. Hegel read more than the usual school selection of Greek and Latin classics, and he also read Hebrew. He ranged widely in German history, literature, and philosophy. At 16 or 17, or perhaps even earlier, Hegel formed the habit of reading a number of literary periodicals, and his examination of the critical works of others gave him objectivity of judgment and critical balance. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 14 3/4, Hegel began to preserve in a diary a record of his school progress in German and Latin, an account of important events in various ethical and intellectual discourses. This record is for the most part dry, pedantic, and critical, written in the spirit of contemporary enlightenment. From works he had read, he compiled a book of definitions, and a little later, at 16 or 17, he began to fill commonplace books with extracts from his reading arranged systematically, a practice which he continued regularly thereafter. He made a complete bibliography in a correct technical form of the books in his own library. In his 15th year he made a school declamation, which was praised because it was a true presentation of the spirit of the period which it was designed to represent. 7. Evidences of precocity. Hegel's development and school progress gave evidence of a deep, critical, thoughtful mind. See also 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 18, Hegel entered the University of Tübingen, with an excellent school record behind him. As he was destined for the church, theology, reinforced with philosophy, naturally formed the basis of his study. The semi-monastic discipline and narrow atmosphere of the university repelled him, and he found solace in writing, dancing, and drinking, as well as in the study of classical and modern authors. As time proceeded, Hegel was more and more drawn away from the scholastic theology toward the wider, freer field of philosophy, especially in its relation to religion. The statement in his certificate of dismissal that he had bestowed no attention whatever on philosophy is a better indication of the slight knowledge his instructors had of him than it is of his interest in achievement. The next 3 years of youth, aged 23 to 26, spent in Switzerland as a tutor. At this time his study was chiefly directed to problems of religion and ethics, and these he attempted to solve from the historical rather than the philosophical standpoint. This period is important because it was then that Hegel's philosophy was forming and developing. AI IQ 145, relative quotient of data 0.60. End of section 29. Section 30 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 19, Cases rated at AI IQ 150 to 160, Part 2. Victor Hugo, 1802 to 1855. A celebrated French poet, the recognized leader of the Romantic school of the 19th century in France. AI IQ 150, AI IQ 170. 1. Family standing. The Hugos were worthy and respectable people belonging to the artisan class. The grandfather was a carpenter whose son, Victor's father, rose during the Napoleonic Wars to the rank of lieutenant general and first aide-de-camp of Joseph Bonaparte, King of Spain. The older Hugo was the author of some important military works. The mother, who was the daughter of a ship owner, was an intelligent, brave, and gentle woman, and a model mother. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Between his 7th and his 10th year, Victor Hugo lived in Paris, where he spent much of his time out of doors playing in a beautiful garden which he loved, and which he and his brother peopled with imaginary characters. At the age of 7 he ran away from school to see Napoleon pass, and was deeply impressed by the silent god of brass. At 9 he experienced his first love affair, but not with the future Madame Hugo, who was, however, at that time one of his playmates. Young Hugo liked both boyish amusements, but he enjoyed them particularly when he was able, by force or goodwill, to take the lead. At the boarding school, he and his brother were recognized as the commanders or kings of 2 opposing factions, and Victor was considered a terrible despot. During the last Napoleonic Wars, he became absorbed in geography, which he learned thoroughly by studying an elaborate collection of military maps. Though studious, he was no bookworm, but from his 10th year, his most intense interest was in literature, stimulated, no doubt, by his first visit to the theatre, an experience he never forgot. Before he was 13, he had a marionette theatre in which he performed plays of his own composition. At 13, poetry began to assume first place in his thoughts, and for the next 3 years he made verses of every variety. His play hours were devoted to dramatic pursuits, and his evenings to the translation of the odes of Horace and fragments of Virgil into French verse. The boy who had taught himself the principles of French prosody knew also by instinct what was good or bad in literature, and he aimed high. Chateaubriand or nothing was his motto. 2. Education. Between his 4th and his 6th year, the tiny frail little fellow, who often cried without anyone knowing why, attended his first school. At the age of 6, he entered an elementary class taught by an ex-priest. From 9 to 11, while the family was in Spain with the court of King Joseph, Victor attended the College of Nobles, and participated there in the constant feud between the French and the Spanish youth. Madame Hugo was anxious to secure for her children the best education possible, and so of their return to Paris, Victor Hugo, aged 11, and his brothers were instructed by their former tutor. The Hugo boys spent the 100 days in a boarding school, and while they attended, in addition to their regular courses, lectures on physics, philosophy, and mathematics at the college Louis le Grand. At the age of 16, Victor became convinced that a life of letters and not one of arms held the greatest interest for him, and so he withdrew from school without taking the entrance examination to the military college. 3. School standing and progress. During a sojourn in Italy, his father wrote of Victor, aged 5. He has a great aptitude for study. He is as steady as his eldest brother, and of a very reflective turn. He speaks little and never except to the point. Before he was 6, the boy had taught himself to read by merely looking at the printed letters, and he picked up writing and arithmetic almost as quickly. When he was not yet 14, his talent for mathematics brought him under the notice of the master, and at the great examination, both he and his brother obtained honourable mention. Hugo's method of solving mathematical problems was romantic, for he invented the solution rather than deduced it. At 16, he won some distinction in physics, but philosophy did not interest him, and now he could only concentrate on mathematics by fits and starts. 4. Friends and associates. Hugo's brothers, his classmates, and his teachers were his early associates. His mother's influence upon his development and the development of his talent was strong and persistent. 5. Reading. According to the liberal plan of Madame Hugo, her son was allowed from his 10th year to read anything and everything, and even at this tender age he was often sent to the library to select reading matter for her. Madame Hugo subscribed to a reading room for her son, aged 11, and there he read whatever came in his way. Romances, books of science, and even Les Contemporains of Rétif de la Bretonne. It is recorded that at 16 he read furtively, during a lecture hour, Le Génie du Christianisme. 6. Production and achievement. As evidence of Hugo's early literary skill and interest, translations of fables from French into Latin, made by the young author at the age of 10-11, and preserved in their original form, adorned with the youthful poet's reflections, and ornamented with appropriate drawings. At the age of 13, Hugo wrote his first verses about Roland, and the age of chivalry, in which, not having learned his prosody, he invented his laws of rhythm for himself. A little later he turned to the composition of historical dramas, and wrote plays modelled after Molière. These were presented in elaborate costumes by the Hugo brothers and their friends, Victor himself assuming the principal roles. See also 2.1. During a period of enforced leisure in which followed an accident, Victor devoted himself to the composition of odes, satires, epistles, and poems in many styles, and during his 14th and 15th years, he filled 10 exercise books full of verse, 46 pieces in all, some which showed genuine merit. At 14 he wrote an imaginative poem, Le Deluge, and a tragedy, Atamine, in the approved classic style. A second drama, Athalie, was sketched out during the same year but not completed, and this was followed by an opera comic and some short verses. At 15, for a poem of 335 lines on the assigned theme, the habitus which may be derived from study in any situation of life, he received 9th place in the prize composition of the French Academy, a remarkable achievement for a boy. As a consequence, he became a privileged person at school and was invited to dinner by Neufchâteau, a writer and statesman of importance. Between the ages of 13 and 17, he had written odes, satires, epistles, poems, tragedies, elegies, and idyls. Imitations of Hussein, translations of Virgil, Horace, Lucian, Ansonius, and Martial. Romances, fables, stories, epigrams, madrigals, riddles, acrostics, charades, enigmas, and impromptus. At 16 he wrote, in a fortnight, his first romance, Bug Jergal. 7. Evidences of precocity. See 2, 1, 3, 5, and 6. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Hugo's love for the future Madame Hugo provided the spur, if any were needed, for his poetic inspiration. Poetry and prose issued from his pen in a steady stream. In a competition, the young author received first prize for a poem, excelling even a production which Lamartine had submitted. A volume of poems, appearing when the poet was 20, met with the king's approval and brought Hugo a pension. Shortly after this, the young man married. Reviews and articles on painting and sculpture appeared and were followed by a novel which, although only a moderate success, nevertheless secured the author a further pension. At 22, Hugo was made a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. The next years were devoted to writing, poems, odes, and ballads appeared, and to the poet's 26th year was published the great dramatic poem Cromwell, a masterpiece at all points except that of fitness for the modern stage. AIIIQ 170, relative quotient of data 0.82. Félicite Robert de Lamennais, 1782 to 1854, a French writer and philosopher. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 155. 1. Family standing. The Robert family were hardy, adventurous seafarers, determined, energetic, and apt to extreme views and opinions. The father was a well-to-do merchant and ship-owner, whose prosperity was, however, destroyed by the Revolution. Although a Catholic, he was a man of kindly manner, but of very strong convictions. He was ennobled by Louis XVI for important services to the government and for generosity to the poor in times of scarcity. The mother belonged to a family of high professional and civil standing. She was a woman of culture and wide reading. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. In his youth, Lamennais was passionately devoted to the coast and to the sea. At 10 and for some years thereafter, he was very religious in a mystic and devotional rather than an intellectual and doctrinal fashion. He loved to play at the church service, to go through the ritual, and to pray for hours to the Virgin, thus earning from his companions the nickname of the Little Bigot. But the dry catechism filled him with disgust, and he disputed so effectively with the priest, who was to give him the first communion, and quoted Rousseau so aptly, that his communion was postponed until he should lose his heretical views. Midnight Mass during the years of the Revolution made a deep impression upon him. At 14 or 15 he began to feel an ennui, which he combated by enthusiastic participation in physical exercise, riding, fencing, swimming, etc., as well as by wide reading and the study of music. 2. Education. In his earlier years, Félicite refused to learn, except to please his nurse. After his mother's death, which occurred when the boy was 5 years old, he and his brother were adopted by an uncle and aunt, and thereafter for 5 years the younger brother attended school. In addition, he was tutored by the Abbé Carré. At the age of 10, Félicite withdrew from school and was guided for a time by his older brother, but the latter had not sufficient authority, and the uncle had to be called in to discipline the lively youngster. Lemonius continued his studies under his uncle's direction. At the age of 14, he was taken by his father on a trip to Paris, a great event. 3. School standing and progress. Lemonius, at 5, was unbelievably fractious. He was unwilling to learn lessons or to permit others to do so, and was impervious to advice. At school he kept his playmates in a ferment by his teasing, his jokes and his games. At length the schoolmaster conceived the idea of attaching a heavy weight to him by a string tied to his belt, and this device was used on numerous occasions to keep the restless youth in his place. At the age of 8, young Lemonius won a prize, and he afterwards said, "This was the most beautiful day in my life." He was always extreme, either completely lazy or frenziedly studious, charmingly tractable or completely uncontrollable. At the age of 12, he suddenly began to take a great interest in his studies, and his progress became rapid. He always read, pen in hand, and noted passages that struck his fancy. As soon as he was able to read Latin readily, he learnt Greek by himself, with no other help than his books. He did not neglect English, Italian, Spanish, or German. 4. Friends and associates. In his earliest childhood, a vague feeling of superiority held Lemonius aloof from other children. There is no mention of associates other than schoolmates, referred to incidentally, and members of the family. 5. Reading. Lemonius was punished for misdemeanors by being shut up in his uncle's library. Here he learned to read by devouring everything in the classics, theology, philosophy, Voltaire, Rousseau, and revolutionary treatises. Through reading, he obtained the most valuable part of his education, and to satisfy his insatiable appetite for books, he would commit a misdeed in order to be shut up in the library. Before he was 10, Felicite had read Rousseau, and at 12, Horace and Tacitus. During the following years, he continued to read widely. When about 16 years of age, he turned to philosophy to such poets as Anacreon, Catullus, Tasso, and Metastasio. 6. Production and achievement. A Latin exercise is preserved as evidence of Lemonius' ability in his 11th year. At 12 he began to write compositions on such topics as the happiness of country life, and at 14 his first publication appeared in some obscure sheet. At 14 or 15 he submitted to the competitive examination of an academy an essay combating the modern philosophy. He imitated the thought and style of the romantic poets in both his verse and his prose. Some of his earliest verses, without having the ease or the grace of the model, show a real facility, but it is in his prose that he is at his best, reflecting there the fresh colours of the ancient poets. In learning a foreign language, Lemonius began by making an abridged grammar, passing then to translation and exercises. He filled whole volumes with these exercises, and on every page are found ingenious thoughts which would not be out of place among those which he later published. 7. Evidences of precocity. A delicate child, Lemonius was distinguished in his infancy by a peculiar vivacity. At the age of 8, as he walked by the sea, his master, he believed that he recognized the infinite. Seeing that others were not moved as he cried out, "They behold what I behold, but they do not see what I see." AIIQ 150, relative coastal data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Until Lemonius reached the age of 22, he remained at home. In spite of his pleasure in deep study of literature, especially classical literature, music, and an outdoor exercise, he was frequently oppressed by melancholy. At 22, he experienced an intellectual conversion with the Catholic faith, and shortly afterward became professor of mathematics in an ecclesiastical college. His health failing, however, he had to give up the post and return to the country, and later to Paris. In the metropolis he plunged alternately into active exercise and profound study, with the result that his vigour returned very slowly. A religious pamphlet published by him at 26 was of sufficient consequence to be seized by Napoleon's police. AIIQ 155, relative coastal data 0.60. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1807 to 1882, American poet and man of letters. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Henry's father, Stephen Longfellow, a descendant of 4 Mayflower pilgrims, was a man much honoured in the community for his ability in his profession of the law, for his sound, good sense in affairs, and his high integrity, his liberality and public spirit. The mother's father was General Pellick Wadsworth, a graduate of Harvard, who taught school at Plymouth, rose to a Major General's command in the Revolution, and served for 14 years in the National Congress. The mother herself had many interests, religious, social, intellectual, and artistic. She was a kind friend and neighbour, and the confidant of her children. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. When Henry was only 8 months old, his mother wrote, "He's an active rogue, and he wishes for nothing so much as singing and dancing." Just before the outbreak of the war in 1812, when the boy was 5 years old, his aunt wrote, "Our little Henry is ready to march. He had his tin gun prepared and his head powdered a week ago." In his early boyhood, although he disliked loud noises and rude excitements, he was fond of all boys' games, and was too tender-hearted for hunting, and was never a sportsman. He loved much better to be under a tree and read. At 16, politics were almost as uninteresting to him as so many columns of the tradesmen's advertisements. At the same age, during an important religious meeting, he had been so much of a heretic as to remain all day at home. 2. Education. In their early childhood, Henry and his brother were taught the Bible on Sunday afternoons by their mother. In his 4th and 5th years, Henry attended a private school where he learned his letters. At 5, he attended public school for a week, but the companionship of rough boys there proved distasteful, and so he was transferred to a private school. At 6, he followed his teacher, Mr. Carter, to the Portland Academy. When he was 14, Henry, with his older brother, passed successfully the entrance examination to Bowdoin College, but did not take up residence there until the beginning of the sophomore year. 3. School standing and progress. While Henry, aged 6, was attending the Portland Academy, his teachers sent this billet home to the little lad's parents. "Master Henry Longfellow is one of the best boys we have in school. He spells and reads very well. He also can add and multiply numbers. His conduct last quarter was very correct and admirable." At the age of 7, little Henry is reported to have gone half through his Latin grammar. At this time he stood above several boys twice as old as he. When he was 10, the preceptor certified that he had during the week distinguished himself by his good deportment. Monday morning's lesson and occasional levity accepted. At college, the higher mathematics gave him some trouble, but his scholastic performance was superior, the excellence of his compositions being particularly noteworthy. 4. Friends and associates. In his early teens, Longfellow established a literary exchange and partnership with his friend William Brown, a bright youth a little older than himself. At college, Henry was described as somewhat fastidious in the choice of companions, though friendly toward all. 5. Reading. Before he was 10, Henry read Gray's Fables. He became quite indignant over The Hare with Many Friends, but consoled himself by refusing to believe it true. At 12, Irving's sketchbook fascinated his imagination. It was to him that the one book of the period which satisfied his desires. At 16, he was reading Gray's Odes and Dr. Johnson's criticisms. By this time, he had also read Heckwelder's History and Manners and Customs of the Indian Natives of Pennsylvania and the neighboring states. In the same period, he found Locke on the Human Understanding, neither remarkably hard nor uninteresting. 6. Production and achievement. When he was nearly 7, young Longfellow wrote his first letter, a clear but simple epistle to his father. His first print verses appeared in the Portland Gazette when he was not quite 14. From time to time, other pieces, which he later described as not worth reprinting, appeared in the Gazette, and he continued to contribute to that paper until after he went to college at the age of 15. While at college, he also wrote some prose articles for the American Monthly magazine. The editor commented the taste and talent displayed in The Poor Student and in Youth and Age. 7. Evidences of precocity. See 2, 1, 3, 5, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative kosher data 0.75. 3. Developed from 17 to 26. Longfellow's devotion to the study of literature continued, and various verse and prose writings appeared from his pen. Upon graduating 4th in a class of 38, he was offered a Bowdoin professorship of modern languages. with the proposal that he spend 3 years in Europe fitting himself for the position. After spending a winter reading law in his father's office, Longfellow carried out his plan. During his professional service and before he was 25, he published a number of textbooks for the study of modern languages. He married at 24. IQ 160, relative coefficient of data 0.75. Jacob Ludwig Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy, 1809 to 1847, a celebrated German composer and musician. IQ 150, IQ 155. 1. Family standing. Moses Mendelssohn, called the modern Plato, grandfather of Felix, was a profound philosophical thinker and one of the noblest representatives of true humanity. He had a fine taste for music and was collaborator with Nicolai in his Library of the Fine Arts. Abraham Mendelssohn, Felix's father, although not equal to his father and his son in mental productivity, had many fine traits of mind and character. He was a successful and wealthy merchant of Berlin. Although a Jew by birth, he had his children trained in the Protestant faith and united to the Reformed Church. His judgment with regard to music was clear and sound, although he did not understand its technicalities. Felix's mother was a finely educated woman with great accomplishments in music, art, and languages, French, Italian, and Greek. She was in every way unusual, and was noted for her brilliant mind and great personal charm. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Aside from music, Felix had many other interests. He was devoted to gymnastics, took great pleasure in riding, swimming and dancing, and played both billiards and chess with Theodore. Drawing was like a professional avocation with him, and his letter writing was remarkable for neatness and finish. Whatever he did, he thought worth doing well. 2. Education. The education of the Mendelssohn children was planned with the greatest care by their father, who secured for them skilled teachers, men of high reputation and even distinction. Felix's mother began giving her son music lessons of 5 minutes' duration when he was no more than a tiny lad. At the age of 7, he began piano lessons with the distinguished musician, Ludwig Berger, lessons in harmony with Goethe's friend, Karl Zettler, and was taught the violin by the noted musician Karl Henning. At the same time, his general education began under Hayes, father of the poet, to whom he owed his thorough classical training and his well-grounded scientific information. Felix and his sisters studied along under the direction of their teachers, beginning their work at 5 o'clock in the morning. At the age of 10, Felix entered the Singer Academy as an alto. At 15, he began to receive piano lessons from the distinguished musical Moscheles. In addition to his music and scientific work, the boy devoted much time and application to drawing. In his 17th year, he was ready to enter the University of Berlin. 3. School standing and progress. The boy's proficiency in Latin and Greek enabled him to prepare at 15 an accurate translation of Terence's Andria for Goethe's use, and this work later became a basis for the themes of 2 of his master's works, the music of Sophocles' Antigone and Oedipus in Kolonos. In drawing, Felix attained as an amateur a high degree of perfection. See 2.6 for progress in music. 4. Friends and associates. Felix's elder sister, Fanny, was quite equal to her brother in the command of piano. The two were inseparable companions, sharing each other's confidences, artistic aims, and ambitions. When the boy was 12, his teacher, Zelter, took him to Weimar for a 2 weeks visit to Goethe, who was charmed with the young musician. This and subsequent visits made a deep and lasting impression on the young lad. Felix was a wonder child, in the best sense of the word, beautiful in body and spirit, the very image of health and happiness, eager and merry, remarkably gifted, and yet always modest. These qualities naturally attached to him acquaintances and associates. Many distinguished visitors came to his home, and he frequently met eminent musicians at home and on trips with his father. 5. Reading. No specific record. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 9, Felix played the piano in a trio at a concert and was much applauded. In his 11th and 12th years, he wrote from 50 to 60 complete movements, including pieces for the piano, violin, and organ, songs, and a cantata. 2 years later, although his labours were interrupted by a journey to Switzerland and by great activity in other lines, he produced an extraordinary number of compositions. About this time began the Sunday matinees in the Mendelssohn home, to which a small number of friends were invited. Here Felix's compositions were played, and the boy and his sister Fanny had an opportunity of hearing other people's judgment on their productions. So notable did the musical matinees become that soon all the musicians of distinction coming to Berlin requested to be admitted to them. When Felix was 14, the English Quarterly Musical Magazine and Review gave notice of his sympathy of his composition, saying, "Its rich invention, unity of design, and attentive study of effect promised much for his future works." When he was 15, his opera was rehearsed for the first time with an orchestra, and his old teacher, Zelter, proclaimed him no longer an apprentice but an independent member of the Brotherhood of Musicians. It was at this time that Moscheles became his teacher, and the latter soon pronounced his pupil a phenomenon already a mature artist. With untiring activity, Felix continued to produce symphonies, pianoforte pieces, songs, operas, etc. Among his compositions at the age of 16 was the Octet for Strings, Opus 20, a masterpiece, and Scherzo, being considered the revealer of an absolutely new creative faculty. 7. Evidences of precocity. Even in his 8th year, Felix played the piano with extraordinary ability. He had a remarkably precocious power of musical production. See also 2.6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient at 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 15, Mendelssohn matriculated at the University of Berlin, and during the next 3 years he attended lectures there, among them Hegel's on music and Ritter's on geography, in which he took great interest. In addition to his regular work, he added continually to his list of musical compositions, superintended at the age of 18 the production of his opera, The Wedding of Camacho, and rehearsed a chorus of 16 voices in Bach's Passion. His first and greatest achievement in conductorship came at the age of 20, when he conducted and accompanied in the performance of Bach's Passion. He made his first public appearance in England at the Philharmonic concert, when at the age of 20 he directed the performance of one of his earlier symphonies, which was most favourably received. The following year he was offered, but declined, the newly found chair of music at the University of Berlin. He visited Italy and astounded the Roman musicians by his improvisation. Thereafter he spent some months in Paris, where he became known to the public in concerts. At 24 he was made director of the music festival at Düsseldorf, and at 26 accepted the position of conductor of the Gwentor's concerts in Leipzig, the highest position attainable in the German musical world. During this period he composed the overture to the Hebrides, Walpurgis Night, and the Oratorio St. Paul. AII IQ 155, relative quotient at 0.75. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1756 to 1791, a celebrated Austrian composer. AI IQ 150, AII IQ 155. 1. Family standing. The Mozart family belonged originally to the artisan class. The grandfather was a bookbinder. The father, determined to rise out of the rank of his ancestors, studied law and also music. He became orchestral director in Salzburg and was the author of many musical compositions, as well as a standard work on violin playing. The mother, a daughter of the steward of the convent of St. Gilgen, was a good woman, but in no way distinguished. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. From before his 6th year, Mozart's sole absorbing interest was in music, and even the games he played had some musical element. Whatever he did was done wholeheartedly, but apparently he had few interests unrelated to music, so absorbing was his art. At the age of 10, however, he constructed mentally an imaginary kingdom of children in which he was king. He had a map of it drawn by a servant, according to specifications, which he drew up. At about the same time, he planned to compose an opera to be presented by the children of Salzburg. At the age of 11 he became skillful in card games and a good fencer. Before he was 16 he had felt the pleasures and pains of a first love. 2. Education. When Mozart was between 3 and 4 he was taught by his father to play the clavier. He learned minuets and other pieces, which he soon played with perfect correctness and an exact time. At the age of 7 he began to receive instruction in singing by an Italian master, and at 14 he was studying and executing the most difficult counterpoint. Meanwhile his general education was not neglected. he studied arithmetic at the usual age, and evidences of a smattering of Latin appear in letters written at 13, while the correspondence of the following years shows that he had picked up some Italian in the course of his travels. 3. School standing and progress. No specific record. 4. Friends and associates. Mozart's associates were the musicians and the courtiers of Europe. Everyone liked the agreeable and talented little fellow, and made much of him. His sister was his comrade and confidant. 5. Reading. Mozart mentions reading the Arabian Nights in Italian when he was 14. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 5, Mozart first felt the impulse to produce, and little pieces he composed were written down by his father. 3 works are recorded before the age of 6. A Minuet and Trio for Clavier, Opera 1, a Minuet, Op. 2, and Allegro, Op. 3. These are not particularly original, but they exhibit the rounded, simple melody always characteristic of their composer. When Mozart was 7, his first published work appeared, 4 sonatas for piano and violin, one of which showed especially remarkable taste. Between the ages of 7 and 15, he composed works for pianoforte and violin, pianoforte concertos, masses and church music, 18 symphonies, 2 operettas, and at the age of 14, an opera. When he was 12, his first operetta was performed. At 13, he received an appointment as Grand Ducal Concertmaster without salary. In his first year of office, he composed 20 numbers. At the age of 14, his first Italian opera was presented with great success. During these years, his musical genius was so prolific that his fingers ached with the work of committing his ideas to paper. At 16, he received his first salary. Mozart was a brilliant executive artist, as well as a great creative genius. His first musical tour was undertaken at the age of 6, when he visited Munich and met there with a very favourable reception. By his 8th year, 2 more successful tours had been made, the first to Vienna and cities en route, the second through Germany. From his 8th to his 15th year, Mozart visited Paris, London, The Hague, Amsterdam, and Vienna for a second time. 2 tours to Italy were carried out in his 16th and 17th years. Mozart's letters show the characteristics of an average pre-college student. 7. Evidences of precocity. When he was 3 or 4, Mozart began to invent musical ideas. Impressed by seeing his sister play, he seated himself at the clavier and picked out thirds, to his great delight. Even at that early age, he could retain musical passages that he had heard. On one occasion before his 5th birthday, he learned at 9:30 at night, and in half an hour, a minute and a trio, pieces requiring independence of the 2 hands and some musical comprehension. Before he was 6, Mozart had begun to insist upon the presence of real connoisseurs whenever he played. His first concerto, the little musician wrote down himself. The writing composition was a daub of ink, but there was no real order in its music. The child exceeded expectations on his first musical tours and is received everywhere as a prodigy. He was an enthusiastic critic of the playing of others. He played charmingly whether with one finger, with the keyboard covered, or in the usual way. At 7, his extraordinary sense of absolute pitch was discovered, as well as remarkable skill with the violin and the organ, which he had never been taught. His repertoire included the naming of any note played at a distance, improvising in any key on the harpsichord or organ, and transposing to any key. He could supply the accompaniment to a singer without knowing the air in advance, or to a dictated melody without the use of the clavier. In his 10th year he was called by Tschudi the instrument maker, the most extraordinary performer in the world. And the same year he was investigated in London by a lawyer who reported proofs of the boy's decided inventive power. Compositions from the following year reveal remarkable ability in elaborating a theme. Locked up for a week by an incredulous archbishop, and required to prove his ability to write an oratorio without outside aid, Mozart, aged 11, achieved a brilliant triumph. A mature musical composition, although written with blotted notes in a childish hand. At 14 in Rome, Mozart performed the astounding feat of transferring the paper to the Allegri Miserere, after hearing it performed in the Sistine Chapel. In recognition of the powers of the gifted boy, the Pope conferred upon him the Order of the Golden Spur, and he was admitted to the Bolognese Philharmonic Society. Musical compositions continued to flow from his pen, and even the ablest critics united in praising him. AI IQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From 17 to 26, when Mozart finally settled in Vienna, he led a nomadic existence, visiting Italy, returned to Salzburg, and spending some time in Munich, Augsburg, Mannheim, Paris, returning to Salzburg, and then again to Munich, Vienna, Augsburg, and finally Vienna. In spite of travelling quarrels with patrons and financial difficulties, Mozart managed to compose continually and produce during this time an extraordinary number of works. At 19, the opera La Finta Giardiniera was produced and praised by a distinguished critic as showing wonderful genius and indicating that Mozart would be the greatest composer that had ever lived. At this age, the young lad was a skilled performer on the piano, violin, and viola, a ready composer in the most varied branches of music, sacred and secular vocal music, sonatas, trios, and concertos for the pianoforte, chamber music, and works for the organ. In addition, he had studied musical theory. At 24, he composed his first true masterpiece, Idomeneo, produced the following year. This was a pronounced success, deciding once for all Mozart's position as a dramatic composer. On his final settlement in Vienna, in addition to composing, the youth gave lessons and concerts and performed in aristocratic homes. Die Entführung aus dem Serail, written at the Emperor's command and produced when Mozart was 26 and a month after its composer's marriage, was received with acclamation. Mozart's genius seemed to be continually nourished rather than sapped by its extraordinary fertility in production. AIIQ 155, relative kosher data 0.75. Ernest Renan, 1823 to 1829. An eminent French writer, Orientalist and critic. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. On the father's side, Renan's forebears were Breton sailors, courageously and stubbornly republican in principle and melancholy in temperament. It is not improbable that the father's death at sea was a suicide. On the mother's side, Renan was of Gascon blood, from a family of traders in Bordeaux, cheerful religious folk and royalists in sympathy. From both lines of ancestry, Renan was a true child of the people. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Renan was early attracted, aged 6 or 7, by stories and legends told him by his mother, by some old announcements in Gothic letters, and by an old tome of Cantiques de Marseillaise, over which he amused interminably. He carried on discussions in politics with the housemaid. Cognat, a schoolmate, says that at 16 Renan's prose style turned distinctly toward the romantic and away from the classical. 2. Education. Renan at 9 entered on a scholarship, the ecclesiastical school by his native town of Truguier. At 15 he went to Paris on a second scholarship to enter the ecclesiastical training school of St. Nicholas du Chardonnet. 3. School standing and progress. From 9 to 15 Renan won first or second prize each year at Truguier, and in the last year won the first prize in each of 9 subjects taught in the school. At St. Nicholas du Chardonnet, after a period of homesickness and misery, he finally won at the age of 17 the coveted first place in his class. 4. Friends and associates. No records are preserved of intimate friends. Cognat, later Abe, was an admirer and a fellow student at St. Nicholas. Of Dupanlop, the director of the school, Renan wrote, "He is most beautiful and the most lofty mind that I have so far known." In his youth, Ernest greatly loved and admired his teachers, the priests at the College of Tréguier. 5. Reading. The Morale and Action ranked next to Télémaque in its influence on Renan's childhood. In Paris, the youth, aged 16, was intoxicated by the works of Michelet, Hugo, and Lamartine. Bousset and Fenelon were subjects of eager discussion. 6. Production and Achievement. Year after year, Renan carried away the first prize in Latin. Sometimes, as at Tréguier, aged 15, he won prizes in all his subjects. At 16, he wrote, among other works, a hymn to the Virgin. 7. Evidences of precocity. At the age of 6, Renan announced his ambition to become a writer of books. He won a scholarship at the College of Tréguier at 9 years of age. See also 2, 1, 3, and 6. AIIQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, enhanced by the prose of Michelet, Renan refused to imitate further the moral style of Bruppenlop, the distinguished director of the school. At 19, he was wonderfully moved by his studies on philosophy and Sulpice. The works of the Germans, Kant, Hegel, and Herder, especially impressed him. At 21, having finally accepted the tonsure and minor orders, he turned to the study of comparative philology, devoting himself primarily to the Semitic languages. At 24, he received the Prix Volney, 1,200 francs, for his Histoire Générale et Système, compared des langues semitiques. A year later, at 25, his study of all Greek languages in the west of Europe was crowned by the Academy of Inscriptions at Belles Lettres. AIIIQ 160 with a quotient data 0.75. George Sand, Aurore Dupin, 1804 to 1876, a French novelist. AIIQ 150, AIIIQ 150. 1. Family standing. Aurore Dupin was descended on her father's side from Augustus of Saxony, and through him related to the royal houses of Germany and France. Her father was a brilliant, adventurous soldier, with the nature of an artist. Her mother, a milliner, the daughter of a bird seller, was during her married life a respectable, active, industrious woman, as she was always a clever one, and in her own way, something of an artist and a poet. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Aurora's first recorded interest was in hearing and narrating poetical or fanciful tales. She attempted to satisfy a desire for strange mental experiences by conjuring up hallucinations, but try as she would, she was never quite successful. She was devoted to reading, to composing poems, and to wandering about the hillsides playing with the country children, or listening to the herdsman's ghost stories. When the little girl's mother read aloud to her, so vivid was the child's imagination that scenes appeared to her as if really pictured on the fire screen by her side. At the convent school, Aurora, aged 16, had a mystic vision which deeply impressed her, and in consequence she thought of becoming a nun. But her confessor advised against this course. She was dreamy, meditative, and passionate, with a face strangely fascinating and expressive of strong intellectual enthusiasms. The outdoor country life, the solitude, delighted her, but she became known as an eccentric. 2. Education. Aurora's first 3 years were spent with her parents in their Paris lodging. At the age of 4 and later, she travelled with the family during the campaign to Spain, and there she was a great favourite of her father's general, Murat. The little girl was given in jest the uniform of an aide-de-camp. At her father's death, when she was no more than 4, little Aurora was left to the upbringing of her mother, the milliner, and her grandmother, the grand dame. Toward the age of 5, she learned to write. At 7 or 8, she could spell, but not correctly, for indeed she never acquired this art. By learning to write by herself, she learned to understand what she read. When she was about 9 years old, she was taught music by her grandmother, by whom the principles were made so clear that it did not seem like swallowing the ocean. She later believed that she would have become a musician if she had devoted herself to this art, as she had aptitude for it and an appreciation of the beautiful. The only studies that really pleased Aurora at this time were history and geography, music and literature. At 13, she began to receive lessons from her father's former tutor, an eccentric pedant, who encouraged her independent ways. The conflict between plebeian mother and aristocratic grandmother sharpened the young girl's discrimination of the elements of character, increased her sympathies, and developed especially a keen understanding of the attitudes of the oppressed classes. On one occasion, the grandmother, in fear of death, disclosed to her granddaughter all her grievances against her daughter-in-law. "It was like a nightmare," wrote Aurora. Aurora spent her early teens in a convent. On her removal thence, she continued studies at home, including in her course English, Italian, some Latin, and the natural sciences. A young man of the neighbourhood instructed her in osteology. Aurora's attitude toward religion was in keeping with her erratic and passionate nature. In early years she was not taught religion, but rather permitted to believe, or reject, as she would, the miracles of antiquity. At the time of receiving her first communion, at the age of 12 or 13, she learned the Catechism like a parrot, without seeking to understand it, and firmly resolved not to retain or believe a word of it. The next 3 years, living in the convent of the Augustinians, she became for a time very religious. Then she lost her enthusiasm for religious observance. But throughout these years, she observed the nuns to such good purpose that she was able later to use them as characters in her novels. Her grandmother, fearing the fanaticism of the priests, took her away from the convent at the age of 16. 3. School standing and progress. C2, 2. 4. Friends and associates. C2, 1, 2, and 6. The members of the family, the nuns and her fellow pupils in the convent, her tutors, and the neighbours were Aurora's associates, but her grandmother and her mother exerted a greater influence upon her than any others. 5. Reading. At an early age, 7 to 8, the little girl read books of sacred history, and probably countless other works. At 8 or 9, she found at Nohant the tales of Madame d'Aulnoy and of Perrault, which were her delight, for 5 or 6 years. At this time she began to read by herself an abridged edition of Greek mythology, which gave her great enjoyment because it resembled fairy tales in some respects. At about the age of 12 she read Jerusalem Delivered and the Iliad. The poems of Tasso, Atala, and Paul and Virginia were her favourite books. Her reading at 16 included philosophy, poetry, and ethics. She read Locke, Condillac, Montesquieu, Bossuet, Pascal, Montaigne, and Rousseau, whom she considered apart from the others, and she devoured the books of the moralists and poets, La Bruyère, Pope, Milton, Dante, Virgil, and Shakespeare. All this reading was too much for her sensibilities and excited her brain. After reading Chateaubriand's René, she was disgusted with life and attempted to commit suicide, but she was hindered in her design by the good sense of her horse, who refused to become a party to her scheme by drowning steed and rider. She read Bacon, Aristotle, Leibniz, the novels of Madame de Genlis and of Van der Velde, as well as Chateaubriand's Génie du Christianisme. 6. Production and achievement. At 7 or 8, Aurora composed stories that never ended, and acted them with her sister or another little companion. Her compositions were a mixture of everything that entered her head, mythology and religion combined, the 3 graces, the 9 muses, Mother Goose, the angels, the Virgin, the good fairy, Puncilinos and magicians, imps of the theatre and saints of the church. Finding at the age of 10, or a little later, that her grandmother did not compare her resumes, the books she had read, with the originals, she launched forth more and more into personal appreciations, without worrying about the opinion of the authors. Finally she began to find opportunities for slipping in descriptions and original embellishments. Toward the age of 12, she tried her hand at entirely original descriptive pieces. These her grandmother declared were masterpieces, but her mother only laughed at her fine phrases. At 12 or 13 she began to compose a poem which reads at least 1,000 cantos, and which, although none of it was written down, became a living part of the little girl's existence. So absorbed did she become in her fantasy that she finally erected an altar to the godlike hero of her creation. At 14, Aurora directed and presented from memory Molière's Malade Imaginaire, which delighted the nuns, who were quite ignorant of the original author. Before she was 16, the young author believed that she had discovered the middle term between free prose and regular verse, rhyming prose, and she composed many verses in this new medium. At the same time, she wrote a pastoral poem and her first prose narrative, a religious novel, 100 pages long. The verses, however, pleased her more than the prose. 7. Evidences of precocity. Little Aurora learned to walk at 10 months. She began to talk rather late, but as soon as she had begun to say a few words, she learned many more very quickly. Before she was 3, she would amuse herself, while penned in by 4 chairs, telling interminable stories in which were said to figure few bad people and no serious troubles. Perhaps these faults might be pardoned, so young an author, but the critical mother did not hesitate to say that the tales were most tiresome on account of their length and the development given to digressions. See also 2, 1, 2, 5, and 6. AI IQ 150, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Already independent in thought and action at the age of 17, Aurora was developing her literary and critical bent by reading Plutarch, Livy, Herodotus, Tacitus, and Rousseau. Of these she was especially devoted to Rousseau, whose philosophy fascinated her. On the death of her grandmother, Aurora was taken by her mother to Paris, but she found the life they led there intolerable. Rather more to escape the situation than from love, she married at 18 M. Dudevant. With such a beginning, misunderstanding between husband and wife gradually developed in spite of the birth of 2 children. Just after she was 21, Aurora began a platonic friendship with Aurélien Decize, which lasted 4 years. When Madame Dudevant was 26, the family visited the Pyrenees, Mont d'Or, and Paris, but these travels, even in conjunction with the birth of their second child, could not close the bridge widening between the ordinary man and his superior wife. At 27, Madame Dudevant separated from her husband and left for Paris with the intention of entering upon a literary career. AIIIQ 150, relative coefficient data 0.75. Frederick Ernest Daniel Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, a celebrated German philosopher and theologian. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 145. 1. Family standing. Schleiermacher's father and both of his grandfathers were pastors of the Reformed Church. The mother was devoted to her children and supervised their education during the frequent absences of her husband. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. As recorded, Schleiermacher's interests were chiefly religious, scholastic, and after the age of 16, literary and philosophical. It was between the ages of 16 and 18 that Schleiermacher determined to make a thorough study of theology. 2. Education. Schleiermacher's early home atmosphere was orthodox and evangelical. His earliest training was received from his mother, apparently a born teacher, and before he had reached the age of 4, young Fritz had learned to read. From his 6th until his 10th year, he attended school in Breslau. Then, following a period of instruction at home, where a certain pressure was brought to bear in an attempt to overcome his conceit, he was sent to the police school, where he remained until he was 13. From 13 to 14, he attended the boarding school of religious sect, and this was followed by 2 years at the excellent Moravian school at Neski. At 16, he entered the Barbary Seminary, the Moravian University, and remained there 2 years. 3. School standing and progress. Because at his first school, the boy aged 5 to 9 acquired the elements of Latin very rapidly, and committed the vocables to memory with unusual ease, the half of which I had usually forgotten the next day. He passed quickly through the lower forms, and gained a reputation for cleverness. He became somewhat conceited from being above many older and larger boys, but his pride was humbled when a Latin author was substituted for the grammar, for he discovered that whereas the words could be easily translated, the meaning was less readily grasped. He became confused, and then, seeing that all the other boys were not thus disturbed, he decided that his own cleverness was spurious. For this time he was often conscious of the very fragmentary character of his knowledge, and he was frightened when he discovered great lacunae, which he supposed did not exist in the knowledge of others. In a letter to her brother written when the boy was 6, his mother reported that the pastor was much pleased with the lad's attentiveness and distinct answers in religious instruction. At 7, Schleiermacher was the smallest boy in school, but even then was at the head of his class, a 3rd form. From the age of 5 to 7, his weekly report of lessons and deportment read once fair, otherwise it was uniformly good, industrious, very good, very industrious. At the age of 9, 10, and perhaps 11, he conceived a dislike for the sciences. He began to hate languages, and he felt he had no aptitude for them. In spite of this, when he was 11, he impressed the Pless headmaster by his comprehension and industry. In a letter from his mother, we read that her son would have been able to enter the university at 14 if he had been left at school in Breslau. So quickly does he progress in everything. Inspired by a tutor, Schleiermacher became, between 11 and 13, enthusiastically interested in classical languages, and he rapidly lost his earlier distaste. He jealously guarded his reputation for cleverness, and kept the flame of his ambition burning brightly by reading tales of celebrated men. When near the age of 13, he developed a strange skepticism, conceiving the idea that all recorded history and the ancient authors were superstitious. He told this theory to no one, but he determined to verify it later by his own investigations. A second religious struggle occurred at this time, aroused by a consideration of the doctrine of the natural corruption of man. At 15, and by his own desire, Schleiermacher was confirmed. At 16, he entered the Moravian University, being unusually young for this promotion. 4. Friends and associates. Schleiermacher's teachers, with one accord, interested themselves in him and gave him assistance and encouragement. His inseparable friend and classmate at the Moravian school became later a Moravian bishop. 5. Reading. At an early age, Schleiermacher read The Children's Friend, a book of knowledge. At 14, with his friend, von Albertini, at the Moravian school, Schleiermacher fell upon the Greek classics and devoured them rapidly. With the scant aid of an inadequate dictionary and grammar, the two boys attacked and vanquished the Greek Old Testament in a similar manner. At 16, Schleiermacher was reading a critical literary journal, and between his 17th and his 19th year, he and his friends read Kant's Prolegomena. 6. Production and achievement. A drawing, executed at 9, was a birthday gift to his mother. At 10 or 11, Schleiermacher taught his little brother to read and to reckon. In a group of essays written at 14, the lad incorporated quotations from Greek classics not included in the assigned readings. These he had not read out of school hours. Letters to his sister telling of his interests and activities are preserved, the first written when he was 14 and 3/4. 7. Evidences of precocity. Schleiermacher learned to read at the age of 4. When nearly 5, he began to attend school, where he quickly won a reputation for cleverness. When he was 6, his mother wrote that he gave her much hope, as he had both a good heart and a good head. At 10 or 11, little Fritz was worried over such problems as a doctrine of eternal punishment and the atonement. AIIQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. The narrow spiritual atmosphere of the theological seminary, which entirely lacked facilities for gaining acquaintance with modern critical works, so reached upon Schleiermacher that at 18 he was again assailed by religious doubt. A little later he left the seminary to go to the University of Halle. Here he found a new attitude, and to him strange customs, but he strove to overcome his shyness and pursued his studies in French, English, Greek, and religious philosophy with more than customary zeal. After passing his university examination at 21 2/3, he was appointed tutor to the family of a Prussian count with whom he spent 3 happy years. Although he was kept busy with his preceptorial studies, he also preached a number of sermons. At 24, he left the count's service and became a member of a Berlin seminary for college teachers. He had also a teaching position. Before he was 26, he had accepted, in addition to his other duties, an appointment as curate at Landsberg. AIIQ 145, relative quotient of data 0.75. Walter Scott, 1771 to 1832, a famous Scottish novelist and poet. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 155. 1. Family standing. The Scott family belonged to the Scottish gentry. Walter's grandfather was a successful cattle raiser who acquired a considerable fortune. His father, a man of practical, though untaught philosophy, was a lawyer. The poet's mother was a woman of culture and imagination, who had had a better education than most of the Scottish women of her day. She was the daughter of Dr. Rutherford, professor of medicine in the University of Edinburgh, pupil of Boerhaave, and a distinguished member of a distinguished family. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. During his childhood and boyhood, Scott suffered from periods of illness, and for this reason his interests were turned from the sports in which he was unable to join to quiet pursuits. The reading of Scottish history and ballads soon grew to be his passion. At school, aged 7 to 11, he won popularity and applause for his stories, and at 14 he and his friend Irving started the practice, which they maintained for 3 years, of composing martial and miraculous legends during holidays for each other's enjoyment. At 16, during a serious illness followed by nervous depression, Scott's only resources were reading, chess playing, and the quiet sport of arranging campaigns of pebbles upon his bed, and so fighting through Feuilletons, Knights of Malta, and other works of the kind. During his later convalescence, it was his delight to take long walks or rides, especially to the scenes of historical events. He preferred a battlefield to a beautiful view, and at each historic spot he gathered some souvenir. Another consequence of his early ill health was that he came to love solitude, utilizing it for the exercise of his invention in tale and ballad. By the age of 13, a love of natural objects had been aroused, which was never abated. Scott delighted in the theatre, an interest which had its birth in his first visit there at the age of 4, to see, as you like it, which ever after remained a vivid picture in his mind. In spite of the efforts of his teachers, Scott was unable to master the technique of music and painting. But his interest in literature grew, and at 15 he used his earnings to learn Italian so that he might read the literary treasures in that language. 2. Education. At 3 or 4, Scott learned to read in a dame's school, with occasional supplementary lessons from an aunt. An aged grandmother told young Walter many a Highland tale and legend. After a few private lessons in Latin, he was sent to his 8th year to the grammar school at Edinburgh. In addition, he received lessons from a tutor at home. At 11, he was advanced to the rector's class, where he read Caesar, Livy and Sallust, Virgil, Horace and Terence. At 13, the lad's health compelled another retirement to the country, and there he attended the country grammar school, receiving also private instruction from the schoolmaster, who was an excellent classical scholar. He entered college at 14 and studied a little philosophy, and less Greek, but his course there was frequently interrupted by ill health. On resuming his studies after a break of this kind, he took up mathematics, ethics, moral philosophy, history, and law. Unfortunately, the courses too proved to be more than a smattering of each to be obtained. At 15, Scott was apprenticed to his father to learn the business of the law. 3. School standing and progress. At school, Scott was behind his class, and so fell into the habit of doing inferior work. His master was annoyed by this, for he recognized the boy's ability. On one occasion, Scott succeeded in winning a place at the top of the class by a ruse, and from that time he maintained his high position, being encouraged to strive to excel by the rector's statement that others might understand the Latin better, but Scott's understanding of the meaning was seldom exceeded. At the country school, Scott, at 13, acted as usher and heard the lower classes recite their lessons. At the public examination, he was chosen to recite a Latin ballad, was most fickle in retaining names, dates, and historical technicalities. At college in his 15th year, he refused to study Greek because the other members of his class were better prepared for the class work than he. In ethics, he progressed to the satisfaction of his instructor, who selected him as one of a small group to read original essays before the principal. 4. Friends and associates. An early friend was an old soldier who told Scott, aged 7, long tales of his campaigns. A little later, the friendship was somewhat strained by a disagreement in regard to Burgoyne's chances of success. It was the boy's prediction which proved to be correct. Scott's most intimate friend from childhood was John Irving, later a writer to the Signet. 5. Reading. 2 or 3 old books were read to Scott when he was between 4 and 7 years of age. Of these, Automath's and Ramsay's Tea Table Miscellany were his favourites. To these were added later a volume of Josephus' Wars of the Jews. After his aunt had read these works aloud to him a number of times, he was able to repeat long passages from memory. The Ballad of Hardignut he mastered before he was 6, and so delighted was he by its rhythm that he shouted it all about the house. Pilgrim's Progress, Gessner's Death of Abel, and Rowe's Letters were allowed for Sunday reading. While at home on account of his lameness, Scott read to his mother in Pope's Homer and got by heart, without intention, the passages which pleased him most, later reciting them often, especially in solitary hours. He was very fond of the penny chap books containing little humorous tales in prose. At the age of 13, Walter made the acquaintance of Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered and Percy's Reliques. The latter became his constant companion, and was read and reread frequently. At about the same time, the boy read the works of Mackenzie, Richardson, and other novelists. Soon he extended his reading to include everything upon which he could lay hands. When an elderly friend opened his library to him, the boy found Ossian and Spenser. The latter he could have read forever, and the number of Spenser's verses he retained in memory was marvellous. At the age of 13, when in the country, Scott had access to a circulating library, a subscription library, and some private bookshelves. Few ever read so much, or to so little purpose. During his law apprenticeship, Scott continued to read anything and everything, except novels of the lighter sort, which he detested. At 16, he was reading even more widely, including in his study the romantic prose writers of Italy, France, and England, and especially during his illness, historical works dealing with military events. 6. Production and achievement. Before he was 11, Walter began writing down all the ballads he could gather together, and his collection soon filled 6 little volumes. In his 12th year, encouraged by the rector's praise, he wrote translations from the classics. His lines were considered the second best on the occasion upon which they were presented. In the following year, he wrote a number of poems, of which 2 are preserved, and at 15 he wrote The Conquest of Granada in 4 books. Each book amounted to about 400 lines. 7. Evidences of precocity. The following story is told by Mrs. Cockburn, who is distantly related to Scott's mother. I last night supped in Mr. Walter Scott's. He had the most extraordinary genius of a boy I ever saw. He was reading a poem to his mother when I went in. I made him read on. It was a description of a shipwreck. His passion rose with the storm. He lifted his eyes and hands. There's the mast gone, says he. Crash it goes. They will all perish. I preferred a little chat and asked his opinion of Milton and other books he was reading, which he gave me wonderfully. One of his observations was how strange it is that Adam, just never come into the world, should know everything. That must be the poet's fancy, says he. But when he was told he was created perfect by God, he instantly yielded. When taken to bed last night, he told his aunt he liked that lady. What lady? She says. Why, Mrs. Cockburn, for I think she is a virtuoso like myself. Dear Walter, says Aunt Jenny, what is a virtuoso? Don't he know? Why, it's one who wishes and will know everything. AIIQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Scott's legal apprenticeship lasted to his 19th year. During the last 2 years of it, the youth, aged 17 to 19, was a member of one or another literary society, where although not a good speaker, he always created a favourable impression. A sense of inferiority in comparison with his fellows, due to his physical infirmity, led him from people to books, especially philosophical works. From 19 to 21, Scott read for the bar, and having passed with credit the ordeals in his 22nd year, he commenced to practice at all the law courts, still, however, giving a fair proportion of his time to the study of German, to which he was devoted. In the following summer, a visit to the Highlands provided material later incorporated in his early poems and prose romances. At 23, he was appointed curator of the Advocates' Library, shortly after he published his first series of translations of German ballads. AIIQ 155, relative quotient of data 0.82. End of section 30. Section 31 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 19, Cases rated at AIIQ 150 to 160. Part 3. William Wordsworth, 1770 to 1850, a celebrated English poet. AIIQ 150, AIIQ 155. 1. Family standing. The Wordsworths had been for generations yeomen or farming proprietors, people of some importance in the community. The father, a man of intelligence and energy, was an attorney and agent of Lord Lonsdale. The maternal grandfather was a mercer of a narrow, unyielding clan. The mother personified for her son intuitive wisdom, and she was the first to foresee his genius. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. William was always fond of out-of-door activity. As a mere infant he rode over the hills with his father, he played out-of-door games with his sister, and he engaged with the other boys in trapping birds, hunting eggs, exploring for nuts, flying kites, fishing and skating. He also loved to listen to the tales and legends of the old dame with whom he boarded. At 10, he first began to hold communion with nature, in a mystic bond which he held throughout his life, and before he was 15 he seems to have recognized his calling as a poet and interpreter of nature. 2. Education. After attending a dame school, William entered the Cockermouth School, where he began the study of Latin. The work of committing to memory long passages of Shakespeare, Milton, and Spenser proved of infinitely greater value to him than the regular school instruction. At the age of 8 after his mother's death, the boy was sent to the free grammar school at Hawkshead, which he attended thereafter for 6 years. From 14 to 18, in school at Hawkshead, Wordsworth studied mathematics and the elements of Greek and Latin, which he learned very rapidly from an excellent master. 3. School standing and progress. No specific record is preserved beyond the evidence of the lines in which he refers to himself as a boy beyond his age advanced, in sympathy with mature minds. 4. Friends and associates. In spite of the perverse and obstinate strain in his nature, Wordsworth as a boy was gentle, social, and fond of play with his fellows. His friends included high and low in all the countryside. His sister, his warm friend and admirer, thought William the cleverest of her brothers, with Christopher, later eminent as scholar and pedagogue, very near in ability, though not so near in affection. 5. Reading. Left much at liberty in his school days, Wordsworth, aged 8 to 14, read Fielding's works Don Quixote, Gil Blas, Swift, Robin Hood's Exploits, The Adventures of Jack the Giant Killer, and Fortunatus. In the holidays of this period, he spoiled his fishing ventures by attending to his book and forgetting his line. From the age of 14 to 18, he read voraciously romances, legends, fictions of love, and tales of warlike adventure. At school he became familiar with some English poets, especially Goldsmith and Gray, many of whose poems he learned by heart. He was an enthusiastic admirer of Ovid. Burns was also a favourite. Parts of the Iliad he read aloud to his sister. 6. Production and achievement. Wordsworth's first verses, written before he was 14, were a task imposed by his schoolmaster. The subject was the summer vacation, to which the poet added the return to school. At 15 the boy was called upon, among others, to write verses for a school celebration. His lines, 112 in number, written in the manner of Pope, were much admired. At 16 William composed a long poem about his own adventures, of which a part, perhaps in a revised form, serves as the introduction to his writings. The same year he wrote the lines beginning, "Calm is all nature as a resting wheel." Before he was 17, his first printed poem had appeared in the European magazine. 7. Evidences of precocity. Wordsworth's mother foresaw that her William would be remarkable, either for good or for evil. See also 2.6. AIIQ 150, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Young Wordsworth spent 4 years at Cambridge, graduating BA at the age of 21. Neither the poet nor the university can be said to have been benefited by his attendance, for the one worked aimlessly, except perhaps in Italian, while the other failed to inspire her pupil as nature, his earlier teacher, had done. During his third vacation, Wordsworth made a tour through France and Switzerland, impressions of which were published some 2 years later. On the completion of his university career, Wordsworth went to London, still without purpose, and shortly after, aged 21, to France, whither his sympathy with revolutionary ideals had attracted him. Here he had a love affair with the daughter of a royalist family, and he became a friend of a French officer, through whom he learned to understand the causes of the revolution and to trace them to the fountain springs of human nature. With England's declaration of war, Wordsworth took himself away from France and, still undecided as to a career, returned to his family. Although disappointed by the deeds of the young republic, the poet maintained his revolutionary principles, and his poem Guilt and Sorrow, published when its author was 24, reflects his own views. Coloured by the influence of Godwin, at 25 Wordsworth met Coleridge, who was convinced of the young poet's genius. He commenced his dramatic poem, The Borderers, the same year. AIIQ 155, relative quotient of data 0.75. Mary Jane Antoine Nicolas Caratat, Marquis de Concordet, 1743 to 1794, a celebrated French philosopher and mathematician. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. The paternal ancestors of Condorcet were noblemen, long established in Dauphiny, near Lyons. Condorcet's father was a cavalry captain, and an uncle and several other collateral ancestors achieved the highest distinction as prelates in the Catholic Church. Condorcet's mother is mentioned only as having been very devout. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. No interests are recorded apart from studies. 2. Education. At his birth, Condorcet was dedicated by his mother to the Virgin, and for the first 8 years of his life was dressed in girls' clothes, a circumstance which not only hindered his physical development by interdicting exercise, but prevented his entering the public schools, where his eccentricity of dress would naturally have excited derision. At 11, however, he was rescued from his peculiar plight by an uncle who placed him in the Jesuit school at Reims, where he continued for 4 years. At the age of 15, he commenced his mathematical studies in the College of Nevers at Paris. 3. School standing and progress. Once enrolled in school, Condorcet's progress appears to have been rapid. At 13, he carried off the second prize in the Jesuit school at Reims. At 10 months after entering the College of Nevers, he maintained a very difficult analytical thesis with such distinction that Clarent d'Alembert and Fontaine, who examined him, hailed him as a future member of the Academy. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no specific record. 6. Production achievement, c. 2.3. 7. Evidences of precocity, c. 2.3. AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.53. 3. Development from 17 to 26. When Condorcet left college at 17, he was already a philosophical thinker, reflecting on such problems as the value to man of justice and virtue. He decided that in order not to destroy his natural sensibility, he must strengthen his own understanding of the meaning of ethical values. Accordingly, he renounced all killing, even of insects, provided they were not harmful. Condorcet's first work was an essay on the integral calculus, which he preserved when he was 22. D'Alembert said, "This work indicates great talent, and, Lagrange, it opens for us a new field for the perfection of the integral calculus." At 25, Condorcet might have entered the Academy, but the reception was postponed for a year owing to the objections of his parents, who opposed their son's plan to embrace a scientific career. Condorcet's talents turned in the direction of social economy and politics. His own statement of the reason for abandoning a field where distinction and fame awaited him was that it seems cold to work only for vainglory, when one desires to be working for the public good. AIIQ 165, relative quotient data 0.75. Georges Leopold Trétien, Frédéric Dagobert Cuvier, 1769 to 1832, a celebrated French naturalist, the founder of the science of comparative anatomy. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Cuvier's father so distinguished himself as a member of a Swiss regiment in the service of France that he received the Order of Merit. After 40 years of service, he retired on a small pension to Montbéliard, where he was afterwards appointed commander of artillery. Cuvier's mother was an excellent and gifted woman who held throughout her life the devoted affection of her distinguished son. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. The history of mankind was, from the earliest period of Cuvier's life, a subject of the most indefectible replication, and long lists of foot sovereigns, princes, and the driest chronological facts once arranged in his memory were never forgotten. The youth delighted in reducing maps to a very small scale, which, when completed, were given to his companions. When his mother drove him from study, he entered with equal ardour into boyish sports, and was foremost in all useful recreations. His taste for natural history was brought to light by acquaintance with a Gessner with coloured plates in the school library, and by careful examination of a complete copy of Buffon belonging to a relative, to whom, on this account, young Cuvier made frequent visits. By the time he was 12 years old, the youth was as familiar with animals and birds as a first-rate naturalist. He copied the plates of Gessner's work, and coloured them according to the printed descriptions, either with paint or pieces of silk. At Stuttgart Academy, he chose a study of administration because it afforded him many opportunities for pursuing natural history, for botanizing, and for visiting collections. He profited by all these opportunities. In his walks he collected a very considerable herbarium, and during his hours of recreation he drew and coloured an immense number of insects, birds, and plants with the most surprising correctness and fidelity. He is said to have launched upon the scientific study of natural history entirely upon his own initiative and without any assistance. During a vacation, Cuvier made an excursion into the Alps and came back with a report accompanied by a large number of drawings, not only along the line of natural science, but also of different machines he had seen along the way. 2. Education. Cuvier's mother devoted herself to the care of her son's frail body and to the development of his unusual mind. She guided him in his religious duties, taught him to read fluently at the age of 4 years, took him every morning to an elementary school, and although herself ignorant of Latin, she made him repeat his lessons to her so scrupulously that he was always better prepared with his tasks than was any other boy at school. Her son studied drawing under her inspection, and when he advanced in the art beyond the limits of her teaching, his progress was superintended by one of his relatives, an architect. At 10, Cuvier was placed in a high school, where in a 4-year course he studied all of the subjects taught, including rhetoric. Because he was destined for the church, he had to enter the free school at Tübingen, where preparation was afforded for the theological course. Owing to a peculiar chance, c. 2-3, Cuvier was not recommended for Tübingen, but under the patronage of the Duke of Württemberg, he was sent instead to the Academie Caroline in Stuttgart, which he attended for 4 years, aged 14 and 19, studying all that was taught in the highest classes: mathematics, law, medicine, administration, tactics, commerce, etc. During the first year, he took the general philosophical course. For his second, he chose a study of administration, which in Germany included practical and elementary law, finance, police, agriculture, technology, etc. 3. School standing and progress. Before he was 10, young Cuvier had passed through all of the exercises of his first school, repeating the usual catechisms, the Psalms of David, the sonnets of Drelincourt, etc., with the utmost facility. In his second school, aged 10 to 14, he had no difficulty in acquiring Latin and Greek, and he was constantly at the head of the classes in history, geography, and mathematics. The chief of the gymnase at Montbéliard, who had never forgiven the young Cuvier for some childish tricks, changed his destiny by placing his composition in the third rank when the pupils presented their themes for places. George Cuvier felt that his production was equally good with those which had hitherto been judged worthy of the first rank, and at the important moment when his station at college depended on his success, he was, for no conscious fault, kept back. He became disgusted at this injustice and gave up all thoughts of Tübingen. When he entered the academy in Stuttgart, he was only 14, but in consequence of the preparation he had undergone, he was able to take his place among the most celebrated students of the academy. During the 4 years' course in the academy, Cuvier obtained various prizes and the Order of Chevalier, an honor granted to no more than 5 or 6 out of 400 pupils. At 15 years of age, 9 months after his arrival at Stuttgart, Cuvier bore off the prize for the German language, although he had been entirely ignorant of this language when he entered the academy. 4. Friends and associates. The Princess of Württemberg recommended Cuvier to the attention of her brother, the Duke, who, after interviewing the youth and examining his drawings, took him under his special favour and educated him. At Stuttgart, Cuvier was associated with Hartmann, later entomologist, Marshall, who became a diplomat, and Leipold, who was afterward a high public official of Württemberg. 5. Reading. Cuvier's mother, by constantly furnishing her son with the best works on history and general literature, nurtured that passion for reading, that ardent desire for knowledge, which became the principal spring of his intellectual existence. The boy's love for reading became so great, even before he was 14, that his mother feared the effect of so much application to sedentary pursuits, and forced him to seek other employments. From his 12th to 13th year, he was never without a volume of Gessner in his pocket. Frequently he had to be roused from the pages of his favourite work to take his place in the class reading Cicero and Virgil. During the Stuttgart years, Cuvier frequently read over Linnaeus, Reinhardt, Moore, and Fabricius. 6. Production and achievement. C. 2.1. At the age of 14, Cuvier chose a certain number of his schoolfellows and constituted them into an academy, of which he was appointed president. He gave the regulations and fixed the meetings for every Thursday at a sealed hour, and seated on his bed and placing his companions round a table, he ordered that some work should be read, which treated either of natural history, philosophy, history, or travels. The merits of the book were then discussed, after which the youthful president summed up the whole and pronounced a sort of judgment on the matter contained in it, which judgment was always strictly adopted by his disciples. At 14, Cuvier was remarkable for his declamatory powers, an exhibition of which, given on the occasion of the anniversary fete of Duke Charles, astonished the whole audience. At Stuttgart, Cuvier again founded a special society for the study of natural science, and again he became director and president. He and his fellow members collected everything they could find in the vicinity in the line of plants and insects. They read treatises on physical and natural history, and Cuvier made decorations, a picture of Linnaeus in the center of a cross, each arm of which represented some phase of natural science. He himself gave out these decorations whenever a particular dissertation pleased him. Cuvier and his associates collected and classified 800 kinds of insects, using Linnaeus and Fabricius as guides. 7. Evidences of precocity, c. 2.1. While still a child, Cuvier showed a most extraordinary gift of memory. He retained everything he saw and read, and has said that this remarkable ability never failed in any part of his career. It was often said that he never forgot anything. His thirst for knowledge and his ability to do intellectual work was also boundless. In addition to these qualities, he could, by his remarkable talent for drawing, reproduce any object that met his eye. Versatility of talent, including remarkable conversational powers, distinguished young Cuvier in his earliest years. C. 2.1. AIIQ 155, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. On leaving Stuttgart just before his 19th birthday, Cuvier was appointed tutor to the family of Count de Heresy. At this time, the young teacher, in addition to variety and depth of knowledge, already possessed perseverance, love of labor, depth of reflection, and uprightness of character. While with the de Heresy family, he acquired the manners of the best society and became acquainted with some of the most remarkable men of his day. He continued his favourite study of zoology. A visit to the sea induced the study of marine animals, the discovery of fossil led to the comparison of living and ancient species, and a study of mollusca influenced him in the development of his views of the whole animal kingdom. Linnaeus had made the class of verms to comprehend organisms of widely diverse degrees of complexity. Cuvier examined these varieties, grouped them, and classed them according to their natural affinities. His extended work on this subject was published when he was 29. In the neighbouring town of Valmont, he organized a society for the discussion of agriculture, and here he met Tessier, the author of the articles on agriculture in the Encyclopædia Méthodique, who had escaped in disguise from the terror in Paris. Through Tessier, Cuvier entered into correspondence with the greatest savants of the day, including Saint-Hilaire, Lemaitre, and Oliver. Through their influence and by reason of the reputation he had won through published scientific memoirs, Cuvier at 26 was appointed professor at the School of the Pantheon in Paris. AIIQ 160, relative quotient of data 0.75. David Hume, 1711 to 1778. A famous Scottish philosopher and historian. AIIQ 155. AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. On both sides of the house, Hume's ancestry was Scottish. A distinguished paternal ancestor was Lord Home of Douglas, who fought with the great Douglas in the Continental Wars and was killed at the Battle of Verneuil. The philosopher's father, Joseph Hume, a member of the Faculty of Advocates, and in his latter years a retired country gentleman, was a man of parts. Unfortunately for his son's early training, he died while David was still an infant. The mother, whose father was Lord President of the Court of Sessions and a writer on legal questions, was an attractive woman of singular merit, whose portrait is expressive of great intellectual acuteness. She had precisely the same constitution as her son. This unusual woman devoted herself entirely to the rearing and education of her children. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Hume wrote, I was seized very early with a passion for literature, which had been the ruling passion of my life, and a great source of my enjoyments. It is said that David Hume was an economist of all his talents from early youth. 2. Education. After entering the University of Edinburgh at about the age of 11, David seems to have received the usual college education of Scotland, which terminates when the student is 14 or 15 years old. Evidence of the lad's knowledge of the classics is found in the frequent quotations from them, used from memory in his later correspondence. 3. School standing and progress. Hume reports that he passed through the ordinary course with success. 4. Friends and associates. He became, before the age of 16, the friend of Michael Ramsay, to whom was addressed that remarkable production, his first extant letter. 5. Reading. Hume says of himself at the age of 14 that left to his own choice in the matter of reading, he was inclined chiefly to books of reasoning and philosophy, and to poetry and polite authors. He hated task reading, but his mention of books in his letter to Ramsay indicates that this dislike by no means extended to reading in general. 6. Production and achievement. A fragment entitled An Historical Essay on Chivalry and Modern Honour is thought to have been written before its author was 17. It shows matured thought and systematic analysis, and is a remarkable early anticipation of Hume's latter essay style, and a striking evidence of the power he had already attained of looking at his historical subjects from an independent point of view. At this time, he had also written a number of unusual letters. 7. Evidences of precocity. See 2.6 above. Hume's mother is reputed to have said, "Our David's fine, good-natured creator, but uncommon wake-minded." The good nature of Hume was proverbial. What his mother meant by wake-minded is left to conjecture. See above. AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At about the age of 17, in accordance with the wish of his relatives, Hume commenced the study of law. A little later he relinquished it abruptly because of his own disinclination. In his 24th year he went to Bristol to become a merchant, but after a few months he found this occupation unsuited to his tastes. In the following 3 years he laid in France the foundation for his literary career. The treatise of human nature, published when he was 28, was written during this period. 3 years were occupied with intense study, years that were something less than happy, because of a lowness of spirits, probably induced by the severity of his manner of life. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.60. Samuel Johnson, 1709 to 1784, a celebrated English lexicographer, essayist and poet. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 155. 1. Family standing. Samuel's father, Michael Johnson, a bookseller and stationer of obscure extraction, was a fair Latin scholar, one of Lichfield's magistrates, and a zealous high churchman and royalist. He was of a large and robust body, and of a strong and active mind, but was addicted to vile melancholy. He lost a fortune by a venture in manufacturing parchment. Samuel's mother came from an ancient race of substantial yeomanry. She was a woman of great pity and of distinguished understanding, although unacquainted with books and business. The parents were advanced in years at the time of Samuel's birth. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Young Samuel did not join in the sports at school, perhaps because of his defective sight and remarkably large size. As a young child he had been very sickly. He liked to saunter in the fields with a companion, but on such occasions he talked more to himself than to his friend. He loved to read, and at church time on Sundays he used to go into the fields with his books. 2. Education. While still a child in petticoats, Samuel had learned to read. He was forming verbs when he could not speak plain. His first teacher was Dame Oliver, who kept a school for small children. Then he studied English with a master, who published a spelling book and dedicated it to the universe. From his 8th to his 10th year he attended the Lichfield Grammar School, a very respectable school, where he began Latin. With Mr. Hawkins, the upper master there, he learned portions of Aesop and Helvetius. In the upper school he read Phaedrus, the only book the class studied to the end. During his 16th year he attended the Stour Bridge Grammar School. Thereafter he spent several years at home reading many books. 3. School standing and progress. Dame Oliver said that Samuel Johnson was the best scholar she had ever had. Mr. Hawkins indulged and caressed this pupil, no doubt because he really excelled the rest. In Latin, Samuel wrote 25 exercises, while the others completed no more than 16, but he would always procrastinate until the last hour. His ambition to excel was great, though his application to books was apparently trifling. In ability to learn he far exceeded the other boys. In fact, he never corrected at Lichfield, except for diverting the others. Only one schoolfellow was as good a scholar as Johnson, and he became a canon of Windsor. At Stourbridge the master was very severe with Samuel, although this was more for lack of reverence on the pupil's part than for want of ability or industry. 4. Friends and associates. At Lichfield, Edmund Hector, later a surgeon in Birmingham, was Samuel's close friend. At school the boys tried by flattery to gain Johnson's assistance in their lessons, even at times carrying him to school on their backs. At the age of 15, Samuel became acquainted with a Quakeress, with whom he imagined himself seriously in love. 5. Reading. When a boy, Johnson was immoderately fond of reading romances of chivalry, and from his earliest years he had a passion for poetry. He read Shakespeare so early, at 9 years, that the recollection of the speech of the ghost in Hamlet terrified him for some time after, whenever he was alone. Between his 17th and his 19th year, he read at home a great many books which were not commonly known at the universities. 6. Production and achievement. He often dictated verses or themes, but he would never take the trouble to write them. Before he was 15, he had shown poetical ability in school exercises and other compositions, and had made a number of translations in verse from Virgil, Horace, and Homer. The lines to a young lady on her birthday were almost impromptu. 7. Evidences of precocity. At the age of 3, Samuel could not be kept at home when he heard that the popular divine Sacheverell was preaching at Lichfield. He had listened and looked attentively. A child in petticoats, he memorized the collect for the day from the Common Prayer Book, while his mother was going upstairs, though he could not have read it more than twice. In order to avoid exhibition as a prodigy of understanding, he used to run up a tree. At 9 he perceived the power of continuity of attention, and he applied himself so closely to an exercise that he was scarcely aware of the lapse of time. He was always uncommonly inquisitive, and his memory was very tenacious. Once a friend rehearsed to him 18 verses, which after a little pause he was able to repeat verbatim, except for one epithet, which he altered to improve the line. AIIQ 155, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. In 19, Johnson entered Pembroke College, Oxford. The best qualified that Dr. Adams had ever known came there. During the first year he wrote, in Virgilian versification, an apology for neglecting an exercise. He translated Pope's Messiah into Latin verse with uncommon rapidity and in a masterly manner, which won the high esteem of his college and even of Pope himself. His reading ranged widely. Beginning to think earnestly of religion, he read Law's Serious Call to Holy Life. He studied intermittently his favourite subject, metaphysics, and he read the Greek authors. On one occasion he wrote, with extraordinary acuteness and eloquence, a statement in Latin describing the horrible hypochondria from which he suffered. His affliction created in Johnson somewhat erratic and careless habits. As a student he never rewrote his exercises, and he even neglected his first declamation until the morning he was to repeat it. Because of his poverty, he was in residence at a college very little of the time from his 21st to his 23rd year. At 22 he was employed as an usher in a school for a few months, but he found the duties too irksome for his impatient temper. At the age of 23 he began his first prose work, a translation of Lobo's Voyage to Abyssinia, the preface which shows the characteristic Johnsonian style. However, for the next 2 years his literary efforts failed to bring him any income. AIIQ 155, relative quotient of data 0.75. Sir Robert Peel, 1788 to 1850, a noted English statesman. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 170. 1. Family standing. The Peel family were Yorkshire farmers, who became weavers, spinners, and calico printers. The grandfather, a calico printer, developed a successful business. The father, a man of sagacity, energy, and thrift, an originator and reformer in his business, was a statesman as well as a great manufacturer. He became, in Parliament, an ardent adherent of Pitt. The mother was a beautiful and charming woman, of the same class of society as her husband. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Peel was a studious boy, anxious to cultivate his own mind and his own faculties to their very utmost. Rather inclined, perhaps in over-calculation, he was a good boy of gentle manners, quick in feeling, very sensitive, impatient of opposition from his young companions, and dreading ridicule overmuch. His sensitiveness was physical as well as moral. At school, Robert was never in scrapes. He was indolent as to physical exertion, but overflowing with mental energy and gifted with a most remarkable facility for acquiring knowledge. His habits were less social than were those of most of the boys. While others were engaged in sport, he was strolling through the woods, communing with nature or with himself. Warmly attached to field sports and something of a marksman, he took, during his last year at Harrow, considerable part in football, and his strength and pluck caused him to be considered one of the best players in the school. Byron, who was his classmate, even then predicted that Peel would someday become a great orator. 2. Education. Robert's father determined that no effort should be spared to educate his son to the level of the career to which he believed him destined. As the boy grew, his parents set to work seriously on the manufacture of another pit. At about 5 years of age, Robert was placed under the instruction of the curate of Bury, with whom he remained for 4 years. At the age of 10, he was sent to the vicar of Tamworth, who had an excellent school patronised by the principal country gentlemen in the neighbourhood. When he was almost 13, his father, wishing to send him to the best public school, selected Harrow, which the boy thereafter attended until he was nearly 17. He spent the months intervening between the end of school days and entrance to Oxford in regular attendance at the House of Commons and in visiting lecturers on natural science at the Royal Institution. 3. School standing and progress. By the time he was 10, Robert had learned much from his father, much more by his own reading, and from his tutor very little, that little being in English, Latin, and general knowledge. His classical studies did not extend beyond the Latin grammar. At Tamworth, Peel soon became, by application and ability, the best scholar of his age. A saying of his schoolmasters was to the effect that Robert Peel and Robert Brown are all the hope of Tamworth Town. At Harrow, Peel, aged 13 to 16, was described by Byron as at the top of his class, a boy for whom all held high hopes. The poet recalled that as a scholar, he, Peel, was greatly my superior. As a declaimer and actor, I was reckoned at least his equal. In school, he always knew his lesson, and I rarely, but when I knew it nearly as well. In general information, history, etc., I think I was his superior, as well as the superior of most boys of my standing. Another classmate, later president of Columbia College, reported that what cost others hours of study, Peel seemed to acquire without an effort, and that when once acquired, it was appropriated forever. Peel soon asserted and always maintained his superiority as a scholar. The same classmate stated, classics were almost the only study of that day. Peel mastered their languages, their literature, and their poetry, and so thoroughly familiar was he with them that it has happened to the writer more than once, about a half-holiday, when each boy of the upper forms was required to produce a copy of Latin or Greek verses, to see Peel surrounded while the school bell was yet ringing, with boys who had neglected their exercises, calling upon him to supply them, which he did, writing now Latin, now Greek, with as much facility as though it were his mother tongue, and upon everyday topics. 4. Friends and Associates. When Peel was at Harrow, there were 4 boys in attendance who later became Prime Ministers. As noted above, Byron and King, afterward President of Columbia, were also schoolboys with Peel. See 2.3. 5. Reading. No specific record. See 2.3. 6. Production and achievement. See 2.3. 7. Evidences of precocity. The retentiveness of Peel's memory was most remarkable. Before he was 9, he would, by his father's direction, repeat on Sunday evenings both the morning and afternoon sermons, which he had never preached. For 4 years before he was 10, he gave displays in which he repeated many lines from Goldsmith, Pope, and other poets. He was, however, never called upon to make an extempore speech. One of his teachers being asked by the importunate father whether he might hope to see his son William II, William Pitt, he is said to have answered, "I hope so, but Robert will be Robert Peel." Robert's Harrow tutor is reported to have said to his pupils, "I shall not live to see it, but you boys will one day see Peel Prime Minister." AIIQ 155, LibriVox data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Robert Peel entered Christ Church at the age of 17 and remained there 3 years. He was a steady worker at both classics and mathematics, and fond of manly exercises. He made a number of affectionate friendships with men chosen for their social rather than their intellectual attainments. When Peel took his degree at the age of 20, he obtained first-class honours in both classics and mathematics, the first occasion on which the feat had been achieved. Among his competitors were men who were to become, respectively, Vice-Chancellor of the University, Archbishop of Durham, and Professor of Divinity. After a tour of Scotland on foot and horseback, young Peel went to London, and when he attained his majority, his father bought him a seat in Ireland, and he entered Parliament. He remained silent through his first session, but seconded the address in his second with a speech that was regarded as a distinct success. It was not until at the age of 23 he delivered his panegyric on Wellington that Peel's political star began to rise. As a reward for his achievement, he was appointed Under Secretary for the Colonies, and a year later Chief Secretary for Ireland. He held this post 6 years, having established a reputation in Parliament. Even then he was spoken of among his friends as the future Prime Minister. AIIIQ 170, relative quotient data 0.75. Madame de Staël-Holstein, Anna Louise Germaine Necker, 1766 to 1817, a celebrated French writer. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Germaine Necker's father, Jacques Necker, page 268, a Swiss citizen of Prussian descent, was successively head of the greatest banking house of his time, minister from Geneva to the French court, director of the French treasury, and minister of finance to Louis XVI. He was a man of incredible penetration and of the highest integrity, who hated all affectations. Madame Necker, the daughter of a Swiss pastor, was a beautiful and exemplary blue stocking of remarkable gifts. The historian Gibbon had wished to marry her, but gave up his wish at his father's demand. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. The only recorded childish occupation of Germaine Necker was fashioning kings and queens from paper and having them play tragedies, but as this pleasure was forbidden to her, she had to hide in order to indulge in it. It is said that she and her companion did not play together at all like children. Their pastimes were those of mature minds. Germaine was accustomed to attending the theatre, and on her return to write the subject of the plays and the most striking things about them. Her pleasures as well as her duties were intellectual. The thing which entertained her was the thing which made her cry. 2. Education. Her father, by his caresses, encouraged his daughter to talk continually. Her mother was more severe, but it was she who undertook the education of her daughter, plied her with books and tasks, and introduced her, even in childhood, to a circle of brilliant and accomplished men. Germaine studied deep subjects and listened to much conversation far beyond her age. Thus her mind and her emotions were equally but prematurely developed. 3. School standing and progress. After a period of informal education of a most stimulating character, which was continued until she was 14, Germaine Necker suffered a nervous decline which required her to give up studies and other activities completely for a time. Her mother was greatly vexed at this obstacle in the way of producing the perfect product she had contemplated, and she ceased from this time to take any interest in her daughter's talents, which she now considered slight and artificial. The girl clung the more to her father, who appreciated her wit and vivacity, and she continued by these qualities to attract the society of the cleverest men in her parents' salon. 4. Friends and associates. Germaine was the friend of her parents' friends. As early as her 12th year, she would sit on a footstool beside her mother and converse with 3 or 4 persons who addressed her with the greatest interest. Among these were Thomas Marmontel, the Marquis of Pessay, and Baron Grimm. Germaine was an animated and discriminating listener, entirely at ease even on political topics. Her friends asking her questions about her studies stimulated in her a desire for study by talk of things familiar and foreign. She said later that the sight of famous persons made her heart beat violently. 5. Reading. Her reading, which was not selected by her more severe than watchful mother, made a deep impression upon her. The abduction of Clarice was one of the events of her youth. When Germaine was 16, she was presented on one occasion when Madame de Genlis read one of her juvenile plays aloud to Madame Necker. The young Swiss showed that she was stirred emotionally to the very depths, a demonstration which the author of the play condemned as a result of too much stimulating society. 6. Production and achievement. At 16, when she was banished for a time to country life on account of ill health, Germaine and her companion, clad as nymphs or nurses, declaimed verses, composed poems, and even composed and presented dramas. At 15, when Necker's complete rendition was published, his daughter wrote him an anonymous letter, which, however, he recognized by the style. The same year she made notes on L'Esprit de Loé, with reflections of her own, and the Abbé Raynal asked her to write for his great work some paragraphs on the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. 7. Evidences of precocity. In early childhood, Germaine won her father's applause by her sallies. This stimulated her to new retorts, and she responded to her father's continued raillery with that mixture of gaiety and emotion which always characterized her conversations with him. She was always anxious to please her parents, and at the age of 10, on account of the great admiration which they had for Mr. Gibbon, she considered her duty to marry him, so that they could continue to enjoy the companionship which gave them so much pleasure. This plan she advanced seriously to her mother. It is said truly that Madame de Staël was always young, but never a child. At 11 she spoke with a warmth and a facility which were already eloquent, and which made a deep impression on her companions, and she was even at that time able to maintain a brilliant and witty conversation with the cleverest of men. At 16 she was animated, talked a great deal, too much according to Madame de Genlis, her mother's friend, though always with wit and discernment. AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. In spite of an absence of physical beauty, with the exception of fine eyes and hair, Madame Necker early considered love and held dissertations with the wits on the passion. At 19, the desire of her life was to love and to be loved. In this year she wrote 3 short tales, Mirza, Adelaide, Theodore, and Pauline, which, however, were not published until 10 years later. At the age of 20, Germaine Necker married Baron de Staël-Holstein, the Swedish ambassador. She sought neither a lover nor a friend in her husband. She treated marriage as a convenience in order to obtain that liberty denied her as a young woman. In the year of her marriage she published Sophie, a prose comedy in 3 acts, and the following year Jane Grey, a poetical tragedy in 5 acts. A contemporary observer remarked at this time on the brilliancy of her style and the vivacity of her conversation, which obliterated her defects of beauty and held her audience enthralled. Rousseau had been one of Madame de Staël's first idols, and of her book on his writings and character, written at the age of 22, Lamartine said, "The first pages reveal more than a grand style, a grand soul in this young woman." Rousseau is judged there as he should be judged, with pity and enthusiasms. When Madame de Staël was 23, her father was dismissed from public office, but by popular will his absence from the country was of short duration. The distinguished daughter records the triumphal return of the family to Paris, but favour was short-lived. In a year, Necker had lost the confidence of the people, had resigned his post, and returned to Switzerland. His daughter, however, remained in Paris, and for 4 years her salon was a rendezvous of royalists and Girondins. During the worst of the terror, she used her home to shield her friends, and she successfully defied the authority of the police to search the Swedish embassy. During these years, as later, the most distinguished foreigners and the best men in France flocked around her. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.60. Alfred Tennyson, 1809 to 1892, a celebrated English poet. AIIQ 155, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. The Tennysons were solicitors and clergymen. Tennyson's father, a liberal-minded rector, was a skilful poet with wide and varied artistic interests. The mother, whose father was also a clergyman, was a remarkable woman of culture and education. Her family was one of old standing in the country. 2. Development towards 17. 1. Interests. In their earliest years, the Tennyson children played at being emperors of China, knights, warriors, or champions. Later they became devoted to gymnastic exercises, but they did not associate with other boys or take part in their sports. Alfred and his brother were sufficient to themselves. The bohemian and aesthetic tastes of the Tennysons led Alfred to a variety of unusual interests. If he loved music and dancing, he also loved carving wood and moulding clay, and he found subjects for his plastic art out of doors in the birds and beasts, of whose activities he was a keen and devoted observer. But it was into literary pursuits that his taste chiefly led him. While still at school, he delivered a political speech to his schoolmates, and later in private at-home theatricals, his performance suggested real dynamic talent. He was always fond of reading and verse writing, and his were always the most thrilling of tales in the letter form, which the household wrote and read aloud after dinner. 2. Education. From the age of 7 to 11, Tennyson attended a miserable old-style grammar school, which he hated. and from which he derived no benefit. He studied the elements of Latin and read Ovid, Delectus, Analecta Graecia Minorica, and the old Eton grammar. From Alfred's 12th year onwards, he and his brother were taught at home by a father who followed a course of study including languages, the fine arts, mathematics, and natural science. Alfred was at this time so overdosed with Horace that he was neither then nor later ever able to learn to appreciate this writer. 3. School standing and progress. During his school attendance from the age of 7 to 11, Alfred was recognized by other members of his family as possessing ability, but he did not stand high in his class. An old tutor, however, said later that he had learned rapidly and was easily instructed. 4. Friends and associates. The Tennysons were exclusive. Alfred's intimate friends, until he was 16, were all members of his own family. The neighbours were, in fact, wont to look a little askance at the unconventional Tennysons, and Alfred, with his often wild or absorbed air, they called daft. 5. Reading. It is said that Alfred at 8 knew no other poet than Thomson. At 10 or 11 the scope of his reading had extended, and now Pope's Iliad had become a favourite. His first book of verse, published when its author was 17, shows Tennyson's multifarious learning. It reflects the works of a large number of Latin authors, Xenophon and Apollonius Rhodius, Racine and Lassalle, Spanish authors, the English classical and letter writers, Spenser, Shakespeare, Milton, Young, Mason, Beattie, Cowper, Ossian, Scott, Moore, Byron, Addison, Burke, Mrs. Radcliffe, the German Heine, Gibbon, and the great Oriental scholar Sir William Jones. Other favourite writers of Tennyson's youth were Goldsmith, Rabelais, Swift, Defoe, Bunyan, and Buffon. 6. Production and achievement. On one occasion, while other members of the family were at church, Alfred, aged 8, covered both sides of his slate with Thomsonian blank verse in praise of flowers. 3 or 4 years later, he and his brothers wrote hundreds of lines in Pope's metre, a letter from Tennyson's 13th year in the work of a young pedant, while another of the same period is grandiloquent and fastidious. The poet said he felt truly inspired in the writing, at the age of 12, of an epic of 6,000 lines, a la Walter Scott, full of battles. At 14 he composed 2 dramas in blank verse, in one of which appear the following striking lines. You would look down and knit your baby brows into your favourite frown. In both plays the language and manner of the young poet's favourite models are conspicuous. Rhyming verses the following years show mastery of metre and a true sense of rhythm. In the 2 years before he was 17, Alfred wrote 42 poems which were published, in their author's 18th year, in the Poems by 2 Brothers. Contemporary notices expressed a favourable opinion of the volume, and stated that it contained exquisite pieces of verse. A publisher paid £20 for its copyright. Lang and Sopford Brooke have more recently declared that these verses have little merit, but Lounsbury and Van Dyke find among them several which are not only unusual productions for authors so young, but also productions good in themselves. Glorified nomenclature which Milton need not have blushed to acknowledge. The quality of Alfred's verse was already far superior to that of his elder brother Charles. The younger and more gifted poet exhibited clever and intricate varieties of verse and peculiarities of diction that the elder never reached. 7. Evidences of precocity. Before he was old enough to read, little Alfred on a stormy day spread his arms to the sky and cried, "I bear a voice that's speaking in the wind." It is stated that on reading some of his son's earliest poems, the father was deeply moved, and a little later, when his son lay ill, he said, "If Alfred die, one of our greatest poets will have gone." AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Alfred remained at home until, at 18, he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he found the arid atmosphere of the university, then predominatingly mathematical, monotonous and uninspiring. Nevertheless, he won at 20 the Chancellor's Gold Medal for a poem on Timbuktu. He has been the first prize poem submitted in blank verse. About a year later, the volume Poems, chiefly lyrical, was published and received favourable reviews from Sir John Bowring, Leigh Hunt, and Arthur Hellman. S.D. Coleridge saw in these poems, in spite of a clearly imperfect understanding of a metre, something of a good deal of beauty. During the summer vacation, Alfred and his college friend Hallam made a foot journey through France to the Pyrenees with money and letters for the revolutionists. Again at the university, Tennyson studied classics, history and natural science, and took a keen interest in politics. He took physical exercises in rowing, fencing and walking. At home, whither he returned at 21 and a half, upon the death of his father, he soon became noted for prowess in feats of physical strength. He was called Hercules as well as Apollo. At 22, Tennyson published 4 poems in literary journals, and in the autumn of the following year, his collected poems appeared. This volume includes The Lotus Eaters and The Dream of Fair Women. At 24, he printed The Lover's Tale, written 5 years earlier. In the autumn of the same year, his beloved friend Hallam died, and in sorrow Tennyson began The Two Voices in Moranium, and the first draft of Morte d'Arthur. In the 2 years following Hallam's death, Tennyson's health and spirits were indifferent. He sought solace in the works of Racine, Molière, and Victor Hugo. At 25, he was busy copying Morte d'Arthur. Hartley Coleridge stated about this time that Tennyson was undoubtedly a man of genius, but Wordsworth confessed that, for his part, he wanted the faculty to enter into the beauty of the young poet's style. AII-IQ 160, relative quotient of data 0.82. Ludwig Tieck, 1773 to 1853, a German poet and critic. AII-IQ 155, AII-IQ 155. 1. Family standing. Ludwig Tieck's father, a master rope maker of Berlin, was an intelligent, upright workman, a loyal subject of old Fritz, and a believer in rationalism and enlightenment. He was fond of reading, especially the works of Goethe and of the theatre, and had definite ideas about the education of his children. The gentle, kindly mother adhered to the ancient religious faith. She loved her children devotedly and guarded them from the apparent severity of their father. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. When he was very young, Ludwig was fascinated by the sight of his mother's ornamental hymnal, as well as by the sound of the psalms and the hymns she read from it. As a little child, he developed a great delight in the theatre, and began to think of having a little playhouse of his own. Lead soldiers were the actors in his first plays. These were succeeded by paper puppets, and finally Ludwig and his brother and sister acted the parts of the little plays that the young poet composed. At 11 and 12, young Tieck attended the theatre, frequently alone. He saw and greatly enjoyed plays of Lessing, Goethe, Schiller, and Shakespeare. Later during his teens, his artistic interests had a further opportunity to expand when he became a participant in private theatricals and musical programs at the home of the composer and opera director Reichardt. 2. Education. Tieck's first instruction was received at his mother's knee. At 5, he entered an ABC school, and so eager was his interest that he daily anticipated the hour of opening. Before his 10th year, he was sent to the French school for boys kept by a local tailor, and here he learned French in addition to the regular school subjects. The years from 9 to 19 he spent at the well-known Friedrich Werder Gymnasium, a Berlin school of high standing. 3. School standing and progress. The boy's mother taught him his ABCs at his own earnest request, and her instruction was aided by the boy's imagination, which endowed the letters with merry living qualities. As a result of early interest and training, Ludwig could read when he was scarcely 4. Later at the gymnasium, his ability won him recognition among teachers and pupils alike. His special gift, a peculiar photographic memory, so impressed one master that he led the youth to the center of the room and then called upon the other children to rise and bow to him 3 times in recognition of his unusual talent. During the gymnasium years, Ludwig received instruction outside the regular curriculum in Greek, French, Italian, music, and dancing. 4. Friends and associates. At one time during his boyhood, the lad was strangely devoted to a cold, reserved, ambitious fellow who spurned his naive affection and constantly gave him cause for grief. Later the young poet's loving heart found a sympathetic friend in the romantic Wachenroder, a carefully educated, talented, dreamy boy, and the two remained close friends and collaborators until Wachenroder's death at the age of 25. Other school associates were Toll, son of a porcelain manufacturer, a fine studious fellow, fond of sport, good-natured, von Bergsdorff, the son of a nobleman, and Vering, son of a country clergyman, a merry and original spirit. 5. Reading. Soon after Ludwig was 4 years old, the Bible took the place of the primer in his education, as historical and poetical books became his favourite reading. Even in his earliest childhood, the little fellow had read the Bible through more than once. A little later he was introduced to German literature through the books his father read aloud in the evenings. These were usually poetic, but occasionally they included such works as Fontenelle's Multiplicity of Worlds. Goethe's Gott von Berlichingen was an early favourite. The words thus opened to the boy through books became a real one, and its people living beings. During the gymnasium years, the Odyssey and Kleist's Frühling were among the books that fascinated him. Ludwig read all the volumes in his father's library and in the loan library, and he borrowed whatever books he could read from his comrades. He conceived a great enthusiasm for Shakespeare and discovered the treasures of Cervantes and Holberg also. 6. Production achievement. A poem written when Teak was 11 in honour of the marriage of the school director caused the other boys to marvel at his talent. But it was not until he was about 15 and in the second class at the gymnasium that his compositions began to be noteworthy. Up to that time his father had often helped him with the hateful formal exercises, but now he began to write independently, to express himself freely in writing, and to write compositions for the other boys as well. He was praised by his teachers for the literary ability displayed in his productions, and is often scoffed at and even harshly reprimanded for the original opinions he expressed. At 16 he wrote some dramatic scenes to accompany the Midsummer Night's Dream, in which he idealized the great English poet. 7. Evidences of precocity. Little Ludwig was a sensitive and precocious child. From a very early age, pictures and experiences made so strong and even painful an impression upon him that he preserved the memory of them even in his advanced years. At a puppet play, the strange antics and attitudes of the puppets and their tragic tones terrified him so that he wept, and his father had to carry him out. When he was about 4, neighbours and relatives, seeing him on his little footstool, eagerly reading in the Bible, would shake their heads doubtfully over the unusual talent, or even refuse to believe that he was actually reading. See also 2, 1, 3, and 6. AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Before completing the gymnasium course at 19, Teak had already produced a literary work of genuine merit. At 17 he went through a distressing period of depression, but improved after he had made, at the age of 18, the acquaintance of Mary Alberti, to whom he was a little later engaged. From 1921 he attended the University of Halle, Göttingen, and Erlangen, studying history and literature, especially Shakespeare and the Elizabethan drama. During these years he produced work that was later published. By the age of 21 he had definitely decided upon a literary career, and before he was 26 had published a considerable amount of literary work, including short stories, novels, and plays. AIIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.75. Frederick August Wolff, 1759 to 1824. A German classical scholar, regarded as the founder of scientific classical philology. AIIQ 155, AIIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. Wolff's parents were honest, simple, careful, happy people. His father was a schoolmaster and organist, who gave written expression to his wisdom in proverbs. Frau Wolff, the daughter of the town clerk of a nearby village, was a wise and an unselfish mother. Her famous son always felt that he owed his intellectual interests to her. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. When a little child, Wolff said that if he grew up he would be a superintendent, the highest church official he knew, and to him the sum of all dignity. Wolff's father planned to train him to be a musician, but although the boy found in music a genuine recreation, he soon discovered that it could never satisfy him as a permanent employment. He could play the flute and harp, although the clavier was his favourite instrument. He even composed new airs. Participation in athletic sports was not allowed by his parents, and so recreation usually meant little walks or trips into the country. Wolff had no inclination for anything mathematical. As early as the age of 10 he decided on a scholar's career, and he devoted himself thereafter to this one purpose, forgetting all else. 2. Education. On his mother's lap, the little boy learned many songs, fables, and proverbs, and he learned a simple practical philosophy, for his mother taught him to insist on deeds as evidence of the genuineness of attitudes. His first formal instruction was given by his father, who had a gift for teaching, knew Latin and some Greek, and admired ancient history and literature. When barely 2, Frederick was taught to enunciate clearly, and as a game he learned sentences and verbs, first in German, then in Latin. At 3, he began to write and to study music. Before he was 5, his father had instructed him in reading aloud, thinking about writing, avoidance for ambiguity, and mental computation. At 6, he had made some progress in Latin, and he knew a little French and Greek. He was then sent to the gymnasium. The rector, a learned man, but unsuccessful as a teacher of small boys, was successful 4 years later by a vigorous, able scholar, J.C. Hake, who had a deep interest in the study of the classics. This energetic teacher encouraged Wolf to come to him out of school hours to discuss his work. Hake developed in his pupil a profound belief in the value of self-training, and after the death of the teacher a little later, Wolf, then 10 years of age, attended school less frequently, made his own plan of study, and carried it out at home, working often far into the night. A year of needed recreation followed this severe discipline. The boy deliberately gave up study, played ball, and ran about the streets. Then he returned to his books with renewed zeal and improved health. Frederick's father's friend, Frankenstein, taught the boy first French and Italian, then Spanish, and the little he knew of English. From Schroeter, a learned scholar in the theory of music, Wolf at 16 learned counterpoint, played unspeakably by difficult calculations, and eagerly lapped up all his teacher could tell him of Greek music. At 16 he began to study Hebrew. 3. School standing and progress. In the entrance examination to the gymnasium, the boy of 6 read Greek, some Cicero, and easy modern Latin verse. Skipping the 4 lower classes, he was entered into 3rd class, where he read the less difficult Greek authors and the New Testament. With his father's help he made rapid progress, and soon was the best student in his class. At 8 he was promoted to the 2nd class, and attended the 1st. At 14 he had become a member of the rector's own class, but his teacher was a man of little mind, who disgusted the studious boy by refusing to give his authority for a statement doubted by his pupil. Wolf led the class, and at the next public examination he exposed the hypocrisy of the rector by presenting to the audience copies of questions and answers prepared by the teacher so that his students might make an apparent success. At 17 Wolf was ready for the university, a prime classes gymnasii per sexennium civis. 4. Friends and associates. Wolf had 2 inspiring teachers who instructed him out of school hours. Frankenstein was to him in modern languages and literature what Hake had been in the ancient. The former, whose association with his young discipline was so unfortunately cut short by an early death, was more interested than any of his other instructors in the general development of all the boy's talents. At 15 the lad fell in love with a young widow who shared some of his intellectual interests. Neither his family nor heirs discouraged the affair, and when the lady died, Wolf at 16 was disconsolate until he returned to his exhaustive and absorbed study. Oberberdiger, Ostermann, and Pastor Lesor, 2 excellent men, were attracted to the 16-year-old Wolf by his skill in reading Latin and Greek. They criticized his work and introduced him to their classical libraries of some 1,000 volumes. 5. Reading. At 12, Wolf read Voltaire and Molière in French, preferring the former. Italian he liked better than French. In it he read the story of Bianca Capello, and also Tasso's works. In Spanish he read Don Quixote, which he had previously read in German. In Hebrew he read most of the Pentateuch, and other parts of the Old Testament. At 14, Homer had long been his daily repast. Livy he had read only casually. 6. Production and achievement. When he was no more than 5, Wolf could recall 10 to 15 lines of verse after a single reading. At 12 he learned whole cantos of Tasso, and he wrote Italian verses so well that his teacher thought them taken from Italian writers. In learning English at 12, he required the use of a dictionary which was available for 1 month only, so he learned 2/3 of it by heart and copied the other third. He was said to have learned the whole Greek dictionary by heart. He could recite many rhapsodies of Homer and whole tragedies, even before he got their complete meaning. With this remarkable memory he combined iron persistence. He kept himself awake late into the night by artificial means, a rigor which, strangely enough, did not ruin his health. At 16, when engaged to arrange a classical library, he examined each book, memorized its title, author, edition, place for publication, and made mental note of the character of the volume. Having obtained success to all the sizable libraries in the town, he early became an authority on excellent classical works. At 14, he began taking private pupils, and at 16 had developed an excellent teaching method. At this time, he began a comparative study of ancient and modern languages, and commenced to make his own comparative grammar. 7. Evidences of precocity. Wolfe remembered the French soldiers who talked in French and broken German at his father's house when he was 2.5. At 4, he recited at the conclusion of the service in the village church a Thanksgiving poem composed by his father, and at 5 he frequently read to the congregational sermons which his father had prepared for the purpose. Wolfe said later that even in his 13th year, he was pretty well finished and developed. See also 2, 2, and 6. AIIQ 155, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From the age of 18 to 20, Wolfe attended the University of Göttingen, registered as a student of philology. Although the great Hien tried to dissuade him from this course and called his plan of study absurd, Wolfe was not to be turned aside. He knew exactly what he wanted. He attended the opening lectures in many courses, got the orientation and the bibliography, and then spent the rest of the semester reading and studying, sometimes remaining in his room for months at a time. He read Homer, Ossian, and the Old Testament, and attended lectures in natural science and psychology. He had few acquaintances, and he took no part in student activities. To save time in dressing, he wore a wig and a simple cloak. Because of his remarkable zeal, he was allowed the unusual privilege of using the library during closed periods. His lectures on Xenophon and Demosthenes to a group of fellow students created considerable interest. Upon Hien's suggestion, Wolfe was appointed collaborator to Bielefeld, and there, aged 20 to 23, he carried on for 3 years the activities of a skillful teacher. At 21, he edited Lillo's Fatale Curiosity, and 2 years later Plato's Symposium, with notes and introduction. To increase his income and thus be able to marry, Wolfe left Bielefeld and became a teacher at Osterode, where, in 1 year, he reformed the entire system, introduced true humanistic study, and leaving for his successor an excellent method, a carefully worked-out school program, and an enthusiastic student body. At the close of the school year, Wolfe, now 24, accepted from several offers that of a professorship of philology and pedagogy at the University of Halle. He spent the next 23 years at Halle, inspiring his students with his own ardor in the study of antiquity. AIIQ 165, relative quotient data 0.75. End of section 31. Section 32 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 20. Cases rated at AIIQ 160 to 170. Part 1. Jacques Bening Bossuet, 1627 to 1704, a French prelate and celebrated pulpit orator, historian, and theological writer. AIIQ 160, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Bossuet came of a family of magistrates, remarkable for their good sense, activity, and religious faith. Several members of his immediate family were priests, including his father, who entered the church in old age after he had achieved eminence in a successful career as a lawyer. Of Bossuet's mother it is known only that she was a pious woman, who consecrated her son to the church at the time of his birth. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Bossuet had from the first but 2 interests in life, religion and scholarship. 2. Education. His unusual ability was early discovered by his uncle, and he was sent to the Jesuit school in Dijon, where he received a classical and religious education. At the age of 8, he was given the tonsure by the Bishop of Langres as a sign of consecration to the church, and at 13 he went to the College of Nevers in Paris to study theology. 3. School standing and progress. From the first he surpassed all others of his age, and masters and pupils soon measured him only in terms of his own ability. He was a child only in appearance. His mind was mature at birth. At Paris he became as noted as at Dijon. On account of his talent for speaking, the university chose him for public address on festival days. He became an object of admiration and was soon snatched from his obscurity. 4. Friends and associates, no specific record. 5. Reading. Bossuet early developed a passion for reading, being especially fond of poetry. Homer he placed above all poets and orators, always referring to him as a divine Homer. And he also greatly admired Horace and Virgil, but the Bible was his favorite book, especially the poetry of the Bible. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 13, Bossuet became a canon of Metz. At 16, on going to Paris, he was invited at the Hotel de Rambouillet to give an extempore sermon. In his address, he contrasted the glory of Jesus with the glory of earthly potentates and heroes, developing a comparison between the lives of Christ and Alexander the Great, and concluded with a description of the Last Judgment. The admiration excited by his brilliant discourse was echoed throughout Paris. While at Nevers, Bossuet had been wont to attend the theatre, where he was charmed by the tragedies of Corneille, and under this influence he began to write madrigals and pious poems in the precocious taste of the age. See also 2-3. 7. Evidences of precocity. See 2, 3, and 6. According to Lamartine, Bossuet exhibited no faults or foibles in his childhood. He seemed to have no other passion than the good and the beautiful. His appearance, even at 13, attracted admiration as an index of rare genius and spirituality. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Bossuet received the bachelorate degree in philosophy, and 2 years later in theology for a thesis dedicated to Condé. The great hero came in person to listen and participate in the discussion. This was the beginning of a warm friendship between the distinguished statesman and the young preacher. 9 months later, Bossuet was ordained subdeacon at Langres, and at this time he definitely gave up his life to the church. During the year he wrote Méditation sur la Veuve de la Vie. Bossuet formed a friendship with St. Vincent de Paul, who also played on his religious zeal as to lead him almost into fanaticism. He maintained his equilibrium by studying poetry and oratory, and by visiting the theatre where he heard the great tragedians. At 25, having passed a brilliant examination at Nevers, Bossuet was ordained a priest, and the following month was made a doctor of Notre Dame. In the same year, having been created Archdeacon of Cherbourg, he withdrew to Metz, where he soon gained fame for his brilliant sermons and orations. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.53. Henry Peter Brougham, 1778 to 1868. A celebrated British statesman, orator, jurist, and scientist. AIIQ 160, AIIQ 170. 1. Family standing. Brougham's grandfather was a prosperous attorney who acted as steward to the Dukes of Norfolk. Of the father it is known only that due to a great shock he lost his reason for a time. The mother was a woman of rare sagacity and unusual powers of judgment. Her father was a minister of the Church of Scotland. Her uncle was Dr. Robertson, the historian. It was to his maternal grandmother, however, that Brougham felt he owed most. Beautiful, intellectual, and clear in understanding, she instilled in her grandson the first principles of the persevering energy that enabled him to accomplish what he did. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Brougham's interests were at first scholastic and literary, then scientific, and finally legal. See 2, 3, 5, and 6. 2. Education. Just after Brougham had been taught to read by his father, a fever destroyed all his knowledge, so that he could not recall even the letters. With returning health came rapid relearning, and before long Henry was ready to enter a day school. His grandmother worked with him day by day, and such was his progress that at 7 he had outgrown his first school and was ready for his second. At 11 he entered a third school in which he was enrolled for 2 years, although he was absent practically the whole of the first year on account of illness. When he left this school he was ready for college, but was considered still too young to enter the higher institution. Consequently he remained with his family, who were spending the year in the country. A tutor had been engaged to supervise the boy's studies, but Henry depended little on this guidance. Always did his work by himself, scorning assistance, and never applied for help when he could possibly avoid it. During the year, the boy read the classics with his father and, encouraged by him, tried his hand at writing. At 14, he entered the university. Before he was 17, he had exhausted the ordinary university curriculum in the humanities, physics, rhetoric, and ethics, but without graduating, since the university gave neither examinations nor degrees except in medicine. His choice of law as a profession necessitated attendance at university lectures for 2 additional years. 3. School standing and progress. Under his grandmother's careful tuition, little Brougham not only won and kept a good place in his class, but even made his teacher confess himself in error on a dispute point in Latin. This victory won the boy great credit among his schoolfellows, and Brougham was called the boy that had licked the master. At his third school, aged 11 or 13, the teacher excited in his pupils an ardent love for the subjects taught and a spirit of inquiry into all things that related to them. During the period of his illness, Brougham made distinct progress in learning. He kept up his reading and tried his hand at composition. His mother records, he went through all the classics with credit and came away dux of the 5th class. The examination was in August, at which time he had not reached the age of 13, an age unusually early considering too that he had been only 1 year, instead of 2, the usual number in the rector's class. At 16, at the university, Brougham hit on the binomial theorem by induction, as he desired to master the fluxional calculus. His professor, Playfair, advised him to read Bezout, and this he did with much profit. 4. Friends and associates. Before he was 14, Brougham's chief associates were his teachers and the members of his family. At the university, aged 14 to 17, he was closely associated with a group of men later distinguished as statesmen, warriors, or churchmen, whose celebrity was destined to spread far beyond the confines of Edinburgh. The eminent mathematician Playfair became a lifelong friend and correspondent. 5. Reading. An omnivorous reader, with a tenacious memory and almost superhuman powers of application, he amassed a store of miscellaneous learning during his early years, beyond the wildest imagination of schoolboy or undergraduate south of the Tweed. He had a wide and fairly accurate knowledge of the Roman poets, orators, and historians. He memorized large portions of Cicero and Virgil, but they were ever at the tip of his tongue, and he possessed the gift of terse and close translation from Latin to English. 6. Production and achievement. In the year before he entered the university, Brougham tried his hand at writing English essays and tales of fiction. One of the latter, Memnon, or Human Wisdom, shows the boy's power of keen philosophical analysis and his even keener satire. A letter recording the making of a translation of Flowers and reporting strenuous scholastic activities bears witness to his excellence of style. 2 months after Brougham entered the university, he instigated the establishment of a debating society, of which he became the first president. The following year, aged 15, he was elected to the famous Speculative Society, which numbered among its members the most distinguished students of the university. But not satisfied with the weekly meetings of this organization, he founded, for practically the same group of young men, the Academy of Physics, before which he presented papers on law reform. At 16 or 17, Brougham submitted to the Berlin Academy of Sciences an essay on the deflection of a projectile from a vertical plane, embodying the results that he and his brothers had obtained in trying out this principle experimentally. Brougham devoted some time to the investigation of porisms and to experiments on light and colours. He submitted a paper to the Royal Society containing some additions to the Newtonian doctrine. This was accepted and printed in the Society's Transactions. Curiously enough, this paper contained the suggestion of the principles from which photography was later to be developed, but this part of the discussion was omitted from the work as printed. 50 years later, photography was developed independently by other investigators. 7. Evidences of precocity. Brougham's mother recorded of her son that from a tender age he excelled all his contemporaries. Nothing to him was a labour. No task was prescribed that was not performed long before the time expected. His grandmother used to compare him to the admirable Crichton, from his excelling in everything he undertook. From mere infancy he showed a marked attention to everything he saw, and this before he could speak afterward, to everything he heard, and he had a memory the most retentive. He spoke distinctly several words when he was 8 months and 2 weeks old, and this aptitude to learn continued progressive. His earliest recorded utterance was due to a nasty tumble downstairs. "Have you hurt your head?" inquired the anxious parent. "Sure, ma'am, it was cracked before," was the reply. Being the invariable phase of excuse of a maidservant from whose hands no breakable article was safe. See also 2, 3, 5, and 6. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Brower, aged 17, having exhausted the usual university curriculum, was driven to choose a profession. He elected to study for the bar, but did not neglect his scientific studies. He continued to attend lectures in mathematics and experimental sciences. During the next 3 years, in the midst of varied activities, 2 papers on optics were produced and 1 on porisms. Walking tours in the Highlands and a winter in Denmark and Sweden in the company of a number of friends, including Lord Stuart de Rothesay, broke the routine of study. Brougham, aged 22, was admitted an advocate of the Scots bar on his return from the continental trip. The same year his brother Peter was killed in a duel, and as a consequence, Henry Brougham's mind became temporarily unhinged. In the following years, the study and practice of law became distasteful to him, and he devoted more and more time to science and literature. He was a constant attender at the debates of the Specular Society and planned the foundations of the Edinburgh Review in collaboration with Smith and Jeffrey. The review, the first number of which appeared when Brougham was 24, was somewhat unexpectedly an immediate success. For the first 4 numbers, Brougham wrote 24 articles on literature, science, and politics. Although not perhaps of the quality of the most eminent essayists, still those early productions maintained a good general level of excellence. Of Brougham at this time, a critic wrote, "As a general utility man, prepared to take any subject at a moment's notice, equally ready to smash a professor or gibbet a poet, he was without rival for either vigour or variety." At the age of 25, Brougham was made a Fellow of the Royal Society in recognition of his scientific work. In the meantime, his law cases had not progressed any too favourably, and so in order to gain a reputation, he went on circuit following Judge Lord Esgrove. But this proved uncongenial, and he abandoned the practice after 1 trial. Fired with the prospect of a political career, Brougham now went south and entered Lincoln's Inn. After a tour of Holland and Italy, he finally settled in London, where his writings in the Edinburgh Review had already made him at 26 a man of some mark. AIIQ 170, relative quotient data 0.75. Philip Melanchthon, 1497 to 1560, German reformer, famous as the collaborator of Luther. AIIQ 160, AIIQ 180. 1. Family standing. Melanchthon's father was a skillful armourer, who early won the favour of his elector by his clever workmanship. His fame spread beyond the limits of the Electorate, and he was constantly in demand among foreign princes. The Emperor Maximilian, delighted with his work, presented him with a coat of arms and retained him in his employ. Philip's maternal grandfather was a fine, intelligent man of superior education. The maternal grandmother, a sister of the celebrated pre-Reformation scholar Reuchlin, was concerned for her grandchildren's education and took charge of their training after the death of their father and grandfather. Philip's mother, virtuous and well-bred, was beloved of her children. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Melanchthon was always fond of scholarly pursuits. His studies covered a wide range, for he sought to know everything, and to be a master in every science. He would often gather together a few schoolfellows for the purpose of discussing what had been read and learned. His enthusiasm for classical literature was great, and even before he was 17, he had come to occupy a conspicuous place among the humanists who were rising in opposition to the monkish pedantry of the day. 2. Education. Young Philip was sent to the town school, and there, well drilled in the rudiments of knowledge, he made rapid progress. Later he was instructed at home by an excellent teacher, John Unger, recommended by Reuchlin, who, correcting every mistake with the rod, grounded him thoroughly in grammar and syntax, and inculcated modesty, honesty, and love of truth. At the age of 10, Philip entered the excellent Latin school of Pforzheim, where he came under Simler, a superior Latin scholar with a rare knowledge of Greek and Hebrew. Here he was one of the favoured few admitted to the master's instruction in Greek. In his 13th year, Melanchthon was matriculated under the philosophical faculty in the University of Heidelberg. Here he pursued his studies largely by himself, reading history, drama, and the ancient classics, and studying dialectics and the philosophy of Aristotle, while attending lectures on mathematics and astronomy. He passed his final examinations when he was not yet 15. At the end of another year, he had fulfilled the requirements for the MA degree, but denied his honour because of his youth. He transferred his matriculation to Tübingen. In addition to the studies pursued at Heidelberg, he now took up Hebrew, medicine and theology, receiving the MA degree at the age of 16. 3. School standing and progress. Melanchthon had quick perception, acute penetration, a retentive memory, an ardent thirst for knowledge, and the ability to express his thoughts with accuracy and precision. In school and out, he was incessantly asking questions. He was noted for proficiency in grammar and was irresistible in dispute. At Pforzheim, he surpassed all his schoolfellows, among whom were a number who later won distinction. Philip's progress so pleased his great-uncle Reuchlin that the latter gave his nephew a copy of his own Greco-Latin lexicon as a reward for the composition of certain Latin verses. The boy and his schoolfellows further delighted the eminent scholar by rendering one of his school comedies with skill and elegance. At Heidelberg, Melanchthon acquired so high a reputation for proficiency in Greek, and on one occasion when the professor was forced to leave his class because of sudden illness, the instruction was left in Philip's hands. Melanchthon was one of a comparatively small portion of the student body who fulfilled the BA requirements. He received the MA at Tübingen, the first among 11 candidates. 4. Friends and associates. The most important influence exerted on the youthful mind of Philip was his intimacy with Reuchlin, his great-uncle. At Heidelberg, the boy lived in the home of Dr. Spangel, a man of striking personality who assisted and encouraged his protégé. Melanchthon numbered among his university friends the noted scholar Jacob Wimpfeling, who embodied the rising spirit of humanistic culture, the poet Sorbel, and a number of other young men who were destined to play an important part in the events of latter years. Among these were Sturm, Billiken, and Bretz. Philip held a high place in the estimation of his associates. 5. Reading. In his early teens, Melanchthon read the poets, history, and the drama with boyish avidity. He was interested in Cicero and Demosthenes, but he preferred modern works like those of Politian. He was much impressed by the sermons of Gehler. At Tübingen he read Occam, Gerson, and John Wetzel assiduously, and he studied Galen so carefully that he could repeat most of his works from memory. At this time his great-uncle Reuchlin gave him a Latin Bible, which he read carefully day and night, always carrying it with him. 6. Production and achievement. 2 Latin poems written at the age of 13 have been preserved. They are representative of a large number of productions, several of which were published at this time in various occasional collections. Before he was 16, Melanchthon tutored 2 noble youths, and in his 17th year he received a license as Privatdozent at Tübingen to lecture on the ancient classics. He also instructed a select group of students in the Greek language. The same year he became corrector to the printer, Thomas Anselm, a position that could at that time be held only by a learned man. He edited and almost completely rewrote the Universal History by John Nucler, and he began a translation of Plutarch and of Aratus. It is probable that he completed the outline of his grammar while still at college. 7. Evidences of precocity. See 2, 3, and 6. AIIQ 160, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Melanchthon remained at Tübingen until he was 21. The learning and talents of the youth, who was already without question the best humanistic scholar in Europe, attracted the attention of the great Erasmus, who praised his sagacity in argument, purity in style, comprehension of learned subjects, and right reading, delicacy in the almost royal elegance of mind. Before leaving Tübingen, he had progressed from the elder humanistic school to that of the young reformers. In 1518, Frederick the Wise offered the young scholar, aged 21, who had already refused a call at Ingolstadt, the chair of Greek in his new University of Wittenberg. This offer was made on the recommendation of Reuchlin, who said that the youth was surpassed by only one scholar, Erasmus. Melanchthon was glad to accept the call, and found in Wittenberg a very congenial atmosphere. The first disappointment of his colleagues, who saw only that he was very young, small, diffident, hesitant, and of a frail body, was quickly replaced by admiration and delight when they heard his first public oration, an achievement which marked the beginning of a new era in culture and religion. Almost immediately students began to flock to Wittenberg, drawn by the reputation of the young scholar. Melanchthon and Luther were at once attracted to each other, each finding the complement of his own nature in the other and esteeming his friend better than himself. The Leipzig disputation, which occurred when Melanchthon was 21, was a turning point in the young man's life, for it marked the real beginning of his active participation in the work of the Reformation. When the Diet of Worms condemned Luther, Melanchthon alone undertook to defend him, writing, at 24, the Apology. In his 23rd to 24th years he wrote his most important theological work, Theological Commonplaces, an epoch-making contribution to the history of theology. For 50 years, it held first place as a theological textbook in the universities. Melanchthon was married at 23. AII IQ 180, relative quotient data 0.75. Louis Alfred Charles de Musset, 1810 to 1857, a celebrated French poet. AII IQ 160, AII IQ 170. 1. Family standing. The family of Musset were for generations lovers of literature, and every member had literary talent. The poet's grand-uncle, the Marquis de Musset, gained brilliant success in 1778 with a novel in letters. Alfred's father combined literature with war and official duties. His writings included historical works, travels, books of erudition, novels, and humorous verse. This literary soldier is characterized as jovial and quick of retort, but the kindest of men and an indulgent father. The maternal grandmother, although possessing an infinite fund of good sense, was a passionate and eloquent follower of Jean Jacques. To his mother, Alfred owed a wholesome and happy childhood. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. In his 8th and 9th years, Alfred took keen pleasure in reading and re-reading fantastic tales and stories of chivalry, acting them out with his brother as plays. He wished to excel in all he did, and at 16 he would rather not write at all if he could not be a Shakespeare or a Schiller. 2. Education. At the age of 3, Alfred began lessons in reading and writing, subjects which he pursued with great ardour in order to gain sufficient skill to carry on a correspondence with a beloved cousin. At 6 he attended school for a short time and then, with his brother, was instructed by a tutor. When Alfred was 16, he received his baccalaureate degree, and was then ready to enter upon the law studies for which his family had destined him. 3. School standing and progress. At the college of Henry IV, he was the youngest and brightest in his class, and a favourite of the master. So great were his desire to do well, and his fear of not succeeding, that he was always unhappy and agitated at school. While studying logic and philosophy, he would reason independently, and often dissatisfied with the professor's ideas, he would work at his subjects, penetrating to the bottom, and coming up with a different conclusion from the one generally accepted. At 16 he won second prize in philosophy with a Latin dissertation on the origin of our feelings. 4. Friends and associates. At school, Musset's record, brilliant for one so young, aroused the jealousy of the other pupils, who combined against him and tormented him. Paul Fauch, however, was a college friend. 5. Reading. At the age of 7, Alfred and his brother devoured all of the Persian and Arabian stories they could find, beginning with the legend of the 4 sons of Ammon. They went on through the whole series of chivalric tales, including Roland Ferrou, Amadis, Pierre de Provence, and Don Quixote. No specific record has been found of latter reading. 6. Production achievement. According to his brother, Alfred wrote his first poem in his 15th year, c. 2-3. 7. Evidences of precocity. His brother says that Alfred de Musset early gave signs of a rare precocity of intellect. He had oratorical impulses and picturesque expression in depicting childish woes and pleasures. His reactions at the age of 3 were those of an older child. He was impatient to experience to the utmost every moment of time, and when one day his mother did not dress him quickly enough to meet a tempestuous desire, he stamped his foot and cried, "Hurry, mamma, or my new shoes will be old." Before he was 4, he had his first love affair, not less profound because it was childish. At the age of 8, he astonished a military officer by a controversy with a colonel's son, in which he solved a problem in statics, the cannonball test of the Stanford Binet scale. The officer prophesied then that the little prodigy would one day become a great mathematician. AI IQ 160, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Mozart began the study of law, then changed to medicine, but loathing the dissection of cadavers, he gave this up. Thereafter, and upon the encouragement of his drawing teacher, he spent much time at the Louvre in drawing and painting. He read much Shakespeare, Goethe, Schiller, Byron, Descartes, Spinoza, Cabanis, Maine de Biran, and other writers. Before he was 18, he was adopted, spoiled, and lectured by Victor Hugo, Alfred de Vigny, Saint-Beuve, Merimée, Charles Nodier, and the Deschamps brothers. At this period, Mozart began a drama in honor of Victor Hugo, a free translation of De Quincey's Confessions, and he wrote poems, among them the famous Ballad to the Moon. The next year he printed his Tales of Spain and Italy, which was widely criticized. His play, Nut Venetillin, having failed on the stage, he began to write dramatic pieces to be read in an armchair. For so he was free from conventions and the restrictions of time and space. At 22 he published Andrea del Sarto, Caprices di Marianne, now considered a classic, and Brula, very popular with college students. Between his 23rd and 25th year he lived through the stormy love affair with George Sand, and at the end, his happiness irretrievably wrecked, he sought consolation in debauchery. The writings which grew out of this experience, the Four Nuits and the Lettre of Lamartine, gave their author enduring fame. AII IQ 170, relative quotient data 0.82. William Pitt, 1759 to 1806, a famous English Whig statesman and orator. AI IQ 160, AII IQ 180. 1. Family standing. Pitt's father was William Pitt, 1st Earl of Chatham, a famous statesman, minister, and orator. Page 482, FF. For more than a century, the Pitts had been mayors, physicians, parsons, or government officials. The mother, a countess in her own right, was a sister of two distinguished statesmen. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. So great was his admiration for his father that the younger Pitt wished to resemble him in all things. He pursued learning so vigorously, both at home and at the university, that it became his father's care to caution him against scholarly excess. In his teens, philosophy and history were the subjects to which he was most ardently devoted. Writing was a favourite pastime, encouraged for health's sake. 2. Education. At the age of 7 or earlier, William Pitt, with his brothers and sisters, was instructed by a tutor. When the father's health would permit, he never allowed a day to pass without giving instruction of some sort to his children, and the reading with them of a chapter from the Bible was a daily rite. William Pitt was schooled at home beyond the usual age because of his delicate health. He studied the elements of mathematics and the classics, both Greek and Latin, and his tutor once observed that he grasped the meaning of an author so readily that he never seemed to learn but only to recollect. At 14 and a half, Pitt was entered at Cambridge, where, by his father's request, he was given, in addition to the usual programme, 2 hours of special instruction daily by his tutors. After an illness which took him home, Pitt returned to Cambridge, aged 15, and there for 2 years he led an austere life, never missed hall or chapel or lecture except for illness, and going into no society. 3. School study and progress. His university tutor wrote that, although William was little more than 14 when he went to reside at the university, he had laboured under the disadvantage of frequent ill health. The knowledge which he then possessed was very considerable, and in particular his proficiency in the learned languages was probably greater than ever was acquired by any other person in such early youth. In Latin authors he seldom met with difficulty, and it was no uncommon thing for him to read into English 6 or 7 pages of Thucydides, which he had not previously seen, without more than 2 or 3 mistakes, and sometimes without even one. The master of Pembroke Hall wrote to the elder Pitt in regard to his son, then 15, "He promises fair indeed to be one of those extraordinary persons whose eminent parts, equalled by his eminent industry, continue in a progressive state through their lives." The same master stated that his own experience concurred with that of the tutors, who agreed that young Pitt possessed extraordinary genius. 4. Friends and associates. Pitt's early associates were the members of his family, his tutors, and the friends of his parents. At 16 he formed a friendship with Lord Mahon, his brother-in-law, 6 years his senior. 5. Reading. From an early age, William Pitt read widely. When he was 10 3/4, his father sent him, as specimens, examples of contemporary oratory. His first books he read at Cambridge were Thucydides and Polybius. 6. Production and achievement. At 13, Pitt wrote a tragedy in 5 acts in blank verse entitled Laurentius, King of Clarinium, whose whole plot was political, with the interest turning in a contest about a regency. Of it, Macaulay said, "A tragedy bad of course, but not worse than those of his friend," meaning Haley. The tragedy was twice presented, its 5 parts sustained by the 5 brothers and sisters. Letters to his father from college show, at 14, ease and ability in style. 7. Evidences of precocity. At a very early age, Pitt exhibited the polished manners and manly behaviour of a cultured gentleman. At 7, he was writing letters to his father, and the same year he delivered an invitation on his own initiative in the style of a man of the world. Even at this early age, he had political aspirations. His tutor, writing of Mr. William to his mother, observed, 3 months ago, he told me in a very serious conversation that he was glad he was not the eldest son, but that he could serve his country in the House of Commons like his papa. A contemporary wrote, "Though a boy in years and appearance, Mr. Pitt's manners were formed and his behaviour manly. He mixed in conversation with unaffected vivacity, and delivered his sentiments with perfect ease. Equally free from shyness and flippancy, and always with strict attention to propriety and decorum." Lord Chatham had encouraged him to talk without reserve upon every subject, which frequently afforded opportunity for conveying useful information and just notions of persons and things. Before he was 7, William Pitt was referred to by his mother as an eager Mr. William, and at 7 1/3, William and his sister continually astonished their tutor by their ardour, which could not be diminished either by too many tasks or too few. The tutor wrote, "When I am alone reading, Mr. Pitt, if it is anything he may attend to, constantly places himself by me, where his steady attention and sage remarks are not only entertaining but useful, as they frequently throw a light upon the subject and strongly impress it on my memory." The First Lady Holland is quoted as saying, "Here is a little William Pitt, not 8 years old, and really the cleverest child I ever saw." When this remarkable boy was 13, his mother said of him that he enjoyed, with the highest pleasure, what would be above the reach of any other creature of his small age. The following year he was described by the poet Haley as now a wonderful boy of 14, who eclipsed his brother, 3 years older, in conversation. The older Pitt quotes his friend Hollis, who remarked the Counsellor's William's fine recounts, and said, "You see how distinct and clear his ideas are." During a thunderstorm, the boy was reading to his father, and no more moved his eye out of the book than Archimedes left his geometry when the town was stormed. William Pitt at 14 was as forward as most lads at 17 or 18. AIIQ 160. Relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Pitt received the MA degree without examination, and he was the son of a peer. Thereafter, for 3 years, he remained at Cambridge studying assiduously. His favourite subject was mathematics, but he read fully on law, philosophy, and classics. He carefully prepared himself for public speaking by translation, study of orations, and comparison of opposing speeches on the same subject. Although he mixed freely with other young men, his chief interest was still scholarly rather than social. When Pitt was 19, his father died and he inherited a small income. With an uncle's assistance, he entered Lincoln's Inn and began the study of law. But from his letters written between the ages of 17 and 21, we know that politics was the most important subject in his mind. He visited Parliament and astonished Fox with the acuity of his criticisms of speeches. At 21, he was called to the bar and left Cambridge. He contested the general election of Cambridge and lost, but shortly afterwards received a seat by personal appointment. His maiden speech, an extemporaneous effort, astonished the House. Burke was impressed, and Fox considered Pitt one of the first men in Parliament. 2 years later, he introduced a bill for the reform of representation, but it was defeated. At this time, aged 23, he announced in the House he would accept no office less than a cabinet minister's and turned down an easy post with a salary of £5,000. In the same year, he became Chancellor of the Exchequer under Sherborne, and spoke strongly in favour of peace with the United States. He was offered the premiership, but refused to accept it, as his party lacked strength. At 24, Pitt spent 6 weeks in France, where he was much sought after by persons of distinction. During this year he became Prime Minister, and he held the office continuously for the next 18 years. AIIQ 180, relative quotient of 0.82. Alexander Pope, 1688 to 1744, an English poet. AIIQ 160, AIIQ 170. 1. Family standing. Pope's parents were a plain, honest, middle-class couple, gifted with plenty of common sense and still more uncommon tact. The father was a linen merchant, who had the wish to make a small fortune and to retire from business before he was too old to adapt himself to a leisured country life. The mother, who was past 40 at the time of her marriage, was the daughter of a small Yorkshire landowner. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Young Pope was passionately fond of reading and indifferent to fresh air and exercise. It is characteristic of him that at 12, seeing Dryden, he observed him very particularly, for even then he looked upon him with veneration. 2. Education. The boy acquired a knowledge of his letters from an old aunt. Writing he acquired on his own account by copying from printed books, and he learned the rudiments of Greek and Latin, at 8, from the family priest. Pope attended 2 Catholic schools, one at Twyford and the other in London, the latter under a careless master. A few months under the further instruction of a priest completed, when he was 12, his regular schooling. Thereafter he took to reading for himself, and at 15 went to London to study French and Italian, remaining, however, only a few months. 3. School standing and progress. At Twyford, Pope wrote a lampoon on his master, and was flogged for it. Thereupon his indulgent father removed him from school. At the London school he made little progress beyond gaining a slight familiarity with Cicero. He spent much of his time attending the theatre, studying plays, and making verses. 4. Friends and associates. In his youth, Pope associated chiefly with men of mature years, who encouraged and advised him in his versification. Among these were Sir William Trumbull, William Walsh, Henry Cromwell, and Wycherley, the dramatist, who was 48 years Pope's senior. Walsh advised his young friend to make it his aim always to be correct in his poetry. 5. Reading. At 8, Pope read with rapture Ogilby's translation of Homer. He liked extremely Sandy's Ovid and part of Statius. After leaving school he read with great eagerness and enthusiasm a great number of English, French, Italian, Latin, and Greek poets, following his own fancy, however, rather than any fixed design. 6. Production and achievement. Pope began writing verses of his own invention farther back than he could remember. At 12 he wrote a play consisting of a number of speeches from the Iliad, tacked together with verses of his own, and this was acted by his schoolfellows. He was 12 when he wrote the Ode to Solitude, and a year later he began an epic poem on Alcander, Prince of Rhodes, writing 4,000 lines and surviving examples of which show considerable dexterity in the handling of heroic metre. It was about this time also that he wrote his translation of the first book of Statius's Thebais, of Ovid's Epistle from Sappho to Phaon, of more than a quarter of the Metamorphoses, and of Cicero's De Senectute. In his 16th year the young poet began his pastorals, which even in latter years he considered the most correct and musical of all his works. 7. Evidences of precocity. From his infancy Pope was considered a prodigy. Because of the sweetness of his youthful voice, the family called him the Little Nightingale. In early youth he worked with such intensity and so completely neglected all exercise that his health was shattered by the time he was 17, and a hereditary tendency to spinal trouble and nervous headaches developed. See 2.6. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. The pastorals soon appeared in print and were much praised by contemporaries. When Pope was 23, his essay on criticism, printed at least 2 years earlier, was published, but it did not sell well. Later it was called by Addison a masterpiece of its kind, and Dr. Johnson said Pope never surpassed this early work. When the poet was 24, his Messiah, a sacred eclogue, was published in Lintot's Miscellany, as were also several poems, including the first draft of The Rape of the Lock, 2 cantos, dashed off in a fortnight. Windsor Forest, begun 8 years earlier, appeared when its author was 25, and already the most fashionable poet of his day. Before he was 26, Pope was a notable, recognized at the clubs and coffee houses as one of the reigning wits, and already ardently admired by such a critic as Swift. AI IQ 170, relative quotient data 0.2. Torquato Tasso, 1544 to 1595, a celebrated Italian poet. AI IQ 160, AII IQ 155. 1. Family standing. For 4 centuries, Tasso's paternal ancestors had been people of wealth and influence. Though not wealthy himself, the father, a noted poet, was preeminently a courtier. The mother was a beauty of singularly sweet and submissive disposition, with intelligence and prudence even greater than her virtue and charm. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Although in his youngest years, Torquato enjoyed playing practical jokes, delight in study also developed early, and when he was no more than 7, the child was so mad to get to his books that on dark mornings he was conducted to school before daylight by a servant bearing a lighted torch. In his early teens he learned, in the household of a duke, the knightly and graceful arts of a young courtier. 2. Education. Reported to have begun the study of grammar at 3, Torquato was instructed in that year, or a little later, by an old priest, learned the rudiments of letters and the humanities. At the age of 6, the boy was sent to a school in Naples conducted by the Jesuits, which he attended for 3 years. At 9 he began a period of study at home under the supervision of his father. For 3 years he shared with his cousin the instruction of a priest who was learned, skilled in both Latin and Greek, up to date in his method of education, a gentleman to the backbone, and not a bit of a pedant. At 13 or 14 the boy lived in the household of Duke Guidobaldo, who had taken a great fancy to him, as a fellow pupil and companion of the Duke's little son of 8. The two were instructed in music, letters, mathematics, and the arts of the courtier. 3. School standing and progress. Tasso made such rapid progress at the Jesuit school that at 7 he was pretty well acquainted with the Latin and Greek tongues. At 12 he had entirely completed his knowledge in the Latin and Greek tongues, as was well acquainted with the rules of rhetoric and poetry, and completely versed in Aristotle's ethics, but he particularly studied the precepts of Maurizio Cattaneo, whom he ever afterwards reverenced as a second father. 4. Friends and associates. Living for a short time with relatives in his early teens or before, Tasso attracted the notice of the collateral of the Venetian Republic, and became intimate with his learned young secretary, Maurizio Cattaneo. In Venice at 15 and 16 it was his privilege to listen to the conversations of many of the great literati who were his father's friends. His special friend was Aldo Manuzio, a boy of 14 who, cradled in scholarship, had just produced a learned work on the correct spelling of Latin. See also 2.2. 5. Reading. At 15 or 16, Tasso read Dante to some extent. His anointed copy of Dante still exists, but the notes do not extend beyond 2/3 of the Inferno, and they exhibit no great insight or sympathy. 6. Production and achievement. According to some sources, at 10, according to others, at 7, Tasso made public orations and composed some pieces of poetry, to which the style is said to have retained nothing of puerility. He addressed a touching little poem of farewell to his mother at the age of 9, when he left her to join his father at Rome. At 12 he wrote of his own accord, on behalf of his father, whose means were small, to a lady famed for her goodness of heart. A sonnet showing considerable facility, written when he was 14, praises the town of Urbino and its court. At 15 and 16 young Tasso assisted his father in correcting proofs of the Amidigi. One authority believes that Torquato Tasso began his own Rinaldo before he was 17. 7. Evidence of precocity. Torquato is said by historians to have done incredible things at the age of 6 months, to have spoken and pronounced words clearly, to have thought, reasoned, expressed his wants, and answered questions. At the age of 9, on receiving the sacrament, he underwent a profound religious experience which brought him indescribable peace. At that age, he was so tall and forward that he might have been taken for 12. See also 2, 3, and 5. AI IQ 160, relative quotient data 0.53. 3. Development from 17 to 26. During the years from 17 to 20, Tasso attended the universities of Padua and Bologna, but he evidently found little relish in the study of law, which he followed only because of his father's wish. At 17, in the course of a brief love affair, he wrote a series of sonnets, Rinaldo, composed in 10 months' time, was successfully brought out when he was 18, and at 20, at the invitation of Gonzaga, a patron of learning, he joined a literary coterie which met at the patron's house. During the progress of a second brief love affair, he wrote a second series of beautiful sonnets. Tasso spent his early 20s in the service of Cardinal Luigi d'Este, Duke of Ferrara. There he was much in the company of the Duke and the princesses, and without neglecting the more serious pursuits to which a magnificent library gave him access, he was able to enjoy the lighter pleasures of court life as well. AII IQ 155, relative quotient data 0.53. End of section 32. Section 33 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 20, Cases rated at AI IQ 160 to 170, Part 2. Christoph Martin Wieland, 1733 to 1813, a German poet and author. AI IQ 160, AI IQ 160. 1. Family standing. Wieland's great-grandfather was a man of consequence and property, and the mayor of his city. The grandfather and father were both village pastors, the latter an orthodox pietist. The father was interested in science and philosophy. Wieland's mother, daughter of a major in the Baden family and granddaughter of an apothecary and architect, was a lively, witty, and elegant lady. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Wieland, as a child, was serious-minded and did not care for foolish sports. From his mother he learned love of cleanliness and preferred to go hungry rather than muddy himself by getting the pennies for the baker that he dropped in a dirty puddle. He loved the beauty of natural surroundings. In the pietistic Magdeburg school, he was affected by a mystical religious atmosphere. At 15 he became a materialist for a time, believing nothing without scrutiny and proof. He even doubted the existence of God, and this cost him many sleepless nights and tears. The elder Wieland had planned for his son to study theology, but partly because of the boy's enthusiasm for unorthodox views, he finally decided on law as a profession for him. 2. Education. The boy's first teacher was his father, who taught him to read and write when he was 3, began Latin with him some time before he was 6, and also developed in him a love of science. At home the boy had to learn the Bible and hymnal almost by heart. At 13.5 and before going to the famous Klosterbergen school near Magdeburg, Wieland had studied Latin, Greek, Hebrew, mathematics, logic and history under his father and other teachers. He had also learned to draw. 3. School standing and progress. Wieland's teacher, the fat little rector, was horrified by the 10-year-old's presumptuous criticisms of Virgil and Horace, and 2 years later the boy understood his Horace better than did his instructor. At Magdeburg, Wieland made good progress in literature and was especially noted for his achievement in Hebrew and Latin. He made good German metrical translations from Cicero. History and geography were zealously followed. 4. Friends and associates. At 13, Wieland fell in and out of love with a 15-year-old post-girl who sang folk songs prettily. At Magdeburg, one teacher especially understood him as a second father to him, while on his holidays at Erfurt, a witty, optimistic relative, Dr. Baumer, cultivated his tendency to wide reading and critical thought. The boy was always fond of association with his elders. At 16, Wieland became engaged to his cousin Sophia, a brilliant, charming girl, 2 years his senior, whose interest and encouragement spurred him to write Die Natur der Dinge, published 2 years later. 5. Reading. As a child, Wieland was required to read daily in Schryver's Seelenschatz, and during Lent in Rambach's Considerations on the Passion. At 8 he read Nepos' Life with fiery enthusiasm, and devoured the works of Gottsched. At 10 he began to read Virgil and Horace. From 13 to 15 he studied Livy, Terence, and Virgil, and with special interest Cicero, Xenophon's Cyropedy, and Socrates' Memorabilia. Of more modern works, those of Brock's The Philosophical Lexicon of Schneider, volumes of Bayle and Voltaire, these in secret. Bretinger, Haller, and Bodmer were read between the boy's 11th and 16th year, At 15 he read The Tatler, Spectator, and Guardian, as well as Don Quixote, and became acquainted for the first time with Klopstock's Messias, studying it with greater enthusiasm than he had bestowed on any previous work. 6. Production and achievement, C2, 4. 7. Evidences of precocity. Wayland's first love at the age of 1 was his ugly nurse, and his second was his mother. His earliest recollection includes a clear picture of the flowery meadows of his birthplace and a definite memory of a young pastor who took him before he was 3 for a walk and let him gather yellow blossoms. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Wayland went to Tübingen on a scholarship, but finding that the lectures were not to his taste and that attendance required too much valuable time, he did not even register at the university, staying instead in his room, where he read and wrote poetry. He studied Leibniz and Boyle, read Lucretius and Anti-Lucretius by Polignac, and Pope's Rape of the Lock, and on these modelled his own work, Die Natur der Dinge, a didactic poem. He sent to Dr. Meyer in Switzerland, who was delighted with it and had it printed. His second poem, In Praise of Love, written in flowery musical alexandrines, contains the whole philosophy of the 17-year-old author. His appearance was greeted with enthusiasm. His next poem, an epic, Hermann, although favourably criticised by Bodmer, the author decided to revise, but other interests intervened and it remained unfinished. The next year several poems were written in alexandrines, unrhymed iambics, hexameters, and free verse, all contributing to an anatomy of love and showing that the author had studied literature as well as his own heart. Wishing to hasten the time when he might marry his Sophic, he thought of becoming a schoolteacher. No position offered, and at 19 he gave up the scheme for a time and went to Zurich to visit the poet Bodmer. A little later he learned of Sophille's engagement to another. His grief was poured out in a series of poems, 3 hymns, 2 odes, and a number of other works, largely on religious subjects. His authorship of a plan for an educational institution, published anonymously, was recognized because his style was already widely known. In the meantime, the youth, aged 20, was feted in Zurich as a poet of distinction. He read and studied and made many friends among literary people. Cyrus and the successful play Johanna Grey are his most important works of the period. At 25, Wayland left Zurich and went to Bern, where he had accepted a teaching appointment. AIIQ 160, relative quotient data 0.75. John Quincy Adams, 1767 to 1848, the 6th President of the United States. AIIQ 165, AIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. John Quincy Adams' father was John Adams. See page 273 for paternal ancestry. The mother, Abigail Smith, came of Puritan stock and numbered among her forebears men and women of strong character and a marked ability, including a distinguished legislator and a noted clergyman. Abigail herself was a woman of striking personality and superior talents, whose delicate health had prevented her from receiving more than a slight education. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. At the age of 7, John Quincy heard the battle echoes of Bunker Hill, saw the flaming ruin of Charlestown, and was deeply impressed by the call of patriotism. His mother taught him to repeat daily, after the Lord's Prayer, the ode of Collins on the Patriot Warriors, verses which he never forgot. It was characteristic of the serious boy that he was vexed with himself, at the age of 10, because his thoughts were running after birds' eggs, play, and trifles. 2. Education. In his early years, as well as later, the boy learned much by fortunate association. His mother exercised great authority over him, and she was his first teacher. 3 young law students talked with him and gave him practical assistance during his earlier school years. The trend of his thought of this period is shown by an inquiry in a letter to his father, written when he was 10, in which he asked advice as to how he should proportion his studies and his play. During a first visit abroad at the age of 11, Adams entered school in Passy near Paris, where French, Latin, dancing, fencing, music, and drawing were taught. The next year, he and his brother Charles attended an ancient Latin school in Amsterdam, spending the vacations with their father and under his direction studying Greek at breakfast and Euclid at supper. At 13, young Adams spent 5 months at the University of Leyden, where, confining himself little to the regular routine, he worked forward independently. Later he spent more than a year in St. Petersburg studying and reading by himself as there were no schools to attend, and beginning at this time the study of German. 3. School standing and progress. At Passy, Adams gained great fluency in French. At Amsterdam, he had an excellent master in Latin and Greek, who was pleased with him and his brother. At this time, he transcribed a Greek grammar of his master's composition and also a treatise on Roman antiquities. 4. Friends and associates. During prolonged absences of his father, John became his mother's confidential companion. He was much with older people, both at home and later when accompanying his father on missions abroad. 5. Reading. In his 11th year, John Quincy's pleasure and interest were already developed, for at this time he requested a blank book in which to keep record of the most remarkable occurrences he met with in his reading. At the same period, he reports starting a 3rd volume of Smollett. On his trip to Russia, aged 14, he read Voltaire's description of St. Petersburg and grave works of history like those of Hume and Robertson. He translated several of Cicero's orations and transcribed favourite passages from the most noted of the English poets. 6. Production and achievement. On shipboard when returning to America, aged 12, Adams taught the French ambassador English, astonishing his distinguished pupil by his knowledge and mastery of linguistics. 3 months later he began his famous journal, which was thereafter continued throughout his life. Even his earliest notes and observations show maturity of thought and interest. At the age of 14, young Adams acted as Dana's private secretary and interpreter on a mission to Russia, and 2 years later he became one of his father's secretaries during the peace negotiations at Paris, 1783. At the age of 15, the young diplomat alone made a 6-month journey from St. Petersburg to Paris via Stockholm and Copenhagen, and in a lengthy letter describing the journey discusses intelligently such topics as the treatment of strangers in Sweden, the policy of King Denmark and its government, Hamburg and its commerce, and the wine cellars of Bremen. Extracts from his diary show that John Quincy was, at 17, a careful observer, a sober critic endowed with balanced rational judgment. 7. Evidences of precocity, C26. AI IQ 165, relative quotient of data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 18, John Quincy Adams returned to America after spending 6 months in preparatory study at Haverhill. He was admitted to Harvard in the junior class. He took up the study of languages, mathematics, natural philosophy, and metaphysics, and engaged in forensic disputations. He soon attained sufficient distinction to be chosen by his class as one of 4 honorary thesis collectors. After less than 2 years in residence, Adams was graduated with honor, and he delivered, at the commencement exercises, an oration on the importance and necessity of public faith to the well-being of a government. From 20 to 23, he studied law at Newburyport with an eminent jurist, Theophilus Parsons, and was thereafter admitted to the bar. The draft note address presented to President Washington by the citizens of Newburyport was prepared by Adams, then in his 23rd year. Before he was 25, young Adams had gained fame at home and abroad by articles published in the Boston Sentinel, in which he refuted the arguments of an older political writer. So able were his discussions that they were attributed to his father, then Vice President of the United States. AIIQ 165, relative quotient of data 0.82. Henry Benjamin Constant de Rebeque, 1767 to 1830, a French political writer, orator, and politician. AIIQ 165, AIIQ 160. 1. Family standing. Constant's paternal grandfather was a lieutenant colonel in the Dutch army, a religious, upright man of high principles. His father, a very intelligent but rather eccentric person, likewise held a commission in the Dutch service. The maternal grandfather was also an army officer. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Almost from infancy, Constant evinced keen interest in intellectual matters. At the age of 7, he began to dream of literary fame. He early displayed uncommon musical talent, and it is said that, had he taken enough interest in music, he could have become a great master. From the age of 14, he developed a taste for gambling and other forms of rackishness, for which his previous upbringing more than sufficiently accounts. 2. Education. Constant was first placed under the care of a tutor at the age of 5. His teacher, though erratic and violent, must have had some ability, for he conceived and executed the novel project of teaching his pupil Greek, while leading the boy to believe that he was himself inventing the language. In his 8th year, Benjamin was taken to Brussels by his father, and there turned over for guidance to a former surgeon of the father's regiment. Under the instruction of a skillful musician, the boy now became highly proficient on the piano. His tutor, former surgeon, was however discovered to have become involved in a scandal, and so after a brief stay at the home of his music teacher, the lad, now 9 years of age, was consigned to a French lawyer. This person in turn proved to be just such a character as the Brussels surgeon. He taught the boy nothing. At the age of 12, Constant left the home of his third tutor, convinced for the first time that the people who had been charged with his instruction were themselves very ignorant and very immoral men. The elder Constant removed his son to Switzerland and there entrusted him to the care of an unfrocked monk who had escaped from his monastery. Under this man's instruction, Constant made fair progress during the ensuing year. At the age of 13, he was enrolled at Oxford, but his father soon perceived that he was still too young to benefit by the opportunities offered in English university life. Accordingly, an English tutor was procured under whose charge the boy remained for over a year in Switzerland and Holland. Then, after some temporary instruction from still another master, Constant, aged 14, was enrolled in the University of Erlangen. Introduction of the court to the Margrave of Bayreuth led to participation in dissipations which interfered with the pursuit of study, and so the elder Constant eventually took his son, aged 15 3/4, to Edinburgh and enrolled him in the university, where he remained in residence for 18 months. The first 12 of these made the most pleasant use of his life. Work was fashionable among the young men at Edinburgh, and Constant formed several very close connections with men who later became famous. 3. School standing and progress. We find Constant at the age of 10 writing to his grandmother that he has learned Latin and Greek and all that one has to know. At the University of Erlangen, he seems to have made fairly satisfactory progress, and he was industrious during his first year at Edinburgh. See also 2, 5, and 7. 4. Friends and associates. In the course of his wanderings from country to country, from tutor to tutor, and from university to university, Constant made many friends, unfortunately not all of the highest character. He evinced as early as his 10th or 11th year a precocious interest in the opposite sex. See also 2. 5. Reading. At 9, Constant wrote to his grandmother that he was reading Roman history in addition to Pliny, Seneca, Cicero, and Homer, whose poetry I love, and who amuses me while giving me great ideas. At the same age, during his brief stay at the home of his music master, c. 2, he discovered in the neighbourhood a library which contained all the novels in the world and all the irreligious works then so much in the fashion. He says, I used to read for 8 or 10 hours a day everything which came to hand, from the works of La Métrie to the novels of Crebillon, and my head and my eyes have felt the effects of it all my life. 6. Production and achievement. Letters from Constant to his grandmother, written from the boy's 10th year onward, are preserved. They are copious, gossiping, and sparkling with precocious cleverness. Between the ages of 7 and 13, the boy wrote at least 8 productions of which the titles have been preserved, including a prayer, a tragedy, a moral meditation, a pastoral, and an unfinished heroic romance in 5 cantos, entitled The Cavaliers. The 2 last mentioned were composed at the age of 12. Before he was 12, Benjamin wrote to his grandmother that between times he was composing an opera, both words and music. He continued, It will be very beautiful, and I am not afraid of its being hissed. 7. Evidences of precocity. One of Constant's cousins afterwards wrote of him, His infancy caused much disturbance, as yet an inflammable disposition, and showed a precocious development which demanded careful guidance. When his burning activity was well directed, he succeeded in anything he tried, and success pleased him immensely. At the age of 7, he already learned to be famous and talked to his father and grandmother very seriously about his works, science, and his occupations. Before he was 8, he could play a difficult sonata on the piano, and at 9, he could read anything, i.e. any music, at sight. Even his earliest letters to his grandmother display a rare ability, see also 2, and 6. AI IQ 165, relative quotient of data, 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Young Constant, aged 17 and a half, weighed with heavy gambling debts, left Edinburgh and after some weeks in London arrived in Paris, where he became acquainted with a dissolute Englishman and was soon again involved in debt and folly. Recalled by his father to Brussels, and thence in consequence of a love affair to Switzerland, he began to apply himself to writing a history of polytheism, but ignorance and laziness precluded the production of more than a few lines. Continued love affairs became a further load on his pen. His father finally appeared and moved the young man to Paris. Here he spent a pleasant enough time. It was here that he learned a liaison with a woman 27 years his senior. He indulged in other love affairs and in gambling until, hearing of the approach of an envoy from his father, he fled to England and thence to Edinburgh. After a voluntary exile of short duration, he returned to Paris and his elderly charmer. At the age of 20 and a half, Constant became chamberlain at the court of the Duke of Brunswick, where his chief occupation seems to have been, as before, indulgence in amours. Very shortly after, he assisted in winning the acquittal of his father, who had been accused of embezzling regimental funds, and so complete was the elder Constant's exoneration that he was reinstated with the rank of general. At 22, Benjamin married Baroness Charam, but broke the bond 5 years later when he began his liaison with Madame de Staël and started upon his political career. AII IQ 160, relative quotient to 0.75. Gabriel Honoré de Réqueté, Comte de Mirabeau, 1749 to 1791, the greatest orator of the French Revolution. AIIQ 165, AIIQ 175. 1. Family standing. The Mirabeau family belonged to the nobility. They possessed many and unusual talents, but they were hot-blooded, with a streak of madness. Mirabeau's father was brilliant, clever, severe, ambitious, self-confident, and vicious. His mother, whose family also belonged to the nobility, and among whose relatives were a number of insane persons, was indolent, slovenly, frivolous, and passionate. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. C. 2, 5, and 6. 2. Education. At 4.5, Mirabeau's education began under a tutor. The boy progressed rapidly, and at 14 his instruction was directed by a number of choice masters. His wild nature, his madness according to his father, was, however, never more than partially concealed by the restraint of training, and after difficult early years as the ugly duckling in a family, none of whom understood him, Mirabeau, aged 15, was sent to Versailles to be educated in the household of a M.D. Segres. At the end of 3 months, Segres announced to the parents that he would remain the boy's jailer as long as they wished, but he could do nothing with him educationally, and so the youth was sent before he reached his 16th birthday to a boarding school in Paris. At the close of his first year, for reasons unstated, Mirabeau was to be removed in order that he might be submitted to more severe discipline elsewhere, but his comrades sent a deputation to the Marquise and secured a suspension of the sentence. 3. School standing and progress. In his earlier school years, Mirabeau appears to have been conspicuous for his strange behaviour rather than for his superior intellect. It was left for a master of mathematics in the Paris school to distinguish him from his fellows on account of the nature of his questions and the promptness with which he found the solution for a problem. Outside the mathematics class, however, the boy accomplished practically nothing, for most of the regular schoolwork failed to appeal to his imagination and appeared to him insipid. 4. Friends and associates. No specific report. Teachers and schoolfellows at Paris were so attached to him. See also 2.3. 5. Reading. The mathematics teacher at the Paris school, seeing Mirabeau aged 15 totally unoccupied, proposed that he work with him, and so they came to read together Locke's essay on the human understanding. Mirabeau awakened as from a dream at the conclusion of the reading and cried, "There is the book that I needed." 6. Production and achievement. At 5.5, Mirabeau was told by his tutor to write anything that came into his head. The composition written on this occasion is preserved and shows mastery of grammar, an extensive vocabulary, and a range of sentiment far beyond his years. Before the age of 15, the boy began writing energetic verse with great facility, but after reading Locke, he gave this up as a talent that had been injurious to him. 7. Evidences of precocity. An extraordinary creature at birth, Mirabelle was huge, with a disproportionately large head and an ugliness that commanded attention. 2 teeth were already cut when he was born. When this extraordinary boy was 5, the father wrote of him that he was remarkably inquisitive and very active, and that his knowledge was the talk of all Paris. He added, however, that the talented youth had a little character and required careful supervision. He keeps us busy, but we have an eye on him. Shortly before he was 8, Mirabeau was confirmed. It was explained to him at this time that God could not make incompatible things, as, for example, a stick that had but one end. I asked if a miracle was not a stick that had but one end. My grandmother never pardoned me for that. At 9, the young prodigy was uglier than ever. In a marvellous manner, his mother on one occasion made some declaration to him in the name of his future wife. He replied that he hoped she would not look at him en visage. His mother asked ingenuously, "Where would you have her look at you?" All laughed, but he retorted, "The inside will help the outside." A severe illness at 10, during which the father wrote, "The worst symptom is that he is as reasonable as if he were 30 years old," reformed his character from its earlier ill humour, baseness, and falsehood. A little later the father wrote, "This child, although turbulent, is gentle and facile, but of a facility that inclines to worthlessness." At 13 the boy had apparently relapsed into his earlier erratic ways, and the father speaks of him as this fiery, well-headed eldest son, each day more troublesome than insane. AIIQ 165, relative kosher data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Mirabeau, aged 17, discovered an eulogy of the Prince of Condé, which was considered superior in clearness and elegance to similar productions of his father. At 18 he entered the army, and a year later was commissioned as second lieutenant, but shortly afterward he was imprisoned for 7 months for desertion. At the age of 20 he was released in order to join an expedition to Corsica, where although he saw very little fighting, he demonstrated nevertheless a genius for war. His major said that he had never known a man with greater talents than the Comte de Mirabel for the profession of arms. If time had rendered him discreet, a little later Mirabel's uncle declared his nephew full of repentance for his past faults, and stated further that as for his intellect, the devil has not as much. This uncle was of the opinion that Mirabeau would become a very great man in almost any field he might choose. During the next 2 years, his 22nd and 23rd, Mirabeau enjoyed his father's confidence and impressed his parent by the enormous amount of work he could accomplish. At 22, after receiving a commission as captain, the youth visited Paris and Versailles, where he spent much time in the libraries. Strained relations now began to arise between father and son, and the conditions were not improved by the latter's marriage at 23. In the following year, a son was born, and debts began to accumulate. The Marquis obtained an order forbidding his son to leave the castle, and that had procured his exile. During his honeymoon and term of exile, Mirabeau wrote his essay on despotism, and published it in Geneva. Afterward he condemned this moment of daring. At the time of its first publication, the work was so popular because of its outspoken criticisms of the king and the state of France that it ran through 2 editions and created sensation not only in Switzerland, but in France as well. AIIQ 175, relative kosher data 0.75. Berthold Georg Niebuhr, 1776 to 1831, a celebrated German historian, philosopher, and critic. AIIQ 165, AIIQ 175. 1. Family standing. Although Niebuhr's father belonged by birth to the Danish peasantry, he became a lieutenant of engineers and won such distinction for his scholarship and scientific studies made in Egypt, Arabia, and Syria as to entitle him to mention in the leading encyclopedias. He is described as self-sacrificing and unexacting, an irreproachable character. The mother, a woman of education and refinement, was the daughter of a Danish royal physician. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Between his 6th and his 8th year, Niebuhr was interested in a variety of pastimes, in which his father often participated as guide or patron. Berthold learned to draw architect's plans with his father's assistance. He learned to build miniature fortifications in the garden, and to attack and defend them according to rule. And he began the study of numismatics, when on Sundays he was permitted to take casts from a collection of seals and coins which his father had collected for the purpose. The boy's activities were, however, not all of so serious a nature, for often in the early years neighbour children were invited to join the family in the evenings, and then dancing to the father's violin accompaniment offered diversion and exercise. Niebuhr's poetical interest was first aroused when he was 7, c. 27, and amusements he contrived at that age show a rare combination of developed poetical insight with accurate practical observation, c. 26. An enthusiastic interest in German literature began at about the same age. The boy's interest in politics developed in his 12th year, and became so strong during the period of the war with Turkey that he repeated war intelligence aloud in his sleep. From 11 to 16 his interest extended to history, politics, literature, geography, statistics, and military science, and he pursued all of these studies with eager devotion. 2. Education. The parents, especially the father, seem to have devoted themselves to the training and education of their children with an attention rarely seen. Niebuhr began his 4th and 5th years to learn the 3 R's from a tutor, his sister sharing in the lessons. Their father soon began to instruct the children in geography. He told many and vivid stories from history, especially the history of the Orient. He taught his son English, French, a little mathematics, and at 6 the Greek alphabet. And he conversed with him on all topics of the day, training him to make maps and to work out military engineering problems. Beginning at the age of 7, Niebuhr was taught French by Madame Bauge, a distinguished friend of his parents. In his 8th or 9th year, he began to receive private lessons from one of the masters of the gymnasium. At 13, he entered the gymnasium in the highest class, but in the following year, the school director advised removing him from the regular school duties and offered to aid his self-directed progress by a daily private lesson of 1 hour. After this plan was adopted, the lessons were continued until Niebuhr was 18 and ready to enter the university. In his course of private study, the youth included the classics, modern languages, English, French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, mathematics, and wide reading on many subjects. At 15, he was confirmed. The following year, he spent 3 months in the Bush School of Commerce in Hamburg. Thereafter, he devoted much time to collating manuscripts sent him for the purpose by 2 distinguished scholars, Monter and Heine, the latter of whom was so impressed with the ability of the young scholar that he wished to assume the direction of his studies. 3. School standing and progress. Niebuhr learned rapidly and with interest in all subjects except mathematics. At the age of 6, he learned the Greek alphabet in a single day and had no further trouble with it. At this age, so passionate and sensitive was he that a single slip in repeating his lessons or any reference to his scribblings would produce an impetuous storm. At 7 or 8, he was already superior to his tutor in the classics, and was known to have assisted the latter in reading beyond the day's task. In the gymnasium, Niebuhr, aged 13, found himself by far the youngest and by far the most advanced in his class. From 14 to 18, he carried on his studies, for the most part privately, assisted, however, by the guidance of his father and the school director. In the Hamburg School of Commerce, Niebuhr, aged 16, was out of his element, for the noisy life irritated him after a few months. He persuaded his father to permit his return home. 4. Friends and associates. The Niebuhrs associated with intelligent and highly cultivated people who took a great interest in young Barthold. Bauge, editor of the Deutsches Museum, who was a man of high intellect and taste, and an intimate friend of the father, awakened in the boy an aesthetic and poetical turn of mind. The poet Voss, Bauge's brother-in-law, recognized Niebuhr's remarkable talents and assisted him by his counsel, especially in the classical studies. At school, Niebuhr, aged 13, was a favorite with his schoolfellows. At 16, he met Prehn, several years his senior, secretary to the prefecture, and the two became close friends, for they had a common interest in the study of the political and economic conditions of their native province. 5. Reading. In addition to the opportunities for reading afforded at home, Niebuhr had access to Bauge's library, which was rich in English, French, and German books. During his teens, his reading was largely in the fields of history, politics, literature, statistics, geography, and military science. 6. Production and achievement. From a tender age, Niebuhr displayed literary and artistic ability. In early childhood, he covered such waste paper as he could find with original writings and drawings. Then he made copybooks in which he wrote essays, mostly on political subjects, and still later he drew maps, promulgated laws, waged wars, and made little treaties of peace for an imaginary empire, Low England. Before he was 11, this boy had written translations and interpretations of the New Testament, political phrases from the classics, sketches of little poems, a translation of Ponset's travels in Ethiopia, and a historical and geographical description of Africa. The last two were birthday presents to his father. At the age of 12, he was frequently engaged in making out statistical tables, lists of mortality, etc., and he assisted his father in making state revenue calculations. 7. Evidences of precocity. Before he was 5 years old, Niebuhr had distinguished himself by his quickness, and by his ready and sure apprehension of what he learned. He was soon ahead of his sister, who was 2 years his senior, and after finishing his task more quickly than she, he would dance roguishly round her, singing, "Rest is sweet when work is done." The father quotes his friend Boge to the effect that he does not know the equal of the 6-year-old Niebuhr. The older Niebuhr realized that his son required unusual handling, and he was concerned to give the rapidly developing mind and body the requisite guidance and training. Just before he was 7, the boy heard Boge read Macbeth aloud to the family. Seeing Barthol's interest, the distinguished literary scholar took plans to make the work intelligible to his young hearer. When the reading was finished, Niebuhr sat down and wrote out the whole tale on 7 sheets of paper without omitting a single important point, and certainly without any expectation of receiving praise for it. For when his father asked to see what he had written and showed it to me, Boge, he cried for fear that he had not done it well. Since then he writes down everything of importance that he hears from his father or me. We seldom praise him, but just quietly tell him where he has made any mistake, and he avoids the fault for the future. Before he was 8, Niebuhr was able to read any English book without help. Predictions made in his 12th year as to the movements of the armies in the Turkish war were usually fulfilled, for the boy's acquaintance with the art of war, the geography of country, and the character of the commanders was already minute and reliable. Some letters recording his skillful pronouncements are still extant. The war in the Netherlands excited even greater interest and aroused as great study. At 11 or 12, Niebuhr was often called upon in conversations between his father and other distinguished men to give information on geographical, statistical, historical, and other subjects, and this he did so ably that all were astonished. His statistical knowledge especially was extraordinary. During his father's serious illness, Niebuhr, aged 16, carried on the financial part of his father's official duties. The boy's ability to predict with remarkable accuracy the outcome of popular movements and military campaigns during the course of the French Revolution excited the astonishment of the eminent statesman, Count P.A. Bernstorff. AIIQ 165, relative coefficient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From his 16th to his 18th year, Niebuhr was engaged in study at home. At 18, he continued his academic pursuits at the University of Kiel, where he found his position and surroundings more agreeable than at Hamburg, and where he made important friendships with Dr. Hensler and Frau Hensler, the doctor's daughter-in-law, with Professor Kramer and Reinhold. He studied history, law, philosophy, physics, chemistry, philology, and aesthetics. Of these, history and philology were his favorites, but at this time he is known to have expressed the view that a universal history ought to be written. At the age of 19, Niebuhr received an invitation from the Danish Minister of Finance to become his private secretary. This post he accepted, discharged his duties to the complete satisfaction of his master, Count Chamberlain, but when a little later he was offered a secretarial position at the Royal Library, he gave up his duties with the minister because the new position promised to provide more opportunity for both study and travel. While performing his duties in the library, Niebuhr planned and carried out an exacting course of study and conduct. During his 23rd and 24th years, he travelled in England where he strove to become informed, even on the minutest detail of all matters connected with their country and people. He went from London to Edinburgh, where he studied chiefly mathematics and natural sciences. Returning to Denmark in his 24th year, he was granted a government position. He married soon after. He was offered a professorship at the University of Kiel, but declined it, preferring, for various reasons, to continue his government service. In his spare time, Niebuhr made a study of Greek history and the Greek constitution. AII IQ 175, relative quotient data 0.75. Fra Paolo Pietro Sapri, 1552 to 1623, a Venetian historian. AII IQ 165, AII IQ 175. 1. Family standing. The historian's father, Francesco Sarpi, was a man of hardy frame and bold nature, better fitted for the arts of war than those of peace which he pursued. He died an unsuccessful merchant, leaving the family in straitened circumstances. The mother, Isabella de Morelli, was of a Venetian family of good standing. She was endowed with a retired, gentle, devout, and contemplative spirit, and it was intellectually superior and possessed of sagacity and judgment. Her famous son is said to have strongly resembled her. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. From his earliest years, Sarpi's absorbing enthusiasm was for learning in all its branches. He took no part in the ordinary boys' games and sports, for he was delicate, retiring, serious, silent, thoughtful, almost melancholy. 2. Education. His first teacher was his mother, and his second was his maternal uncle, Ambrogio Morelli, priest and master of a superior Venetian school. The boy was sent at the age of 12 as a day scholar to Fra Gaimararia Capella, a friar in the Servite monastery. He began a 5-year novitiate there, some months later, continuing adherently his Latin, Greek, Hebrew, philosophy, and mathematics, to which were later added theology and many of the sciences. 3. School standing and progress. Sarpi finished his uncle's school at the unusually early age of 12, after holding throughout his course the place he had held through life, and that he was the top of his class. His remarkable abilities, his industry, and his perseverance were recognized, for he mastered with ease everything put into his hands, and his powers of memory were extraordinary. He disclaimed tales of his marvellous retentiveness by stating that he could repeat no more than 30 lines of Virgil after a single hearing. He had beaten all his companions in every department of study, for he was consistently an excellent scholar, and he had become, at the early age of 13, a critical thinker as well. Even before the close of his novitiate, he saw through the fallacies of accepted philosophical systems, and was able by his just and powerful criticisms to convince his master of their inadequacy. So completely did he convince Fra Gaimaraia, an adored follower of Duns Scotus, of the errors in that schoolman's reasoning, that the master's faith was shaken. Fra Gaimaraia used to say, "I have learnt not a little from Paolo in the very subjects I am teaching him." Sarpi was chosen thrice as public disputant, 2 of these elections occurring before his 16th year. 4. Friends and associates. Sarpi's early companions were the young aristocrats of his uncle's school, rich boys indifferent to study and addicted to luxury. He had none of their tastes, and yet he was a favourite among them, and formed lifelong friendships with several of their number, including Andrea Morosini, later a noted historian, and Leonardo Donato, afterward a Doge of Venice. 5. Reading. Sarpi was passionately devoted to reading. So conspicuous was this attachment that there was a saying among his schoolfellows, "All we others to our frivolities, and Pierino to his books." 6. Production and achievement. Pietro's mother and uncle wished the boy to become a priest, but he was intent on entering a monastery, where he would not be tied to the performance of church offices. He wanted to combine the advantages of the cloister with a world of action. He was encouraged by his design by Fra Gaimaraia, his teacher. He knew the gain he would be in that order. The resistance of the family was finally overcome, and at the age of 13, Pietro changed his name to Paolo, entered the novitiate. On each of his 2 early appearances, aged 13 and 15, as public disputant for the Servites, Sarpi manifested an immense knowledge and an ingenuity and ability which at once confounded every opponent set up against him, and amazed and delighted the great and distinguished audience. 7. Evidence of precocity. See 2, 1 to 6 inclusive. AIIQ 165, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 18, after a third brilliant exhibition as public disputant, Paolo was appointed by Bishop Boldrino to the chair of positive theology and sacred canons in his cathedral, and the great Duke Gonzaga attached to him the Mantuan court as his private theologian. The superior of his order in Venice consented to his accepting these positions, and the brotherhood showed its appearance of his worth and learning by assigning him a yearly stipend for the purchase of books. He discharged his offices with exceptional ability and success, and his fame as a Hebrew and Greek scholar and as a theologian soon spread far beyond the walls of Mantua. On one occasion his superior knowledge and ability excited the jealousy of a certain friar who denounced him to the Inquisition, but without success, for Sarpi was fully vindicated, and the local priests who had taken up their friar's quarrel were advised to let the professor alone. Just after becoming a priest, Sarpi was appointed, aged 22, to the chair of philosophy in his old monastery, and before returning to Venice was offered the position of confessor in the Cathedral of Milan, which he refused. His lectures to the Servites were so popular that he drew many lay students and men of business from the Rialto to hear them. Before he was 27, Sarpi had sounded the depths of a very large number of diverse sciences. Mathematics and anatomy particularly fascinated him. The University of Padua recognized his remarkable ability by conferring upon him, the youngest man ever so honored, the degree of Doctor of Theology. He was at 26 the acknowledged head of the science of mathematics in Italy. AIIQ 175, relative quotient of data 0.60. Thomas Wolsey, 1475 to 1530, an English cardinal and minister of state. AIIQ 165, AIIQ 165. 1. Family standing. Wolsey's father is reported to have been an honest poor man, and a man of good position, probably a grazier and wool merchant, with relatives who were also well-to-do. Of the paternal ancestry there is no further record, and no information has been found in regard to the mother of her forebears. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests, no record. 2. Education. No record has been preserved of Wolsey's first schooling, but of his later progress it is written that he was so early sent to the University of Oxford that he took his bachelor's degree in arts there when he was 14 years old, at an age when few members now of the most forward capacity are known to be admitted. 3. School standing and progress. Wolsey's earliest scholarship was marked by quick and extraordinary proficiency, for he possessed surprising capacity. At Oxford he soon got a name of peculiar distinction, and was commonly called the boy bachelor. Soon after he had taken his degree of Bachelor of Arts and made an extraordinary progress in logic and philosophy, he was elected Fellow of Magdalen College in Oxford, and had not long been Master of Arts before the care of the school adjoining to that college was committed to him. See also 2.2. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity. He very early discovered a docile and apt disposition for learning, which encouraged his parents to send him to school and to give him such an education as might prepare him for the university. AIIQ 165, relative quotient of data 0.43. 3. Development from 17 to 26. C.2.3. Wolsey continued his university career with sufficient success to win, at 27, an appointment as bursar of the college. He continued also in his position of master of the grammar school attached to the college, which he had held since his election as Fellow of Magdalen. AIIQ 165, relative quotient of data 0.11. End of section 33. Section 34 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 21. Cases rated at AIIQ 170 to 180. Thomas Chatterton, 1752 to 1770. An English poet and prose writer. AIIQ 170, AIIQ 170. 1. Family standing. The Chattertons had for generations belonged to a class of worthy unskilled workers, chiefly sextons. The poet's father, however, had by his abilities raised himself above the position of his forebears. He was a great reader with an inclination for antiquarian pursuits. He became a writing master and a chaunter. It was said that he was eccentric. Chatterton's mother had no shining abilities. She was fairly well educated, and after her husband's death, supported his mother and her 2 children by teaching and by clever needlework. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Even before he was 5, Thomas had a thirst for preeminence. He would preside over his playmates as their master and they his hired servants. At 15, believing that much study had soured his temper, he determined to soften his austerity by cultivating the acquaintance of a certain young girl. But she put a sudden end to the scheme by marrying, much to Chatterton's expressed disgust and apparently his unexpressed disappointment. The boy's amusements were few and simple. With his friends he strolled into the country, discussing literary masters or reciting verses. In his middle teens he studied for the most part independently ancient literature, English heraldry, metaphysics, mathematics, astronomy, music, and surgery. He executed heraldic designs after receiving some lessons from an engraver. 2. Education. At the age of 5, Chatterton was put to school, but was soon returned to his mother by the master as a confirmed dullard. When he was about 6 and a half, his mother taught him the alphabet, and later, with the assistance of her daughter, she instructed him in reading, using an old black-letter Bible as a text. At 7 3/4, Chatterton entered Colston's Hospital School, a free school for poor boys, where the 3 R's were taught, and he continued there until he was 14. 3. School standing and progress. A schoolteacher stated that Thomas was making rapid progress in arithmetic at the age of 10. The boy's roommate stated later that he, Chatterton, and another carried all before them at school. 4. Friends and associates. Chatterton's few school friends, with the exception of his roommate, Carey, later an author, were solid, unimaginative lads, who were unaware that their colleague had written verses while at school, and in fact generally believed him incapable of producing such work as was afterward proved to be his. Others, however, held him to be a very extraordinary genius. They believed him capable of the performance, but incapable of the deception. C. 2.6. The junior master, a young man deeply interested in history and poetry, and something of a poet himself, was Chatterton's close friend. 5. Reading. As soon as he had learned to read, Chatterton read all day, so assiduously that they feared for his health. At the age of 10, he spent the trifle allowed him for pocket money to hire books from the circulating library. At 10 and 11, he wrote a catalogue of the 70 books, chiefly of history and divinity, that he had read. According to his schoolmates, he retired to read during the hours allotted for play. Before he was 15, he had read and carefully studied the works of Chaucer, Shakespeare, and Milton. During the succeeding years, his reading continued unabated. 6. Production and achievement. Chatterton's first known verses, 16 lines on the Last Epiphany, were published when their author was 10. In the same year was written A Hymn for Christmas, consisting of 7 stanzas of 6 lines each, but this was not published. At 11 or 12 he wrote the sarcastic lines Sly Dick, 39 couplets, The Churchwarden and the Apparition, a Fable, 30 lines published, and Apostate Will, 54 couplets. At 14 2/3, Chatterton became the apprentice of a scrivener, a good position because the hours were short, affording much free time for independent study and writing. At 15, Chatterton wrote a number of love lyrics and other occasional verses for the use of his friend, and the same year he began to fabricate the Rowley Romances, a mass of pseudo ancient literature invented with the help of some old manuscripts. Camden's Britannia, Baker's Chronicles, and Charters of Bristol, Chaucer's works, and some antique dictionaries and relics. The Romaunt of the Psychic is probably the earliest of these romances, and here, as later, the author added to his ancient version a modern translation. The first Rowley manuscript, a prose chronicle, was printed when Chatterton was not yet 16. Although the author had little knowledge of the language, literature, and manners of the period he attempted to portray, the production of the Rowley manuscripts started to a controversy as to their authenticity, which only recently died out. It is now universally admitted that Chatterton was the author. The young poet turned his work over to Cathcart, a collector of old books, and Barrett, a pseudo-historian. He received very little in return for them. A tragedy, Ayla, failed to find publication. At the age of 16 1/3, Chatterton sent A History of Painting by Rowley with explanatory notes and some verses by Abbot John, in manuscript to Horace Walpole, who was all interest until he discovered his correspondent's lowly station. Walpole then handed the work to antiquaries who pointed out the fabrications. Chatterton, in his disappointment, wrote an impetuous sonnet addressed to Walpole, which, however, he never dispatched. At 16½, Chatterton published Eleanor and Juga in the Town and Country magazine. Before his death at 17 3/4, Chatterton had written upward of 600 pages of verse and prose. 7. Evidences of precocity. The boy's sister records that he was dull in learning, not knowing many letters at 4 years old, and he always objected to read in a small book. It is said that up to 6½, his mother regarded him as little better than a fool. At his confirmation at 10 or 12, he attracted attention by his sensible and serious remarks. At 14 2/3, Chatterton wrote a letter to a friend in America in which he incorporated all the hard words in the English language. See also 2, 1, 5, and 6. AI IQ 170, relative quotient of data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Released from his apprenticeship at 17½, Chatterton travelled to London, where he received some encouragement from the publishers. He started on political writings, but finding no sale for them, reverted to poetry. Although his works were accepted, production was postponed, and sums due were not paid. A series of disappointments followed, and then, having been without food for 2 or 3 days, Thomas Chatterton was found dead in his room. It was generally believed that he had committed suicide. AI IQ 170, relative quotient of data 0.75. Giacomo Leopardi, 1798 to 1837, an Italian poet. AI IQ 170, AI IQ 175. 1. Family standing. Leopardi was of noble blood on both sides of his family. His father, Count Monaldi Leopardi, was a man of some culture, a rigid Roman Catholic, limited in his range of intellect, whose naturally harsh and unsympathetic nature was apparently sourced by financial difficulties. The whole thought of the mother, the Marchioness Adelaide of the noble house of Antisi, was absorbed in parsimonious efforts to repair the fortunes of her husband. Not indeed a bad woman, she was rather in some ways a woman of superior character and of much strength of will, but she exhibited none of the understanding or affection for which her gifted and sensitive little son longed. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Leopardi's boyhood interest in classical erudition was intense. His brother recalled that, awakened very late in the night, he used to see Giacomo on his knees at the little table so as to be able to write till the last moment by the light which was going out. Giacomo was talkative, imaginative, bright, quick, and inventive. A clever analyst of characters and motives, he used to dramatize and satirize the conflicts of home life, preparing little comedies and tragedies, which he presented with the assistance of his brothers and sister. A favorite theme was that in which the tyrant, his father, was worsted by the hero himself. 2. Education. His education up to the age of 9 was entrusted to 2 local priests, one of whom carried it on thereafter until the boy was 14. At the age of 10, Giacomo embarked upon a course of self-instruction and continued thenceforth without intermission, making his studies his sole occupation. Without a master, he learned Greek, French, Spanish, German, English, and Hebrew. His proficiency in the last named enabled him to maintain discussions with certain learned Jews of Ancona, and his familiarity with Greek is reported as almost incredible. He had attained a sort of critical divination in respect to all Greek writers, infallibility confirmed by the most eminent commentators. He persevered in his philological studies until his eyesight failed 7 years later. 3. School standing and progress. Although Leopardi never attended a school, he was said at 12 to be quite the equal of a lyceum student. 4. Friends and associates. Perhaps because he could look for neither sympathy nor love from his parents, Giacomo was particularly attached to a younger brother and sister. The brother, a year his junior, was his confidant in everything. Giacomo was evidently the leader of the little home group. 5. Reading. Young Leopardi had the use of a rich library collected by his father, a great lover of literature. In it the boy passed the chief portion of his days keeping careful notes of his reading and remembering important points. He read the classics, biblical works, the Alexandria of Egypt, and histories of the saints. Telemachus and Robinson Crusoe he read surreptitiously with his brother. Leopardi's readings in childhood laid the foundation of his great store of knowledge. Leopardi could never have accomplished so much had he not read continually and kept full written record of all his reading. His were not superficial performances, but the works of a real scholar, assimilating, condensing, and reproducing his material transformed and unified. In parts, however, his early productions show only astounding, laborious study and patience. The critics are aged, however, that, as the work of a boy, they are remarkable, and that the productions of even these early years are worthy representatives of Leopardi's critical ability. 6. Production and achievement. Before the age of 12, Giacomo had composed little essays, some of which are still preserved. These he recited at the end of the school year, thereby winning the applause of his friends and the admiration of his father. Between his 12th and 26th year, mainly between 13 and 20, he wrote a marvellous number of expositions, annotations, glosses, commentaries of every description on many classical authors, testifying to philological learning and genius seldom paralleled. The most important of these philological manuscripts, chiefly written in Latin, were a commentary on the life of Plotinus by Porphyry, written in 16, essay on the popular errors of the ancients, which forms a volume of the Florence edition of his works, written at 17, fragments gathered from the Holy Fathers of the Church, glosses on Plato, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Demetrius, Phalereus, Theon the Sophist, etc. Dissertations on Moschus, the Batrachomyomachia, Philo Judaeus, the reputation of Horace among the ancients, etc. Together with the fragments on Celsus, Florus, Xenophon, etc., and we are assured on competent testimony that these writings are not merely very clever essays of youth, but are mature in conception, masterly in execution, and thorough in scholarship. He also particularly translates parts of Hesiod, the Odyssey, Simonides, Moschus, Isocrates, Epictetus, etc. Erudite Germans accepted as genuine his forged Greek odes. So did good Italian scholars his pretended text of the 14th century. From his 13th year is preserved a little poem, Il Balaams, 3 stanzas of 6 lines each, on the Bible story, followed by 3 stanzas in blank verse on the Punic Wars, and a poem on Cato in Africa, in irregular metre. This described the camp of Pharsaglia in 6 verse stanzas, and Caesar's voyage in 4 verse stanzas. His description of a tempest at night is like a song. Caesar's victory is described in a 3 verse stanza, as is also Cato's death. A few verses are preserved from the following years, as well as records of other poems and of scientific treatises. An enormously learned history of astronomy begun at 13 was published when Leopardi was 15. 2 translations from the Greek appeared when he was 16. The same year he read a prose sermon on the trial of Jesus to an assemblage of aristocrats. This was one of a number of religious writings. At the same age he wrote in blank verse a tale of the flood. He produced exercises in logic and philosophy in rhetorical form that were very fanciful and youthful, and yet none the less productions of genius. He wrote further a little poem on the 3 wise men of the East, a tragedy of Pompey, and a tribute to St. Francis de Sales. Leopardi translated in his childish way an elegy of Ovid. He wrote verses on the story of Samson, dissertations, logic, metaphysical, physical and moral, and the usual themes of the philosophical school. Leopardi's study of natural history appears in a prose work in 12 treatises. The prevailing ideas of the philosophers and the historians are joined together by the free imagination of the youthful genius. The book is full of detail. It rather resembles a summary than a history. When Leopardi reached the age of 16 years and 2 months, his father noted in his diary that he had received the life of Plotius, translated by his son who had never taken any lessons in Greek. Cancilian reports that the 2 works on Plotinus were written within 6 months. In less than a month the young scholar had written in addition to De Vita et Scriptis Rhetorium Quorundam. He then went on to write a longer work on the lives of the Church Fathers of the 2nd century with a commentary on their works. 7. Evidences of precocity. Cancelian said of Leopardi at 16, "We have reason to expect much from a young man who even now shows such extraordinary ability." The Swedish scholar Ackerblad expressed the same opinion. Kreuzer, who had spent a lifetime in the study of Plotinus, made use of young Leopardi's work in writing his own. Niebuhr called him, at this time, the super-erudite, and a conspicuous ornament of Italy. The great scholars Simmer and Thillo were full of praise. See also 1, 5, and 6. AI IQ 170, relative quotient data 0.60. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 17, Giacomo was compelled to spend a whole year without reading, so seriously had his eyes become affected by his intense use of them. He took to thinking, and thus it was that he became enamored of philosophy, to which, with its related literatures, he devoted the rest of his life. At 18 and 19, Leopardi published various translations and original articles in the Spettator, a journal of Milan. Among these were the following: 1. Wars of the Frogs and Mice, translation from the Greek, Milan, 1816, reprinted 9 times in different collections. 2. Hymn of Neptune, a clever forgery said by its author to be a translation from the Greek newly discovered, with notes and supplemented by 2 Anacreontic nodes in Greek, also forgeries, newly discovered, Milan, 1817. 3. Second Book of the Aeneid, translated, Milan, 1817. 4 Annotations on the Chronicle of Eusebius, published in 1818 at Milan by Angelo Mai and Giovanni Sorab, Rome, 1823. 5 Odes on Italy, and at the monument of Dante in course of erection at Florence, Rome, 1818. The works of this period placed their author upon the height which he maintained ever afterward. In addition to the periodical publications, Leopardi prepared, at 17, an edition of Sestos with translations and annotations. He wrote during the same year his essay on the popular errors of the ancients, in which he cited more than 400 authors. This work was called by Saint Beuve the production of mature mind. In his 19th year, Leopardi began the remarkable correspondence with Giordani, a rare mirror of the poet's mind. Numerous odes and other poems appeared. At the age of 24, Leopardi spent some time in Rome, where he won the esteem and excited the wonder of Bunsen and Niebuhr. The latter procured him the offer of rapid advancement if he would but enter the church. This, however, Leopardi refused to do, preferring freedom rather than advancement. In spite of great physical suffering and profound mental depression, the extent of Leopardi's labors was continually prodigious. AII-IQ 175, relative quotient data 0.75. François-Marie Arouet, Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, a famous French writer. AII-IQ 170, AII-IQ 180. 1. Family standing. The Arouet family was ancient and respectable. Among Voltaire's paternal ancestors were tanners, weavers, drapers, apothecaries, purveyors, notaries, owners of small estates. Voltaire's father was a competent notary who built up a good practice, attracted the patronage of several persons of importance, amassed considerable capital, and acquired the title of counsellor to the king and notary to the chatelet. The mother belonged to the D'Amurard family of the old Poitou noblesse. Her father held a position of dignitary in the parliament of his province. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Poetry was Voltaire's first passion and his last. Before he was 11, he wrote verses with extraordinary facility and marked enthusiasm. At school he walked and talked with the fathers while the others were at their games. When told that he should play like his comrades, he said, "Everybody must jump after his own fashion." The writer's serious interests, as well as keen wit and clever analysis of motives, are displayed in letters of Voltaire, penned at the age of 16. Even then he had determined that literature was to be his calling. His father, however, did not acquiesce in this decision, insisting that his son should follow the law. 2. Education. Instructed in a desultory way by the Abbé Chateauneuf, little Arouet, aged 3, learned to read from La Fontaine's fables. At 10, he was sent to school where he took his place in the lowest class and began the study of Greek and Latin. The second year he read Aesop's fables. After continuing his education at the same school until his 17th year, Arouet began the study of law and at the same time pursued geometry and metaphysics. 3. School study and progress. The thin-faced little 10-year-old was keen-witted enough. He readily picked up Latin and the nonsense of the curriculum and showed a passionate voracity for information of any and every kind. His intelligence, indeed, was like an arrow which always went straight to the mark. Even during his school days, he acquired so much literary skill that one of his teachers was humiliated by his keen literary criticism. Unwilling to be overruled by a child, the teacher seized his pupil by the collar and shaking him cried out, "Wretch, you will one day be the standard-bearer of deism in France." Voltaire became and remained one of the best students in his class. At 16 he won extraordinary honours and prize after prize was awarded to him. His poetic talents were considered so marvellous that he was deemed worthy of an introduction to the literary lion of the day, J.B. Rousseau. 4. Friends and associates. Voltaire's earliest friend and patron was the clever Abbé Chateauneuf. At school the boy was a favourite with his teachers, admired by all his companions, and by some of them beloved. The Jesuit fathers were, with one exception, the friends of their pupil, and Arouet's special tutor remained his lifelong friend. As a reward for his fluent verses, the boy was allowed to visit the marvellous Ninon de l'Enclos, then 80 years old, and she, captivated by the wondrous boy-poet, left him at her death a legacy for the purchase of books. 5. Reading. Certain passages in the classics thrilled the young poet. He loved Cicero, was early and passionately devoted to Horace and Virgil, and he worshipped Corneille. 6. Production and achievement. At the age of 12, and encouraged by the success of earlier verses, Voltaire attempted a tragedy, Amulius Numitor, but this he later burned. Extant verses of this period show astounding ability. His first published work, 20 lines of verse, was a petition to the king on behalf of an invalid soldier. Turned with much ingenuity and elegance, it attracted the attention of Versailles and Paris. The practical father was alarmed at so much notoriety and anxiously sought to restrain his son's poetical enthusiasm. A translation of a Latin Ode on St. Genevieve, 11 10-line stanzas, written when the poet was 15, was published about this time. 7. Evidences of precocity. Willful little Francois began to learn at 3, or soon after, a certain ribald, deistical poem of J.B. Rousseau, taught him by his patron, the witty Abbé, who was greatly entertained by the child's active intellect. "I wrote verses from my cradle," says Voltaire, and in their early years the two Arouet brothers were pitted against each other in verse writing. The verses of the younger were so good as at first to please and afterward to alarm his father. In his early teens, Voltaire attracted the attention of a tutor who would listen long and late to sharp questions on history and politics. "That boy wants to weigh the great questions of Europe in his little scales," was the tutor's comment. At 10, the boy discussed important questions of the day with Ninon de l'Enclos, who saw in him, on that memorable visit, the germ of the great man that was to be. He was early noted for his clever repartee. At 11 or 12, the boy became the protege of the college Louis the Grand, and this position he maintained to the end of his course. AI IQ 170, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Francois arrived in Paris, a law student. He became acquainted with the Epicureans of the temple and was soon playing the gallant, a singer of impromptu verse, who was made much of by his fellows, caressed by the ladies, and a protege of princes. He drank deeply of the gay life, and as a consequence was sent by his father to rusticate at Caen. But here, too, all doors were open to him, and his life retained many of its former delights. He returned to Paris before the end of his 19th year, as wild as ever, and his father in despair arranged to have him shipped off as attaché of the French ambassador to the Netherlands. In The Hague he fell ardently in love with a Protestant maid, and mingled his passion with efforts to convert her to his own faith. Arouet Perret recalled his son to Paris, forbade his affair with the Dutch girl, and disinherited him when he refused compliance. But the youth was soon forgiven, and the old Paris life was resumed. At 20, at a friend's invitation, young Arouet spent several months at the Château Saint-Ange, in an atmosphere of gossip, bon mots, and scandal. Nevertheless, his verses continued. He published from time to time, and he was soon working on his Oedipe, conceived the previous year. At 21, he had returned to Paris, and reading Oedipe to the literary courtier, was hailed as a genius, surpassed only by Corneille and Racine. At the invitation of his friend, he went again to Saint-Aignan, and, while there, had in hand a satire on the Duke of Orleans. As a consequence, he was exiled, aged 21 and a half, but managed to appeal to the regent by a poem, his 7th published work, and was so allowed to return to Paris. Again the satires appeared, and this time Francois was sent to the Bastille. Here, from the age of 22 and a half to 23 and a half, he composed large portions of the Henriade, committing them to memory because he had neither pen nor ink. His stay in prison was at length ended by the confession of the true author of the satire, but Arouet's experiences in prison resulted from the writing of the Bastille, his 8th published work. On the appearance of this poem, the young author was again exiled for a while, but 24 was allowed to return to Paris. Oedipe was published, and then performed on the stage for 45 successive nights. It won universal praise and became at once a standard stage play, which it has remained to the present day. Arouet's success resulted in the gift of a huge gold medal from the king and a request that the play be presented in the palace. Voltaire, as he now called himself, making the most of his popularity, presented, aged 25, the tragedy Artemire, but this failed to win the applause accorded to his earlier drama. AII IQ 180, relative coastal data 0.75. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772 to 1834, an English poet, literary critic, and philosopher. AII IQ 175, AII IQ 165. 1. Family standing. Coleridge's paternal grandfather was a woolen draper. He failed in business and was forced into bankruptcy. His son, the poet's father, was a country clergyman and schoolmaster of no ordinary kind, a classical scholar and an accomplished mathematician. He was the author of a number of published theological dissertations, as well as some textbooks in Latin. The mother, whose family had inherited a small farm in the Exmoor country, was an admirable economist. Comparatively uneducated, she achieved the highest praise as an excellent housekeeper and admirable wife and mother. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Because he was something of a misfit among boys of his own age, Coleridge took little pleasure in boyish sports, except swimming, which he generally enjoyed. At an early age he acquired an indisposition to all bodily activity. He says of himself that he was a playless daydreamer. When at the age of 8 he heard his father explain astronomical theories, he listened with profound delight and admiration, but without wonder or incredulity. He never regarded his senses in any way as the criteria of his belief. Although joyous in temperament, his effervescing enthusiasms were unusual for a boy of his age and not shared by his associates. His most pronounced interest was in reading, and in this he found a refuge when the boys tormented him. A dramatic trend was developed through his reading, and would often give skillful preservations of the characters of his book. See also 2.5. 2. Education. Coleridge entered reading school at 2 or 3 and remained in attendance there until, at 6, he was ready to become a pupil in the grammar school, of which his father was rector. He continued for 3 years with his father, who had early resolved to make a parson of him. The father's death occurred when his boy was 9, but the latter continued thereafter for half a year in the old school under his father's successor. After a visit to an uncle in London and a short stay at Hertford School, he entered Christ's Hospital School, which he was to attend for 8 years, aged 10 to 18. Here his schoolmaster flogged instead of flattering him, but he gave him a sound basic training in literature on grounds of plain sense and universal logic. The boy's taste was moulded by a course of severe criticism. His style gained in excellence, and he learned to appreciate the greater more than the less, preferring Demosthenes to Cicero, Homer to Virgil, and Virgil to Ovid. 3. School standing and progress. At the grammar school, Coleridge, aged 6 or 7, soon outstripped all of his own age. Because he could read and spell, and had an unnaturally ripe memory and understanding, he was flattered and wondered at by all the old women. At this age, sensibility, imagination, vanity, sloth, and feelings of deep and bitter contempt for all who traversed the orbit of his understanding were prominent and manifest. At 10, having learned to read tolerably, he was admitted to the higher school. From 10 to 14, his talents and superiority put him always at the head in the routine of study, although he was utterly without ambition, and, as to emulation, it had no meaning for him. In spite of recognizedly high standing, the difference between me and my form fellows in our lessons and little exercises bore no proportion to the measureless difference between me and them in the wide, wild wilderness of useless, unarranged books of knowledge and book thoughts. At 14, Coleridge wrote to his brother of rewards offered for superior scholarship. At 15 or 16, he became one of a small band of qualified students selected by the headmaster to be prepared in a course of special training for the university exhibitions of the school. 4. Friends and associates. Coleridge was his mother's darling. He was petted by both parents and hated by his brothers. His enthusiasms were not appreciated among his associates. The schoolboys drove him from play and tormented him cruelly. In turn, he became fretful, timorous, and telltale, and vain of his scholastic attainments. He despised most of the boys near his own age. On one occasion, between the age of 7 and 9, he ran away from home after a quarrel with his brother. The effects of exposure during this escape lasted for many a year. Lamb, a little more than 2 years Coleridge's junior, entered the same London school a few months before Coleridge's advent there, and soon became his close friend. The younger lad characterized his schoolfellow, so far from home, as a poor friendless boy, but the master called him the sensitive fool. Coleridge's intimates were devoted to him. 5. Reading. Before he was 5, Coleridge read the Arabian Nights, after which he was haunted by spectres. At 6, he read Belisarius, Robinson Crusoe, and Philip Correls, and during an illness read Pope's Homer by his brother. Between 7 and 9, he read every book he could find. Between 10 and 14, a stranger struck by his conversation made him free of a circulating library in King Street, Cheapside. Here he read through the entire collection, catalogues, folios, and all, whether he understood them or not, running all risk of skulking out daily to get the 2 volumes to which he was entitled. At 15, having determined to become a physician, he read much in medical and surgical works. A little later, under the influence of Cato's essays on liberty and necessity, this wild dream gradually gave way to a range of metaphysics. Voltaire's philosophical dictionary turned him infidel, but a sound flogging recovered him. See also 2.2. 6. Production and achievement. At 15, Coleridge wrote his first extant poem, The Advent of Love, and the same year he translated the Greek hymns of Synesius. At 16, he wrote Time, Real and Imaginary, his first published poem. At about 15, he sought apprenticeship to a friendly cobbler, but soon after, following the visit of his brother, he determined to follow the latter and become a doctor of medicine. 7. Evidences of precocity. Coleridge talked for the first time before he was 2 years old, saying, "Nasty Dr. Young," while his hand was being dressed for a burn caused by pulling a hot coal out of the fire. When not yet 3 years old, he watched his own inoculation unaffrighted. At 3, he could read a chapter in the Bible. At 9, he reported to his mother instances of the pastor's deficiencies in grammar. At 9 and a half, he was taken by his uncle from the coffee-house to coffee-house, and called a prodigy in his own hearing. At this age, he talked and disputed as if he had been a man. AI IQ 175, relative quotient data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. The impetus to a poetical expression was given through a volume of Bowles' verse, which fell into Coleridge's hands when he was 17. Following his father's wish that he prepare for the church, Coleridge entered Jesus College, Cambridge at 19. He was sent up as a scholar, on a stipend from Christ's Hospital. During his first year at the university, he won a gold medal for a Sapphic ode on the slave trade. He was studious but capricious. He loved to indulge in lengthy conversations with his friends, or to regale them with long passages from the speeches of Burke and others. He wrote and read much, and was an ardent supporter of the French Revolution, Fox, and Republican sentiment. At 21, discouraged by debt, he left Cambridge and joined the King's Dragoons. A little later, he again altered his intention, secured a discharge, and returned to the university. After a visit to Oxford and Southey, he evolved a scheme for a utopian society which was planned to be carried out in America, but this suffered the usual fate of utopias. During this year and the next, he collaborated with Southey in the drama The Fall of Robespierre. Shortly after, at 22, he left Cambridge without a degree. The sonnets on eminent characters were published in the Morning Chronicle during the year. In the meantime, Coleridge went to Bristol to live with Southey, but soon differences arose, putting an end to the intimacy. At the age of 23, Coleridge married. In the following year, he published the first edition of his poems, and started a periodical, The Watchman, which however failed to pay expenses and was discontinued. Ill health and anxiety prompted the use of laudanum at this time. At 24, Coleridge decided on farming as a vocation with literature as recreation. In the following year, the second edition of his poems was published, and he began The Ancient Mariner and Christabel. AIIQ 165, relative coefficient of data 0.75. Albrecht von Haller, 1708 to 1777. A distinguished Swiss physiologist, anatomist, botanist, and poet. AIIQ 175, AIIQ 180. 1. Family standing. Haller's father came of an old and respected family that had given 15 members to the great and privy councils of the Republic of Bern. The father himself held a high state office in Bern's province of Baden, and was well regarded for his learning in legal writings. He was a man of penetrating understanding, of remarkable humour, a singularist in religion, and a good poet. Of Haller's mother it is recorded only that she was the daughter of Anton Engel, governor of Untersee. She died before Albrecht was 3. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Albrecht was a frail child who suffered from rickets. Because of this defect, he could not exercise much, and so he early became fond of writing, drawing, reading, and quiet games. He found a special pleasure in long and intensive studies. He was kind and friendly, and the indifference of those who should have given him affection hurt his sensitive nature. His relatives scoffed at his endless passion for reading and despised him for his love of poetry. Haller's father had destined him for the church, and the boy early conceived the desire to become a physician. At Tübingen, botany was his favourite study, and he made extended botanical trips with his professor. During his first months at the university, he associated enough with the less studious to be drawn into their troubles. A little later, as a conviction grew that here was too much drinking and too little enthusiasm for learning, he decided to go elsewhere. 2. Education. From his 4th to his 13th year, Albrecht lived with his stepmother on his father's beautiful peasant estate. During this time he received instruction from an old pastor, Abraham Berlitz, a good pedagogue, although narrow and vain in his pedantry. On the death of his father, his guardian sent Albrecht to the gymnasium at Bern, where he remained for a year. He then spent some time at Biel in the house of a friend, where his constant questioning about French philosophy brought only annoyed and reluctant answers. During a period of ill health, young Haller shut himself in his room for months at a time, and devoted himself to the writing of verses of every kind in many languages. At 15, the young pedant entered the University of Tübingen. In theology, medicine and philosophy, chemistry, anatomy and botany, he had now, for the most part, professors of great ability and distinction. After a year he went to Leyden, where the simplicity, studiousness and seriousness of the Dutch students supplied the atmosphere he had been seeking. Here the botanical garden and the anatomical theatre were admirable, and the professors were exceptionally clever men. 2 members of the faculty were world famous. Boerhaave was the most distinguished physician of his age, Albinus the most distinguished anatomist. 3. School standing and progress. Even in early childhood, Albert Haller outshone all his playmates in the development of his mental abilities. He passed at 8 without an error the tests for entrance to the public school. Although the teacher thought it well to repress too great an ambition, the child was beside himself if he were not always, through application and ability, the first in his group. Soon nothing appeared impossible to his unusual industry. His zeal for advancement was incessant and his patience unlimited. At 10 he knew the Greek Testament from cover to cover. It was typical of him that in a gymnasium entrance examination he substituted for the required Latin exercise a production in the far more difficult Greek. 4. Friends and associates. As a child, Haller was loving and lovable, but he was never a favourite with other children. Because of his poor physique, he could not join in their games, and besides, he was allowed less pocket money than the other boys. At Tübingen, Haller lived in the Cotter household, and two of the Cotter brothers, theologians, were his intimate friends. Several of his early associates were physicians. Gmelin, afterwards famous as a geologist, was a Tübingen associate. 5. Reading. Homer was this boy's romance at 12. Horace and Ovid were also thoroughly familiar, and Virgil was looked upon with reverence as the inspirer of his own verse. At 13, Haller found literary models in Brooks and Lowenstein, as well as in the classics. 6. Production and achievement. In his 10th year, Haller felt for the first time the desire to make verses. A Latin satire against his too severe teacher is said to have been his earliest work. The next year he began writing rhymed stanzas in German, taking some poem as a model and seeking to exceed or at least equal it. At 11, when ill with smallpox, he wrote a French poem full of fire and tenderness, and at 12 he worked out an arithmetic. When one night a fire broke out, the young poet gathered up his verses and escaped, leaving behind all of his other possessions. He had at this time no idea of publishing his works, for he felt that a real author must be something quite rare and remarkable, which he was not. At 16 he expressed his emotion in Morgengedanken, a noble poem in praise of the Creator. Haller's poetical efforts before the close of his 17th year included numerous translations from Ovid, Horace, and Virgil, many original verses in Latin, French, and his own German, lyrics, dramas, and an epic 4,000 lines on a theme from Swiss history. 7. Evidences of precocity. The liveliness of young Haller's mind was early apparent. In his 4th year he began to preach to the servants, reciting the Bible stories from his little armchair in the living room. At 13 and 14 his greatest delight was to make books. In some of these he kept careful financial accounts. In others he wrote down all the new words he learned from day to day until he had completed a number of lexicons. In his 9th year he made great lexicons of all the Hebrew and Greek words in the Old and New Testament, with their variations, roots, and meanings. He made a Chaldean grammar. He prepared 2,000 biographies of famous people on the pattern of Bayle and Moreri, with which he was already familiar. In his 9th year he was known for his weighty pronouncements. Of these one is preserved to the effect that it aroused in him more pity to see a hen die than to be present at the execution of a criminal, because the death of a wicked man is deserved and necessary. AI IQ 175, relative quotient data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Haller spent 2 years at Leyden, where he studied intensively under Albinus and Boerhaave. The latter was his pupil's ideal teacher, and his fine character deeply influenced the student. At the end of his 19th year, Haller took the examinations for a doctor's degree, and some months later returned to Bern to establish himself independently as a practicing physician. His agreeable personality, ability, and successful cures soon attracted a large clientele. The young physician recorded careful case histories, a new procedure in medical practice in this day, and constantly carried on experimental work. His method of counting the pulse and its use as a criterion is still followed. At 22, Haller was invited by the Nuremberg Medical Association to contribute to their journal. His work on the muscles of the diaphragm, published when he was 25, was well received by the medical world. At his suggestion, the Bern authorities erected an anatomical theatre, and Haller held lectures and gave demonstrations there. He was appointed municipal physician. The next year, city librarian, and at 27, professor at Göttingen. During this period, in addition to his medical activities, Haller travelled, wrote poetry, and studied botany. During his first months in Holland, he visited the important cities, and later he made a tour of North Germany with 2 friends. After leaving Leyden, he visited England, where he met several distinguished physicians. In Paris, he attended lectures by noted scientists. At Basel, with his friend Gessner, he became absorbed in calculus and geometry, inspired by the professors there to read more widely in English literature, and so established in his own mind the literary standards which made him one of the first poets of his age. He botanized with Professor Stahelin. He made his famous Alpine journey with Gessner and later organized the botanical specimens he had collected. During the same year, he made 4 more extended botanical trips in the Alps, another at 23 and 2 more at 24. Meanwhile, he took up classical literature again, reading through from Aeneas to the age of the barbarians, and not one reference to medical science seems to have escaped his notice. Every year saw the production of a number of poems, usually in honor of some special occasion. The Alps, written when Haller was 20, was the first representative of a new German poetry. With his Gedanken über Vernunft, Erbelgloben, and Angloben, he convinced the Basel group that German poetry could be poetry. At 23, he published anonymously his first volume of poems, which was praised by such poets as Bodmer, Gottsched, and Kostner. 2 years later, a second edition appeared and was approved by the reading public both in Germany and Switzerland. AII IQ 180, Relative Quotient of Data 0.82. Friedrich Schelling, 1775 to 1854, a celebrated German philosopher. AII IQ 175, AII IQ 180. 1. Family standing. Schelling's forefathers were pastors, well educated and of high local reputation. Schelling's father, a man of exceptional abilities as a scholar and a teacher of scholars, was a distinguished Orientalist and a churchman who became a prelate. The mother was a woman of simple bourgeoisie tastes and prejudices. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Schelling's early interests appear to have been wholly scholastic and intellectual. At the university, his only recreation was walking. 2. Education. After attending the local public school, Schelling passed at 8 to the private instruction of his father and certain students of the parental theological seminary, as there was no Latin school in the neighborhood. Under this superior tutelage, he became grounded in the essentials of the ancient languages. Attending was sent to the public school at Nürtingen, of which his uncle was principal. Returning at 11 3/4, he entered his father's seminary, where he pursued learning for 4 years. He was carefully instructed by 2 noted scholars and definitely trained to be a scholar himself. Of his teachers, one praised, the other reserved favor, but both were excellent mentors. After the boy had been the youngest member of 2 classes and had seen both graduate, the father succeeded with some difficulty in arranging for the entrance of his precocious son at the Tübingen Theological School. Although young Schelling was 3 years under the usual age of admission to Tübingen, he pursued the usual course, winning the master's degree at an age when other bright youths were only beginning the course. Frederick was deeply influenced during his course by Schiller, a world-renowned scholar and a former pupil of the elder Schelling. 3. School standing and progress. At 10 1/3, Schelling passed the entrance test of the Nürtingen school with extraordinary ease. It was on this occasion that the mother learned for the first time that her son was a gifted boy. At 10 3/4, Schelling passed his first examination for admission to the seminary, and a year later the teacher informed the father that Frederick was advanced far beyond his classmates and could learn nothing more in that school. The boy was 2 or 3 years too young to enter the regular theological preparatory school, and so he was permitted to attend his father's classes. Here young Frederick was associated with youths of 18 or 19, who, annoyed at first by the presence of a child, soon saw that this lad was their equal in knowledge and ability. The elder Schelling's colleague was in raptures over the boy's performance, finally believing that he saw in him the future support of church orthodoxy. At 13, Schelling had acquired the scholar's method. At 15 1/2, he had attained the crowning accomplishment of students of his day. He was able to write down dictated German directly in Latin hexameters. He could also abstract or paraphrase Greek, Hebrew, or Arabic. Its first philosophical readings seemed to him so clear and comprehensible that he thought perhaps a little arrogantly that he must have missed the point. But when he came to Leibniz, he found there was still something to learn. At Tübingen, Schelling was recognized as far superior to any in his class. As a disputant, he was distinguished above all his fellows, frequently confounding his teachers. He was always ready to furnish his classmates with points for debate. 4. Friends and associates. In his earlier years, Schelling's associates were his parents, his sister, his teachers, fellow students, and his father's pupils. At Tübingen, he was in distinguished company. His intimate friends were 5 years older than himself. They included Holber, a man of superior mathematical ability, Hölderlin, poet, Renz, the foremost student in Hegel's class, and Hegel, then regarded as a most intelligent, clear-headed, and able fellow. 5. Reading. After a strictly supervised course of classical reading, Schelling at 12 or 13 had access for the first time to a library of fiction. The anxious concern of his father was aroused when, for a time, the hitherto model lad was quite carried away by the new discovery. There was, however, little need for anxiety. The boy's zeal soon waned, and he returned to his classics and scholarly works. In his father's extensive library he gained before he was 15 and a half a wide acquaintance with the Greek and Latin writers. He had also read much on modern philosophy and had begun Plato. See also 2.6. 7. Production and achievement. At 10-11, Schelling wrote innumerable compositions in Greek and Latin, including metrical pieces in Latin. At 12, his essays included a discussion of the evidences of the divine origin of the scriptures, verses on the historical fulfillment of biblical prophecy, Latin and Greek compositions, Latin distichs, and Sapphic strophes, a metrical translation after Leuth, metrical German versions of Plutarch and Diodorus, Latin translations of Greek epigrams, and original Latin epigrams. At 13 or 14, during his vacations, Schelling wrote a youthful but really scholarly monograph on the history of the cloister Bebenhausen. Part 1 gives a description of the cloister and its surroundings. Part 2 gives the history, with exact source references and some critical comment. An appendix contains German and Latin epitaphs and inscriptions, which the little paleologist, in long hours on hands and knees, had deciphered in the dark arcades. Notebooks are preserved from Schelling's teens, and they show not only such sureness in the knowledge of Latin grammar, as is seldom found at the end of the lower seminary, but in addition a distinct gift for Latin style. They contain a German translation of a considerable part of the Hebdomadar, as well as the Greek rendering of certain portions, skillfully executed Latin verses, hexameters and digits, essays on themes drawn from theology, history, philosophy, ethnology, psychology, and ethics. At 15 or perhaps even earlier, Schelling wrote 2 long Latin poems. The first, in 81 distichs, was addressed to England. He gives a description of that land of freedom and characterizes a number of the men who made her great. The verses on the proud and dominant spirit of the English are not unworthy of a poet. To this work was appended a long page of Greek hexameters on the same subject. The second Latin poem is a scholarly work on the great mother language. Another production of merit was the annotated Thucydides, completed by Schelling early in his 16th year. Latin comments on Pindar's odes, prepared about the same time, were the result of wide reading and clever interpretation. Among independent studies carried on at Tübingen in his middle teens was a collection of Platonic myths, with appended translations of some of the works included. 7. Evidence of precocity, see 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. AIIQ 175, relative quotient of data 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, Schelling presented and defended with brilliance his disputation for the master's degree, the subject and material of which he had, contrary to the usual custom, chosen himself. His first published work was written the same year, Myths, Historical Legends, and Philosophemes of the Ancient World. Schelling was already regarded by Hegel and others as a champion of enlightened theology and scholastic rationalism. Gradually, philosophical studies began to absorb his entire interest. He became a disciple of Kant and recognized in Fichte a kindred spirit. At 19, his second essay on the possibility of a philosophical system was published by Fichte. The work placed its author in the front rank of living philosophical writers. His next publication was Letters on Dogmatism and Criticism. Schelling was granted the theological degree at 20, having, as before, selected and worked up independently the material for his thesis. The eminent Professor Storr gave high praise to the performance of the brilliant young candidate. During the year appeared the Ego as the principles of philosophy, in which the teachings of Fichte are blended with those of Spinoza. Owing to the high pressure of work during his last year of study, Schelling's health began to fail. Hegel counselled care and rest, but instead of following this advice, Schelling obtained a post as tutor, and this he held for 2 years. During these years he published a number of philosophical papers. His tutorial duties took him to Jena and Weimar. At 23 he was appointed professor at the University of Jena, where he was closely associated with Fichte and Hegel. He met Goethe and Schiller, was attracted by the former, but repelled by the latter. During the period of Schelling's professorship at Jena, the university reached the zenith of its philosophical fame. Schelling's personality, his eager, self-conscious, yet powerful genius, made him a true romantic type. His advent at Jena was greeted with enthusiasm by the Romanticists. At 25, he had become their acknowledged leader. AIIQ 180, relative quotient of data 0.82. End of section 34. Section 35 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 22. Cases rated at AI IQ 180 to 190. Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. An English jurist and utilitarian philosopher. AI IQ 180, AI IQ 170. 1. Family standing. Bentham's great-grandfather was a prosperous pawnbroker. The grandfather, a Jacobite lawyer, neither better nor worse than the average rate of attorneys. The father also a lawyer, but a Hanoverian. The latter had not the slightest comprehension of his son's delicacy and diffidence. He constantly urged upon Jeremy the necessity of pushing to get on in the world, and could not see that this was utterly incompatible with the boy's nature. Jeremy's mother belonged to a family of some consequence, although her father, a younger son of a younger son, was a shopkeeper. Bentham's marriage to her was a shock to the ambitious purposes of his family. She was, nevertheless, a most amiable woman, and her son always spoke of her with affectionate tenderness. There was a great uncle, Woodward, who used to talk of books and booksellers to the boy, and the books he did not sell served for young Bentham's intellectual pabulum. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Reading was Jeremy's chief interest, but he was also very fond of music and played correlated sonatas when he was young. He had an exquisite sense of harmony. Early visits to the theatre were a source of the greatest delight. Jeremy had no native taste for drawing, and the instruction of an incompetent master developed none. He had the keenest sense of the beauties of nature. He observed accurately, enjoyed walks into the country, and was passionately fond of flowers. He studied Miller's Gardener's Dictionary until he got all the names by heart. He was much interested in chemistry, and a little encouragement would probably have directed his mind principally or wholly to the physical sciences, until after he was 16, Jeremy remained in stature almost a dwarf, and because of his puny size disliked sports, and he developed adroitness to take the place of muscular strength. 2. Education. Jeremy learned his alphabet before he could talk. When he was 3, his father bought a Latin grammar and other books to begin his classical education. The Greek alphabet he learned on his father's knee, using Lilly's grammar and the Greek Testament as two principal instruments of instruction. Fragments of Greek and Latin have been preserved, written by Jeremy at 4 and 5. The boy was taught the rudiments of writing and music by his father's clerk. At 6 he had a regular violin teacher, and about the same time he began to learn French. At 7 he was entered in the upper second form at Westminster School, where, according to his own latter account, the boys were taught few useful and many useless things. At 10 he obtained the right of admission to Oxford, but he was so undersized and weak that ill usage was apprehended, and he did not go until his 13th year, when he was entered at Queen's College. He had at first a very poor tutor, a morose and repulsive person who cared little whether his pupils did well or ill, and who was always more ready to reprove than encourage. The university hypocrisy of his day disgusted Bentham, and he found most of the professors and tutors insipid. It is easy to understand why he studied mathematics quite without the assistance, and even without the knowledge of his tutor. At 15, after pursuing the regular course of study and reading, Bentham took his B.A., a rare honour for one so young. Then for a short time he was a student in the Court of King's Bench, Westminster Hall, returning afterward to Oxford to attend Blackstone's lectures. A little later he visited France with his father. 3. School standing and progress. At Westminster, Bentham obtained considerable reputation for Latin and Greek verses, and even in his 11th year he wrote letters in both languages to Dr. Bentham, sub-dean of Christ Church. It was said that he wrote with greater facility in French than in English, for having a limited acquaintance with the language, he wrote boldly on, while the English he was stopping to weigh the value of words and soon got embarrassed. He was never punished at school, yet he was always apprehensive of punishment and made himself memorize dull and stupid prose in order to avoid it. In spite of his unusual talents, Bentham was, from his earliest childhood, sensitive and retiring. He nursed a feeling of his own inferiority, hated almost all social pleasures, and was for the most part solitary in his play as in his work. His father's attempts to bring him out simply accentuated natural timidity in a physically underdeveloped and mentally overstimulated boy. 4. Friends and associates. In early childhood, Jeremy had little opportunity to associate with children of his own age, and consequently his time was too much occupied with gloomy thoughts instilled by some of his reading. Other children were treated as dunces in his presence, and he thus learned scorn and contempt for less acute minds, while his natural diffidence gave him no esteem of his own abilities. At college there was scarcely a companion in whose society he could discover any pleasure. He thought all his contemporaries stupid. He failed to fulfill his father's wish that he should make his way among the great at college. He did not approve of the art of rising in the world that he had observed. At Westminster, Bentham's interest was excited by a lad who used to tell stories of his own invention, in which the heroes and heroines were models of kindness, exhibiting the quality which he afterward called effective benevolence. It was perhaps in hearing these tales that he first became consciously enamoured of that virtue. 5. Reading. From the beginning, Jeremy was passionately fond of reading. When he was not more than 6, his literary appetite was so great that he never found enough reading matter to satisfy him and was often starved for want of books. His parents allowed him no amusing works, so that he welcomed with joy the French fairy tales his teacher brought. When only 3, he read with satisfied absorptions Rapin's History of England. At 6, he took great delight in reading Telemachus, and, as always, when reading a story, identified himself with the hero. To this book he later traced the first drawing in his mind of the principles of utility. He experienced great disappointment that the form of government proposed by Fenelon, which bordered on the greatest happiness principle, was not accepted. At this early age he read Voltaire's Life of Charles XII and his General History, but the latter was beyond his boyish comprehension. His reading up to 12 included Burnet's Theory of the Earth, Cave's Lives of the Apostles, Stone's Chronicle, which contained stories that fascinated him while they filled him with horror, Lockman's History of England and History of Rome with pictures of the saints being martyred, Phaedrus's Fables, which however had no charm for him, Bishop Kem's Sacred Poems, Johnson's Didsey Preceptor, which had a melancholy effect on him, for in it he saw himself destined to be burned alive, Richardson's Clarissa, over which he wept for hours, Gil Blas, in which he took an intense interest, Gulliver's Travels, which he admired and would have vouched all true, Robinson Crusoe, Pilgrim's Progress, which frightened him so that he could not read it through, Timothy Peascott's History, Camden's Britannia, Moliere's Days, the allegorical parts of which he did not like because of his insistence on fact, Theron and Aspasia, which he liked, Paradise Lost, which frightened him, and Paradise Regained, which he found very dull, Thomson's Seasons, in which he took no pleasure, Gay's Fables, which he found uninteresting because not true, Locke on the Understanding, Clarendon's History of the Rebellion, Burnet's History of his Own Times, and of Richardson's novels, Mandeville's Fables of the Bees, Clarke on the Trinity, Tyndale's Christianity as Old as the Creation, Atlantis, and A Curious History of Japan. The autobiography of Teresa Phillips made an unusually strong impression on him at 11, and as a result he vowed war on the demon of Chaichkane. 6. Production and Achievement. At 10, Jeremy had made such progress in Latin and Greek that he was able to write letters to his schoolmaster in both. From this age he cultivated verse writing in the ancient and modern languages. At 13 he wrote a Latin ode on the death of George II and the advent of George III, which made some noise, and of which Dr. Johnson said it was a very pretty performance of a young man. At Westminster School, Bentham attained considerable reputation for Latin and Greek verses, which he often prepared for other boys of the school, although they were his tormentors. At the same age he wrote a humorous verse in English, rendering it also in Latin, which was preserved by his father. A declamation by Bentham was said to have been surpassed in excellence by only one other in the memory of that college generation. On several occasions the boy distinguished himself in debate. His antagonists required the aid of the masters in the preparation of their arguments, while Jeremy worked quite independently. The older Bentham, who wanted to show off his clever son, tried constantly to bring Jeremy into prominence. But the youth absolutely refused to respond to this wish, and the father was left to complain of his son's weakness and imprudence in keeping wrapped up in a napkin the talents which it had pleased God to confer on him. 7. Evidences of precocity. Jeremy's earliest recollection was of the pain of sympathy experienced before he was 2. As this experience was thought typical of young Jeremy, it has been recounted at length. At his grandfather's house there had been some feasting, and the child was filled to satiety by his nurse. Then he ate something his grandfather brought him, and when his mother came with her natural claim upon his affections, it was out of his power to accept what she offered. He then burst into tears, saying the chagrin and disappointment which it cost her. Jeremy's father was accustomed to brag of his boy's early feats, as for instance of his recognition of the letters before he was able to speak. Before he was 3 1/4, Jeremy took a walk with his parents and some friends, and finding that the conversation was about matters of indifference to him, he escaped and ran home. Ringing the bell, he gave orders to the footman to put the reading desk on the table and place a large folio, Rappin's History of England, upon the desk, and to provide candles without delay. His parents came home to find him absorbed in his reading. The account of this was repeated to him many times, but he himself remembered vividly the satisfaction with which he read then, and earlier, his folio historian. When a very little child, at 2 perhaps, he noticed that the water in the basin had been converted into a cake of ice. He thought he might indulge a fancy of seeing what would happen if he threw the ice out of the window. He was filled with joy when he saw it shattered, until the thought came that he might be blamed. Then for a long time he was tormented by fear. Jeremy suffered many times from his almost morbid sensibility. While at school his parents allowed him no pocket money, so when he kept and spent 5 guineas that had been given him by a generous friend, he was continually haunted with dread of discovery and punishment. From early childhood he was afraid of ghosts, perhaps because his great-grandmother was distinguished for having seen one. When 6 years old, he was taken to visit one of the king's valets. The conversation was about nothing and wearied the poor boy. So he escaped, found a copy of Pope's Homer and read it with extreme satisfaction and avidity while the others were gossiping. When Jeremy was 6, his father and some friends, who were discussing genius, asked the boy to tell them his notions of the matter. He said nothing at the time, but the subject long occupied his thought, and many years later, aged 20, he evolved an explanation that satisfied him. Bentham was always given to doubts and questioning. He could never accept any but logical explanations. Because of his continual antipathy to anything that was not fact, the statement made in latter life probably extended to the period of childhood, and was true of this rigidly critical and painfully serious lad. I never told a lie. I never, in my remembrance, did what I knew to be a dishonest thing. AI IQ 180, Relative Quotient of Data 0.82. 3. Development from 1726. Returned to Oxford, Bentham took his MA degree there at 18. The following year he left the university and returned to London, where he continued his studies independently. Upon reading Helvetius's De Le Spirit, the suggestion came to Bentham, aged 20, that genius meant production or creative invention. Immediately he asked himself, have I a genius for anything? What can I produce? In answer to this question, he decided that there was in him a genius for legislation, and that the legislation of all early pursuits was the most important. At 21, he was beginning to get gleams of practical philosophy. Montesquieu, Barrington, Beccaria, and most of all, Helvetius set him on the principle of utility. At 22, he began to have a sort of reputation and was spoken of as a philosopher. The next year, 2 letters of his appeared in the Gazetteer, his first compositions to appear in print. They are in defence of Lord Mansfield, who had been attacked, and they show young Bentham's inherent love of fairness. He found composition inconceivably difficult, but by hard labour to some extent subjugated his difficulties. At 24 he was called to the bar, but his inclinations did not lie in that direction, and he discarded the idea of practising as a barrister. Devoting himself to the study of legislation, he became the strenuous advocate of reform, constitutional, legal, social, and economic. The notes of this period contain the germs of the opinions later elaborated in his mature works. AII IQ 170, Relative Quotient Data 0.82. Thomas Babington Macaulay, 1800 to 1859, an English historian, essayist, poet, and statesman. AI IQ 180, AII IQ 165. 1. Family standing. Macaulay's father's family included ministers, writers, and a colonial general. The father, an FRS, and eminent as a philanthropist, was successively bookkeeper, governor of a colony of liberated slaves, and secretary of a British colonial company. By much reading, he had more than filled in the gaps of a defective education. The mother was a daughter of a Quaker bookseller. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. At 3, Macaulay did not care for toys, but was fond of taking his walk and telling interminable stories from his reading or from his imagination. At 4 or 5, his imagination located the Alps and Sinai on Clapham Common and enacted the scenes of history at his doorstep. At 8, although precociously forward in his tastes and interests, he was, according to his mother's contemporary report, as playful as a kitten. From that time on, his interests were almost exclusively intellectual. See 2.567. 2. Education. See 2.7. Still the merest child, he was sent reluctantly, on his part, to his first school. From 12 to 13 he attended a private school near Cambridge, whose pupils, limited to a dozen at a time, were to receive more than their share of university honours and marks of professional distinction. The private school course included the usual classics, English composition and mathematics. From 13 or 14 to 18, Macaulay attended the Asperden Hall Preparatory School. His parents took pains never to appear to regard anything remarkable that he did as more than a schoolboy's amusement. 3. School standing and progress. It was recorded by his mother just before Thomas turned 8 that he got on wonderfully in all branches of his education. At 12 we have it from his own report in a letter that he was classed with Wilberforce in the Odyssey, whom all the boys allowed to be very clever, very droll, and very impudent. He reports further that in sermon writing he got off with credit. Mathematics suits his taste. Nothing but Greek intimidates him. 4. Friends and associates. Macaulay's early associates were relatives and schoolmates. At 12 and a half he began a series of visits to Dean Milner, president of Queen's College, Cambridge, which were to mean much. After one of these occasions, Milner wrote to the boy's father, "Your lad is a fine fellow. He shall stand before kings." Fellow pupils at Asperden regarded Thomas with pride and admiration tempered, however, by compassion for his utter inability to play at any sort of game. 5. Reading. At 6, Macaulay began to acquire a library of his own. The first volumes were the gifts of his sister. According to his mother's record, the extent of his reading and of the knowledge he had derived from it before he reached his 8th birthday were truly astonishing for a boy of his age. Scott's Lay in the Last Minstrel he learned almost entirely by heart, merely from his delight in reading it. He had most of the epics in his library before he was 8. At 12 and a half he reports reading to himself Plutarch's Lives, Milner's Ecclesiastical History, and Fenelon's Dialogues of the Dead. His letters early began to smack of the library as he roamed over the whole expanse of literature. One fortnight's reading included the Decameron, Gil Blas, Thalaba, The Curse of Kehama, The History of James I, Mr. Montag's Essay on Shakespeare, and a great deal of Gibbon. 6. Production and achievement. Before the age of 7, Thomas wrote a compendium of universal history, which his mother describes as a tolerably connected view of the leading events from the creation to the present time, filling about a quarter of paper. Before he was 8, he wrote a paper containing a very clear idea of the doctrines of Christianity, with some arguments for its adoption, for Henry Davy to translate into Malabar, in order that it might serve to convert the natives of Travancore to Christianity. A little later, he determined on writing a poem in 6 cantos, which he called The Battle of Cheviot. The work was, however, carried out only in part, for after he had finished about 3 cantos of about 1 to 20 lines each, which he accomplished in a few days, he became tired of it and gave up the project. He had at this time already composed a great number of hymns. At 7 or 8 he wrote a heroic poem, Olans the Great, or the Conquest of Mona, after the manner of Virgil in introducing in prophetic song the future fortunes of his own family. Somewhat later he wrote a vast pile of blank verse entitled Fingal, a poem in 12 books. At 9 he greeted his uncle, who was returning from India, with a copy of verses. At 12 he composed a Pindaric ode to celebrate Napoleon's flight from Russia. Childish squibs and parodies were constantly tossed off. All of his early productions were the fruit of some enthusiastic leisure moment, and all are not only perfectly correct in spelling or grammar, but displays some lucidity of meaning and scrupulous accuracy in punctuation which characterize his mature works. Letters from this period show careful reflection and genuine originality. At 13, Macaulay indexed the 13th volume of the Christian Observer, of which his father was the editor. His first appearance in print occurred about this time. An anonymous letter in defense of works of fiction was published by his father in the Christian Observer. From the same year comes a poem addressed to his tutor requesting a holiday in order of the Allies' entry into Paris. From 14 to 18, the muse was in abeyance, and during these years Macaulay composed little beyond prefectory school exercises. 7. Evidences of precocity. Macaulay's earliest recorded remark was the query, when he was perhaps not yet 2 years old, whether the smoke from a tall chimney were hell. Even in his infancy, his mother recognized his precocious powers, but far from rejoicing she was distressed by them, for she thought her boy was thus marked for an early death. At 3, young Thomas read incessantly, and his memory retained without effort the exact phraseology of the book. At 4, he carried away a mental catalogue of the Oxford collection after one visit to it. When a servant had spilt some hot coffee over his legs, he replied to a solicitous inquiry, "Thank you, madame, the agony is abated." At 4 or 5, he was declared to be the simplest and most natural of children, but when the maid threw away the oyster shells which served as a fence for his garden plot, he said, "Cursed be Sally, for it is written, Cursed is he that removeth his neighbour's landmark." Perhaps a little later he said to his mother, who had explained that he must learn to study without refreshment, "Yes, mamma, industry must be my bread and attention my butter." His mother wrote of the marks of genius, which he constantly showed at the age of 8. His extraordinary memory was often noted. Otherwise, he was remembered as a good-tempered boy, always occupied without assumption. AIIQ 180, relative quotient of data, 0.82. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 18, Macaulay entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he remained for 6 years. Here his companions included the 2 Coleridges and Charles Austin. While at college, he was described as generous but vindictive. He had no athletic accomplishments, and at a time when out-of-door pursuits were regarded as the leading object of existence, he viewed his deficiencies with indifference. Mathematics and scientific subjects were distasteful to him, but he won the Chancellor's Medal for English verse in 1819 and again in 1821, aged 18 and 20. In the latter year, he also won the Craven Scholarship. At 21, he was a tutor. At 24, he was an elected fellow, probably because in spite of his neglect of scientific subjects, he stood first of the candidates. At 22 and 23, Macaulay wrote much for Knight's Quarterly, a London magazine, and the latter year delivered a speech for the Anti-Slavery Society which the Edinburgh characterized as a display of eloquence signal for rare and matured excellence. At 24, he became an M.A., and the next month the Edinburgh published the essay on Milton, which established his literary fame. At 25, Macaulay was called to the bar, but he never took to the law seriously, and after a year or so gave it up altogether. AIIQ 165, relative quotient data 0.75. Blaise Pascal, 1623 to 1662, a celebrated French geometrician, philosopher and writer. AIIQ 180, AIIQ 180. 1. Family standing. Pascal came from a noble family, whose members had held important offices from the time of Louis XI. His father was first president of the Court of the Aids. Moving to Paris, he became one of the most active promoters of science, and there won the friendship of Descartes, Gassendi, Roberval, Mersenne, Carcavie, Pallier, and other philosophers. These men used to meet at each other's houses for discussion, and that little informal but active association became the nucleus of the celebrated Academy of Sciences established in 1666. Pascal's mother died when her son was 3 years old. The boy's sister, a woman of superior mind and gifted in writing, became a protégée of Corneille. After her conversion to Jansenism, she took the veil at Port Royal. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Pascal early showed much interest in his surroundings and wanted to know a reason for everything. When the reason was not known, or when his father could not tell him, or told him theories which, although generally accepted, were not actually proved, he was not at all contented, for he had an unusually keen eye for discerning falsity. To know the truth was the single aim of his mind. Even at a very early age, he took great pleasure in conversations upon the subject of natural science. His genius for geometry made its appearance before he was 12 years old, and in an extraordinary manner. His father wished him to learn languages before undertaking mathematics, and in consequence put away all the books on the subject, and refrained from mentioning it in his son's presence. The precaution did not prevent the child's curiosity from being aroused, however, and he begged his father to teach him mathematics. He refused, but offered it to him as a reward, promising to teach him mathematics if he would learn Latin and Greek. Blaise, seeing this resistance, asked what the science was, and of what it treated. His father told him that in general it was the means of making accurate figures and finding the relation they bear to each other. At the same time, he forbade his son to think or speak of it again. Pascal, however, began to dream over the subject, and knowing only that it concerned the making of infallibly accurate figures, used to mark with charcoal on the walls of his playroom, seeking a means of making a circle perfectly round, and a triangle whose sides and angles were all equal. He discovered these things for himself, and then began to seek the relationship which existed between them. He did not know any mathematical terms, and so made up his own, calling circles rounds, lines, bars, etc. Using these names, he made axioms and finally developed perfect demonstrations, and as he went from one thing to another, he pushed his researches until he had come to the 32nd proposition of the first book of Euclid. The sum of the angles of a triangle is equal to 2 right angles. One day the father came in unexpectedly and asked his son what he was doing. The child explained, showed him some demonstrations he had made, and finally recited his definitions and axioms. The father left the room without saying a word, and unbosomed himself in tears of joy to a friend who lived close by. 2. Education. When Blaise was 3, his father began to devote all his school time to the education of his children. The boy never attended school and had no other teacher than his parent. When young Pascal was 8, the family moved to Paris, and the father began a systematic course of training, the rigour and originality of which can be likened only to the discipline of John Stuart Mill. Before the boy was 12, he had been taught everything his father considered him capable of learning, including the principles of grammar and natural science. His father planned to begin his instruction in Latin, Greek, and mathematics at the age of 12. After beginning Latin and Greek, Blaise studied logic, physics, and philosophy also, delighting the elder Pascal by the wonderful progress he made in all these studies. 3. School standing and progress. After his precocious demonstration of power in geometry, his father gave him a copy of Euclid, which he could at once follow and explain merely by looking at the diagrams. Although he had begun the study of Latin only to please his father, his progress in this as well as in other subjects was such that his teacher was delighted. At an early age, between 12 and 16, Pascal was invited to weekly conferences in Paris, where all the clever people assembled, to bring their work or to examine that of others. Here he soon held the first rank, as much for his inquiries as for his production, though he was one of the members who most often brought in new ideas. His opinions were given as much weight as any, and his advice was always listened to because he had so keen a mind they discovered falsities which were hidden from others. 4. Friends and associates. No associates especially mentioned, but in addition to his talented father and clever sister, we may assume that he came in contact with a group of men of science who were his father's friends. 5. Reading. No specific record. 6. Production and achievement. When he was 11, Pascal noticed that a knife struck against a plate gave a loud noise which stopped if the hand were held against the plate. This led to a series of experiments on sound and to the production of a treatise which was found to be very logical and well thought out. 7. Evidences of precocity. According to his older sister, Pascal, as soon as he was old enough to take part in conversation, showed signs of an unusual intelligence by the clever remarks he made, and particularly by the questions he asked regarding the nature of things, questions which amazed everyone. As he grew, his ability continued to develop, so that he was always much advanced for his age. From his childhood he would accept nothing except what appeared logical to him, and when others were unable to give him good reasons for things, he devised them for himself. When he once started on anything, he would never give it up until he had found a satisfactory explanation. At 16, he was still devoting his spare time to mathematics, while his principal study was Latin. He made such rapid progress in his favourite study that he wrote during the year a small work on conic sections, which was sent to Descartes. The letter, Saint Beuve remarks, was ungenerous enough to exhibit symptoms of jealousy at the rising genius of Pascal, regarding the youth of 16 years as a possible rival. Pascal's production of a treatise at 11, and his geometrical deductions should also be noted, see 2, 6 and 1. AI IQ 180, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 and 26. Pascal continued to study Latin, Greek, logic, physics and philosophy, and in all these subjects he pleased his father by the progress made. Unhappily, his intense application to study injured his health, so that to his death he never spent a day without pain. In 19 he devised a calculating machine and spent several valuable years trying to overcome the mechanical difficulties of its construction. Noted mathematicians of France, England and Italy later attempted to perfect Pascal's production, but without success. At the age of 23, young Pascal, with the other members of his family, was converted to the Jansenist faith, but he did not at once give up his scientific work, and during the next 2 years he carried out a series of experiments on atmospheric pressure, reaching the same conclusions as Torricelli, with whose work he was at that time unacquainted. He was subjected to criticism by the Jesuits, but had little difficulty in confuting his opponents. At 25, Pascal was stricken by severe illness and was forced to give up his mathematical and scientific work, which indeed had been forbidden since his conversion. However, science still retained a fascination for him, and he persuaded his brother-in-law to observe the height of the Mercury column at the top of the Puy de Dôme. The result of this experiment exploded forever the old idea that nature abhors a vacuum. At the age of 26, says Rogers, Pascal had composed the greater part of his mathematical works, and made those brilliant experiments in hydrostatics and pneumatics, which have associated his name with those of Torricelli and Boyle, and ranged him among the first philosophers of his age. AI IQ 180, relative quotient of data 0.75. Johann Wolfgang Goethe, 1749 to 1832, one of the greatest poets of any age or country. AI IQ 185, AI IQ 200. 1. Family standing. Goethe's paternal ancestors were craftsmen of central Germany. The grandfather was a North German tailor, later an innkeeper. The father was a university man, a doctor of jurisprudence, with the title of imperial councillor, who, although a great pedant, was a man of wide and varied interests. The mother's ancestors were jurists from southern Germany, her father being the chief magistrate of the Free City of Frankfurt. The mother herself possessed an unusual amount of practical common sense and many happy gifts of mind and heart. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Every event in the Goethe household was a rite or ceremony in which each member had a part. City or other local festivals and feasts were regularly attended and made special days of celebration. Church observances were strictly followed. In their earliest childhood, the brother and sister were introduced by their father to every point of historical or social interest in the town, and the observation of architecture, customs, and people was cultivated. When Goethe was 4.5, a puppet theatre, presented by his grandmother, stimulated his dramatic sense, and at 6.5 he began to arrange and conduct plays on his miniature stage. Before he was 8, he and some of his companions developed a passion for writing poetry. Young Goethe thought his work superior to the others, but when he found that his fellow authors had the same impression of their verses, he became discouraged and gave up writing for a time, only, however, to resume activity later after praise had heartened him to try again. Intellectual or political discussions quickened the lad's thought, and the tales of his father's travels aroused in him the desire for wider horizons. In this stimulating intellectual atmosphere, he enjoyed the balancing advantage of a first-hand knowledge of the arts and crafts as practiced by his townsmen. At local fairs, young Goethe was thrilled by the view of strange wares from many a far country. On his exploration of the city, history became a living tale. At the age of 9, he built an altar and developed a mystical religion of his own in the hope of approaching God directly, and thus worshipping him without priestly intervention. Between 9.5 and 12, he became deeply interested in French. He studied the language with the French commandment quartered in his father's house. He read dramatic poetry and criticism, and he visited the French theatre regularly on a pass presented by his grandfather, the mayor. In connection with his attendance at the play, he learned by visits behind the scenes something of the contrast between the actors' lives and their professional attitudes. At 14.5, during the celebration of the imperial coronation in Frankfurt, Goethe became enthusiastically interested in national history. While the glamour of pageantry fell upon the old city, transforming its drab bourgeois background to a truly romantic setting, young Goethe became enamored of a maiden of humble station for whom he poured out all his heart until he learned that in her eyes he was only a child. Dispatched to the university, Goethe, at 16, was, as always, full of literary and social interests. He read widely, attended the theatre, and discoursed with his friends. He also devoted considerable time to the writing of verses in German, French, English, and Italian, attempting in his productions something more than the pseudo poetry of the day. 2. Education. From the age of 3 until he was 6, Goethe attended a day nursery or kindergarten, and here, according to tradition, he learned to read. His father had already begun to tell the little lad and his sister the history of the town. An ABC book was purchased for the young Goethe, aged 4.5, and a year later a catechism with biblical quotations was presented to him. At this latter age he attended a public school with his sister for several months. About the same time, under their father's direction, the two children arranged their parents' many engravings, and were introduced also to his admirable collections of maps, natural history specimens, glass, ivory, bronzes and old weapons, etchings and modern paintings. From his 7th year to his 17th, Goethe and his sister were trained by private tutors under a liberal plan of instruction, a plan devised to develop wide interests and cultivated tastes. Among the subjects taught were Latin, Greek, Hebrew, French, English, Italian, history, geography, religion, natural science, mathematics, composition, rhetoric, drawing, music, dancing, fencing, and writing. At least 10 teachers participated in the instruction, and these 10 represented the points of view of various religious creeds, as well as the culture of France, of Italy, and of various regions of Germany. Goethe's training in Latin began when he was 7, and within a few months he was writing free Latin compositions and learning military and legal phrases in the language. The corrections in his exercise books concern errors in orthography and the like, rather than errors in language usage. One of his tutors, who was also a public school teacher, arranged prize literary competitions in which Goethe competed successfully with boys in the regular school. A legal friend instructed the boy in international law, while other associates of his father and grandfather took an interest in his education along the lines of which they had specialized. When Goethe was 9 1/3, the French were quartered in Frankfurt. The French commandant of the city was quartered in the Goethe house, where he attracted an interesting group of people, especially artists, from whom Goethe learned something of their art. The prescribed pre-confirmation instruction, which followed in regular course, was thoroughly distasteful to the 12-year-old boy. More satisfying to him were a variety of studies carried on at this time, including mathematics, English, drawing, piano playing, and at length, after much importunity, Hebrew also. At 14 his reading included law and Latin. From 14 to 17 his scientific and pre-legal education progressed. Latin had by this time been thoroughly mastered. At 17, Goethe had completed a broad and liberal course of training. He was familiar with the poetry of the leading nations. His reading of German, French, Latin, and Hebrew literature had been extensive. He was conversant with the language and history of the principal countries of Europe, and he knew the political and legal history of Germany in minute detail. He had made progress in the study of theology and jurisprudence and the natural sciences. He knew something of drawing and music. He played the piano and the flute, and the artist C. Katz considered him a promising art student. At 16 he entered the University of Leipzig as a student of law and literature, for the elder Goethe intended that the brilliant career as a jurist which he had failed to achieve for himself should be realized by his son. Young Goethe wished to be a poet. 3. School standing and progress. By means of ready apprehension, practice, and a good memory, Goethe soon outgrew the instructions his father and his other teachers were able to give without ever requiring or receiving elementary drill in anything. Grammar, which seemed to him a matter of arbitrary rules and exceptions, he despised, and he learned it only with some difficulty. Latin and geography, which he learned in verse, he thoroughly enjoyed and hence acquired readily enough. In rhetoric, composition, and the like he always excelled. Grammatical exercises written when little Goethe was only 7½ and 8 show thorough and painstaking study and the ability to express the experiences and impressions of everyday life in natural and facile Latin form. When his penmanship was rated and that of other children in the town, it stood, on an average, 9th in a group of 30. At 8½ Goethe began to translate exercises into Latin in imitation of the historian Justinian, similar to those designed by his tutor. He was also assistant school rector for the senior class in the gymnasium. Thus in his 9th year, the lad was competing with boys of 16 to 22 years. At 8, Goethe learned so readily that he was able to pick up Italian from overhearing his sister and her tutor, while he himself was studying his Latin lesson. His rapid progress in French reconciled his protesting father to his attendance at the theatre when the French classics were presented. A serious boy, and near the age of 10, always the most industrious of them all, he was annoyed by the trifling of his playmates. 4. Friends and associates. In consequence of being made much of by his father's friends, Goethe became self-conscious and somewhat vain. But any of his playmates admitted his actual superiority. We were all his lackeys, later wrote one boy, 2 years his senior. Goethe's intellectual endowment, his skill in narrating thrilling tales, the distinction of his bearing and manner made him a leader among his fellows. At the university, many of Goethe's associates were men of established reputation and ability, 10 or more years his senior. 2 girls had in turn won Goethe's passionate devotion before he was 17. The first when he was 14, the second when he was 16. 5. Reading. When barely 6 years old, Goethe began to examine and read the illustrated Orbis Pictus, Marian's Illustrated Bible, then and later a favorite, Gottfried's Illustrated Chronicles of Universal History, and Heidegger's Acera Philologica. A little later, he was reading Robinson Crusoe, Die Insel Felsenberg, and similar tales. At 8, he was already somewhat acquainted, in his father's library, with the old German poets of the 18th century, the best Latin and Italian poets, Roman antiquities, classic works on jurisprudence, books of travel, historical and philosophical treatises, and encyclopedias of all kinds. A little later, modern works, forbidden by his father, were secretly obtained and devoured. Evenings at home were spent in reading aloud in various edifying works. Bauer's History of the Popes was one book so read and reread in its heavy entirety, for according to the elder Goethe's plan, that work, once begun, had always to be finished. In his uncle's library, the lad found a delightful translation of Homer, with copperplate illustrations. Virgil came to hand a little later. While the French were in Frankfurt, Goethe, between 9 and 12, read the works of the principal French dramatists, all of Racine and Molière, and most of Corneille. In his 13th year, he studied Hebrew and read much and long in the Bible. At 14, he read chiefly legal and philosophical books, but he was best satisfied by works in which poetry, religion, and philosophy were united. At 15, he read, among other things, the works of Wieland, French plays, and the dramas of Lessing. At 16, he was especially impressed by Lessing's Laocoon and Dodd's Beauties of Shakespeare. To supply the shortcomings of his prescribed training, he had recourse to such encyclopedic works as those of Bayle and Gessner. 6. Production and achievement. The 3 compositions which Goethe wrote at 7½ and 8 included 3 conversations that possessed genuine creative quality and exhibit a remarkable ability in characterization. The morning salutations in German, Latin, and Greek, written before he was 9, expressed charming sentiments in artistic form, but Greek exercises of this period exhibit the faults of a beginner. At 9½ Goethe had amassed a considerable collection of lessons and stories. At 10 he wrote a little play, hoping it might be staged. At 12 he composed a story in the form of letters written in Latin, with a sprinkling of Greek, English, French, Italian, Yiddish, and German. In this year a series of controversial sermons so aroused his interest that he undertook to preserve them by dictation to his father's secretary, and with the help of a few notes he succeeded for several weeks in reconstructing what he had heard for the edification of his father. Gradually, however, interest in this undertaking waned and the report dwindled to a mere outline. Goethe wrote at 14 a narrative poem, Joseph, which, with a collection of the original verses, he presented to his father at Christmas time. Because his muse was employed by a group of young mischief makers for their own ends, Goethe in his early teens nearly fell into serious difficulty. Only timely family intervention set matters straight. A letter that had been preserved from this period, an application for membership in a secret society, is remarkable for its correct phrasing and for the writer's characterization of himself. A number of excellent verses are available from the poet's 16th and 17th years, and to all the same period may be credited a tragedy written for his lady, and a poem in honour of his uncle's marriage. With the latter the author himself was delighted. That he did not continue to regard his works with satisfaction is evidenced by the fact that when about 16 he burned all of the manuscripts he could bring together. Goethe's early production was not limited to literature. In home theatricals he took leading parts. He made a plan for a series of paintings to illustrate the life of Joseph, and 2 of these were actually executed by Frankfurt artists. 7. Evidences of precocity. At the age of 4, Goethe had learned an Italian song by heart, although he could not understand its meaning. A favourite pastime in the very early years was listening to his mother's tales and legends, and if her imagination failed in the course of a narrative, the child supplied the lack by his own fancy. And great was his delight and enthusiasm when the outcome fulfilled his predictions. When the Christian world was staggered by the Lisbon earthquake, Goethe, aged 6, heard more than one sermon devoted to an explanation of this apparent contradiction of providence. His comment was as follows: "After all, it is probably much simpler than they suppose. God knows that the immortal soul can suffer no harm through such a fate." Goethe's father early recognized his son's unusual ability, and friends of the family enthusiastically mapped out careers suited to such rare talents. One wished to make him a courtier, another a diplomat, a third a jurist. Goethe's mother, when her son was 9, noting that he was distinguished from the other boys by his erect carriage, mentioned the fact to him in praise. He replied that he would later be distinguished from them in other ways. On another occasion he stated that he would never be satisfied with that which satisfied others. His more than common rapidity of development admitted him to confirmation at an unusually early age, 12. Intellectual forwardness appeared in many serious discussions with his tutor. For example, the 14-year-old was interested to argue at length that there was no need for a separate study of philosophy, as religion and poetry covered the field. At 16, Goethe was familiar with the culture of Europe, and his interests and tastes were those of a scholar and a man of the world. AIIQ 185, relative quotient of data pointed to. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the University of Leipzig, Goethe was a recognized intellectual leader among his fellows, and with study he blended social pleasures. Odes and parodies dashed off in a fervour of enthusiasm, brought him notoriety as well as praise. Graceful verses were the fruit of a passionate but hopeless attachment, the memory of which was preserved also in his first play, Die Laune des Verliebten, written at 19. Later, as a distraction in a fit of jealousy, he took to etching and produced a number of landscapes as well as lesser works. At this time, irregular living and excitement brought about a bronchial affection, which developed into a serious illness. Returning to Frankfurt, the invalid spent his days there etching, drawing, writing, and law study, his activities increasing with recovery. At 20, he was occupied with the study of Shakespeare's works, the language and literature of France and Germany, the theory and history of poetry, music, and the plastic arts, thoughts of God and observations of the world. During this year, he held a second orgy of destruction in which he burned all his letters, his verses, and all but 2 of his plays. From 20 to 22, Goethe lived in Strasbourg, and now his health had gradually returned. He crammed for his university legal examination and studied medicine in his spare time. It was here that he met Herder, 5 years his senior, the man who influenced him more than any other. Goethe's creative genius was now awake. He realized the unearning of art. The lyrics of this period, the expression of a deep passion, have not been surpassed in all literature. Goethe took up the practice of law the following year, but he continued also to work on 4 dramatic productions, Faust, Götz, Socrates, and Caesar. He wrote on architecture, composed songs, translated Ossian and Pindar, and contributed to reviews. His work took him to the Imperial Chamber of Law at Wetzlar, but law was not his sole concern, for he was preparing the way through his acquaintance with fair Charlotte for the production of Werther 2 years later, a work which made his name known throughout the world. Goethe completed the first version of Gotz at 23, but it was not intended for publication. The second version, produced a year later, failed as a drama, but is a poem of immortal beauty. In Werther, Goethe's genius rose to its highest power. Nothing that was afterward accomplished could outshine the crown of glory which Werther laid on his head. During his 25th year, the poet made friendships with distinguished men, Lavater, Basedow, and among others the poet Wieland, with whom he quarrelled at a distance. Work on gigantic dramatic plots continued, and minor poems flowed from a restless heart and pen. In the meantime, Goethe and the Duke of Saxe-Weimar had become friends, and the following year saw the beginning of Goethe's career as a statesman, which was to continue until his death, 57 years later. To his statesmanship was due in large part the leading position that the title State of Weimar won and held among the governments of Europe. AIIQ 200, relative question of data point 2. Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645, a celebrated Dutch jurist, theologian and poet, the founder of the science of international law. AIIQ 185, AIIQ 190. 1. Family standing. Grotius was born of an ancient and important family. His great-grandfather was a worthy French Huguenot. His grandfather combined the names, coats of arms, means and titles of both houses, namely of de Groot and Cornets, and the dignities of both families, those of de Groot having been inheritable in the family for 3 centuries. He was proficient as a scholar, having reached a high summit of learning in the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin languages. And in civic affairs he attained the eminence of town councilman and burgomaster. The grandmother was a daughter of one of the noblest families of Holland. Hugo's father was a man of scholarly training and cultured interests. A master of arts and philosophy and also a doctor of laws, he was a great lover and protector of learning. He held the honoured civic offices of alderman, town councilman and burgomaster, and, of yet more distinction, one of the 3 directorships of the University of Leiden. The mother of Grotius was Alida von Overschie, of illustrious family. 2. Development towards 17. 1. Interests. Young Grotius found a wide variety of interests in his studies. He was as well informed in the sciences as in philosophy, as interested in religion as in law. He was early taught by his father the value of the harmonious development and discipline of body and mind. 2. Education. Hugo remained at home in the care of his parents until he was 8 or 9, and was instructed by them in the rudiments of the Christian doctrine, and impressed with sound principles of morality and honour. Before he was 7, the foundations of his knowledge of the Latin and Greek languages were laid by his tutor, an excellent man. When about 8 years of age, Grotius was sent to The Hague, where his studies were directed by Uitenbogaert, the leading divine among the Dutch reformers and a man of international influence. At 11, the lad entered the University of Leiden, where he delved into Greek and Roman history, philosophy, astronomy, mathematics, religion, and law with great thoroughness. He left the university at 14, after delivering the required public thesis on mathematics, philosophy, and law, and after a year in France, received the degree of Doctor of Laws from the University of Orleans. 3. School standing and progress. In his earliest years, Grotius showed great aptitude for the acquisition of learning, great taste, judgment, and application, and a wonderful memory. At the University of Leiden, he so distinguished himself by his diligence and talents that even the learned Scaliger noticed him and condescended to direct his studies. Doza, another great literary man, celebrated the boy's praises in verse, declaring that Grotius, then 11, would soon excel all his contemporaries and bear a comparison with the most learned of the ancients. 4. Friends and associates. At home, the boy came in contact with some of the most distinguished representatives of European learning and culture. While a student at the university, he lived with Franciscus Junius, a true Christian, famous for his burning zeal in behalf of the Reformation, and imbibed hymns so strong and pure a religious spirit that when only 12 years old, he converted his mother from Catholicism to the Reformed faith. In Leiden, he was very intimate with the great Scaliger, into whose home, as a temple of wisdom, he, together with his friends Peter Scriverius, Dominicus Bordius, and Daniel Heinsius, had free access. In France he made many friends. He was appointed private secretary to the young Prince of France and authorized to retain the honourable title after his return to his own country. 5. Reading, no specific record. 6. Achievement and production. In his 8th year, Grotius wrote some remarkable Latin verse. Of 2 pieces preserved, one, written on the occasion of the shaking off of Spanish rule in a Dutch province, was presented to Prince Maurice. The other, a word of comfort addressed to his father, was written after the death of a younger brother. At 12 or 13, Hugo published 3 poems: an ode in Greek to Prince Harry Frederick of Nassau, a Latin poem in praise of one of his professors, and a Latin epithalamium. At 14, he wrote Triumphus Galicius, a witty song of triumph, after the style of Catullus, and prepared a new edition of Martianus Capella's Marriage of Mercury and Philology and 7 treatises on the liberal arts, with clear brief notes. Because of his absence in France, these works were not published until 2 years later. The same year, Grotius took part in 2 heroic debates on philosophical questions. At 15, the youth accompanied the great statesman sent by Holland on a mission to King Henry of France. His fame preceded him, and he was introduced to the king, who, apparently greatly impressed by his striking personality, called him the Miracle of Holland, presented him with a gold chain and his picture, and wished to knight him, but this last honour Grotius declined. At 16, Grotius went to The Hague to practice law. He began to write on legal subjects and published a Latin translation of Steven's treatise, Navigation by Compass. This production showed that the writer was as well informed in the sciences, and especially mathematics, as in philosophy, logic, and rhetoric, in which he had already established so high a reputation. 7. Evidences of precocity. In his earliest youth, Grotius gave clear proof of his brilliant art, noble character, and untiring diligence, being as quick of body as of mind. Before he was 8, he was so absorbed in his studies that he spent a great part of the night with his books, and when his mother, preferring that he enjoy his proper rest at night, refused to give him candles, he used his Sunday money secretly to buy them. So intent was he on what seemed to him far more important matters, that he would scarcely give himself time for correct orthography. Learned men everywhere spoke of young Grotius as a prodigy. When he was no more than 14, Pontanus called him a youth of greatest hopes, and at 16 he was pronounced by Mercius a young without equal. See also 2, 3, and 6. AI IQ 185, relative quotient data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 17, the young lawyer was pleading before the highest tribunal of the land, at the same time producing writings of such superior quality that the scholars Scaliger, De Thou, Casaubon, Vossius, and others publicly avowed their surprise, compared him to Erasmus, and declared that the whole world could not produce a more learned man than Grotius. At 17, he wrote the Epithalamium Regium, published the Aratus, an excellent treatise on science and art, which also contains some original Latin verses pronounced equal to those of Cicero, and his Prosopopoeia, which was so well thought of that it was ascribed to Scaliger, the greatest scholar of the time. The Prosopopoeia was translated into French and Greek by distinguished contemporaries. At 18, Grotius published his first tragedy, Adamus Exile, which evoked universal praise from learned men, although the author himself was dissatisfied with it. A second drama of his late teens, Christus Patiens, praised as a model of perfect tragedy, was not published until Grotius was 25. At about the same time, the youth helped on the writing of noble elegies in memory of 2 of his professors who succumbed to the plague. A couple of years later, at 21, he produced a Latin poem on the siege of Ostend. At 18, he was chosen by the States General as historiographer of the United Provinces. He seems to have been unusually successful as a lawyer. He was called upon for advice by Prince Maurice, and at 22 was asked by Professor Bodius to protect in court his friend Scriverius in a case considered hopeless unless indeed the whole Grotius is given to it. At 24, the young lawyer was made Attorney General of the Court of Holland, Zealand, and Friesland. The following year he married. At 25, so great was Grotius's reputation that it almost seemed as though the learned men of Holland were afraid of the tremendous intellect of the young scholar. At 22, he had composed an important legal treatise, De Jure Praede, which contains the germ of his great work, De Juris Pacis et Belli. Only one chapter of which was published during the writer's lifetime. This was the Mare Liberum, which appeared when Grotius was 26, proclaiming the principle that was, through his influence, to become a fundamental tenet of international law, that the ocean is free to all nations. AII IQ 190, relative coastal data 0.75. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1717, a celebrated German philosopher and mathematician. AI IQ 185, AII IQ 190. 1. Family standing. Leibniz's forebears included knights of the realm and men of religious and political eminence who enjoyed the favour of princes. Gottfried's father was a practicing jurist and also professor of moral philosophy at the university. His interest, like his practice, combined philosophical theory with its application. Leibniz's mother was the daughter of a famous legal scholar. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Leibniz found his most absorbing childhood interest in reading. At first history and poetry, later philosophy and logic. He sought at a very early age to make his knowledge correct, ready and complete by classifying and systematizing it, by using signs and characters in place of words, by generalizing, and by bringing every inquiry under a principle and a method. Thus naturally he was drawn through philosophy to mathematics. He was early concerned about the purpose, the meaning, and the practical outcome of everything. He strove especially to fathom the meaning of reality, of the true essence of things, and of their connection with each other. His mind could not be filled up by a single system of ideas. 2. Education. Leibniz was brought up in a studious and scientific atmosphere. He enjoyed an education very unusual in the period of German decline in which his early years were passed. His father, when teaching him to read, made every effort to instill in him the love of history, both biblical and secular. After his father's death, which occurred when the boy was 6, his mother devoted herself to his education, and in order that his formal training might be of the best, sent him to the Nicolai School of Leipzig. As a result of school instruction supplemented by independent study, Gottfried understood Latin before he was 12 and began also to stammer in Greek. Before he was 15, he had completed an impartial and comprehensive course of self-education preparatory to university entrance. From the age of 15 to 17, following the course prescribed by his advisors, he devoted himself to the study of law, but he did not neglect his philosophical studies. Thus it came about that, through Cardan and Campanella, and finally Descartes, he was turned gradually from the scholastic to the modern mechanical view. Just before the end of his 17th year, he received the degree of bachelor. He then repaired to the University of Jena, where he spent a semester in the study of mathematics under Weigel, a scholar of fame. 3. School standing and progress. At a very early age, Leibniz's insatiable eagerness for mental food was so marked that his teachers tried to hold him back. Before he had reached the study of history and poetry in school, he was familiar with both, and before he entered the university at 14 2/3, he was thoroughly at home in Latin, had made good progress in Greek, was acquainted with the historians and poets of antiquity, and with the contemporary range of science, mathematics and physics excepted, was deeply read and interested in ancient and scholastic philosophy and in the current theological discussions. He had not filled his mind with things to be unlearned, and he had accustomed himself to going always to the root of whatever science he undertook to learn. At the university, Leibniz's preeminence was recognized by colleagues and teachers alike. When the youth presented his dissertation to a committee presided over by Thomasius the Elder, that learned doctor took occasion to mention the candidate's extreme youth and his ability to discuss the most difficult and complicated problems. Leibniz's studies in college and out, his wide reading and his practical knowledge, he understood the practice of law in addition to its theory, had made him the first student in class exercises and discussions. At Jena, aged 16 to 17, he exercised his gift in argument as a member of the University Philosophical Society. 4. Friends and associates. Leibniz's associates were the members of his family, his teachers, and his fellow students. He was peculiarly fortunate in finding at least one wise advisor at each stage of his progress, although his originality of mind made him intellectually independent at a very early age. 5. Reading. At the age of 8, and quite by accident, Leibniz found a Livy and a chronological thesaurus by Calvisius. The latter he could read and understand fairly well because he was already familiar with general history, but the Livy presented new material. Although he had no dictionary, he was not in the least deterred from an attempt to read the unfamiliar work. He looked at the pictures, read here and there, then reread from the beginning until at length the whole became clear to him. Afterward he referred to his exploit at school, whereupon the teacher made inquiries of his guardians, and instructed them not to permit him in the future to read books that would anticipate prescribed school studies. A more enlightened friend became interested in the case, questioned the boy, found his knowledge sound, convinced the guardians that the teacher's policy was wrong, and obtained for a little scholar the key to his father's library. There he busied himself for hours at a time, taking up every book that pleased his eye. Thus he read, following his own fancy, Cicero and Quintilian, Seneca and Pliny, Herodotus and Xenophon, Plato, the Roman historians, and the Greek and Latin fathers. History and poetry were early favourites, but religion and the science were not neglected. When at 12 or 13 he came to the study of logic, he was greatly struck by the ordering and analysis of thoughts. He fell to arranging books and ideas in categories of his own, analysing and classifying their elements. This independent interest led him naturally to the study of philosophy, to Plato, Aristotle, and the scholastics. At about the same time he began to read the theological works with which his father's library abounded, delighting equally in the writings of the Lutherans and the Reformed Church scholars, the Jesuits and the Jansenists, the Thomists and the Arminians. In a university thesis presented before he was 17, Leibniz included examples from practical geometry and from mathematics, and he quoted and discussed the systems of Bacon, Cardan, Campanella, Kepler, Galileo, Descartes, Aristotle, Plato, Archimedes, Hipparchus, Diophantus, and others. 6. Production and achievement. At 13, Leibniz had acquired both skill and facility in verse writing, and when one day a schoolfellow who was to have given a festival address in verse fell ill shortly before the great event, the future philosopher supplied the missing poem, a feat no other child was willing or able to undertake. Shutting himself in his study, he wrote 300 hexameters between daybreak and noonday, and when his work was recited, it won the applause of the teachers. At 14, Leibniz wrote a number of essays on logic and philosophy. One of these was an alphabet of human thought on a strictly logical basis. Just before the close of his 17th year, his first philosophical publication, On the Principle of Individuation, appeared. This treatise gives evidence of the young author's extensive knowledge of scholastic learning and of his dexterity in handling dialectical methods. 7. Evidences of precocity. Leibniz's parents believed their son to be destined for great things, so striking were his early interest in books and his understanding of his father's instruction. See also 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. AIIQ 185, relative quotient of data 0.75. 3. Development from 17 to 26. From the University of Jena, Leibniz returned at 17 to Leipzig, where he remained in residence until his 21st year. Here he was very active. He engaged frequently in disputations, read widely, at the age of 17 and a half, gained the master's degree by defending a legal dissertation with great brilliance. He was equally interested in the two great objects of the modern science of law. The first, a philosophical inquiry into the principles of right. The second, a systematic arrangement of traditional legal matter. At 19 and a half, he wrote a mathematical treatise, which he was able, much later, to look back upon as a fairly satisfactory treatment. At 20, he was known both at home and abroad as a youthful scholar of great promise. His reputation was, however, not sufficient to overcome a prejudice against granting the degree of doctor to one so young. After being advised to defer his petition for the degree for a year, he left the university and the city in disgust and went to Altdorf, where he was soon awarded the coveted degree with expressions of praise for both thesis and oral disputation. In consequence of the brilliance of his achievements, he was offered, but declined, an Altdorf professorship. At Nuremberg, he became secretary to a society of alchemists. The next 7 years, aged 20 to 27, he spent chiefly at Frankfurt. He wrote and published books, pamphlets, and theses on law, philosophy, politics, religion, the book trade, mechanics, and mensuration. At 24, he was appointed councillor and member of the Supreme Court of Mainz. His political activity and influence increased. He advocated the formation of an alliance of nations, and his plan was afterward carried out. In the next year, aged 25, at Strasbourg, he proposed a crusade in which France, Austria, and Germany should participate. and was sent to Paris relative to the matter. His mission failed, but he remained in the French capital to study mathematics. There he came in contact with eminent statesmen and scientists, including especially Huygens, who inspired him with new enthusiasm for his varied undertakings. AIIIQ 190, relative quotient of data, 0.75. End of section 35.